2022.
Good evening. You're watching CNA's special coverage of Malaysia's most keenly contested and potentially consequential election. I'm Don Tan.
And I'm Steve Lai. Together with our correspondents, we're going to find out how Malaysia has voted following 4 chaotic years in the nation's government.
And I'm Glenda Chong. I'll be bringing you the latest results as those votes are counted across the country and the breakdown of what it means to the race to Putrajaya.
I'm Lo Kwee Su in Kuala Lumpur as we get a feel of the pulse of the nation as it heads into one of the most important nights in its history.
Join us and our studio guests throughout the evening as we dissect the results and discuss how this 15th general election will impact Malaysia, its people and the region. The votes have been cast and counting is underway in the country's 15th general election. It's been 4 years of political upheaval and chaos. Now, this poll is being billed as an opportunity for Malaysians to have their say and give a new government a fresh mandate.
It's been a turbulent time for sure. A ruling coalition moved into the opposition became the government, and the country had 3 prime ministers in under 2 years, plus the emergence of 2 new coalitions.
Well, turbulent too for some voters, especially in the East Malaysian state of Sarawak, who braved floods to cast their ballots today.
But reports say that voting at 11 polling centres in the state's Baram constituency have been suspended due to the floods, which prevented election staff from reaching the stations. The Election Commission says voting there will be postponed to a later date.
Now, for much of the rest of the country, it remains up for grabs, and the outcome is anyone's guess. Polls closed a little more than 2 hours ago in most of the country, and voter turnout, it stands at 70% as of 4 p.m. local time. That's according to the Election Commission.
Have the various political coalitions and parties done enough to win over the hearts, minds and votes of Malaysians?
Candidates had 2 weeks to campaign here in Malaysia. Will the support shown in rallies across this sprawling nation translate into marks on ballot papers? Who will voters decide to support in what is a fractured political arena? Will Pakatan Harapan reclaim the governance they won in 2018? Or will Perikatan Nasional add to the decades it has ruled Malaysia? And through the next few hours, we will be tracking the winners for each of the seats in Parliament as they are confirmed, with 222 spots up for grabs. The target for a simple majority in the Dewan Rakyat today is 112, but we should note that one more of these seats won't be decided tonight following the death of one candidate during campaigning in the Padang Serai constituency, so polls there have been postponed to next month. And our correspondents, they've been tracking the movements of the candidates and key coalitions across Malaysia throughout the 2-week campaign and through much of voting today. Most of them have now moved on to the headquarters of each of the coalitions. We head straight to Melissa Goh in Kuala Lumpur.
I'm at the oldest coalition, Perikatan Nasional headquarters here in Kuala Lumpur. Now, many of the party bigwigs have yet to arrive. BN chairman, who's also UMNO president, Ahmad Zaid Hamidi, is said to have reached early from Bagan Datuk. Now, caretaker Prime Minister Ismail Sabri Yaakob as well is making his way here. Now, the counting is still ongoing at thousands of polling centres nationwide, and the unofficial results are already trickling in as boxes are brought to the tally centres in their respective state. Now, up for grabs, over 200 400 federal seats and control of 3 states, Perak, Perlis and Pahang. Now, although the simple majority here is just over 110 seats, the magic number BN is looking for, according to UMNO War Room source, is 75. Now, if BN can win that, they will be able to form a government, they said, with their friends and allies from East Malaysian states of Sabah and Sarawak, without having to work with Perikatan Nasional, led by former Prime Minister Muhyiddin Yassin, or Islamic Party PAS. Now, Pahang is likely to remain the stronghold of Barisan Nasional, while Perak is 50-50, with Pakatan Harapan all out to reclaim the state. Now, is the wind of change blowing well tonight across Malaysia? With the strong voters turnout we're seeing today, more than 70%, despite the larger base now of more than 21 million voters, the first-time voters of over 5 million did not disappoint. Well, many voters, they voted overwhelmingly for the opposition Pakatan Harapan. Will they do that again? Can Barisan Nasional Blue Wave stem the red tide of Pakatan Harapan? We'll see later tonight.
I'm Afifah Arifin at the Pakatan Harapan base here in Subang Jaya in Selangor. We're all gathered here, and that screen behind me, that's when they're going to show the unofficial results. Now, we're expecting the results to come in quite soon. It's still early, so it's just the media gathered here. But we're also expecting Pakatan Harapan leaders to turn up later here later this evening. Now, we're also seeing that Pakatan Harapan has contested in almost all of the federal seats together with its allies. And now that polls are closed, it remains to be seen if they can get that simple majority that it needs to form the government. The mood over here at the Pakatan Harapan camp seems quite calm, and as the coalition chief Anwar Ibrahim said earlier this morning, cautiously optimistic. So that is the question here tonight. Can Pakatan Harapan repeat that victory, that historic victory back in 2018? Pakatan is also looking at the state of Perak, its front line in this election. It wants to regain control of the state and form that Harapan corridor linking Perak to other Pakatan-led states like Penang, Selangor, as well as Negeri Sembilan. Now, a high voter turnout here, which we saw today, usually favors the opposition, but things are still very uncertain. A lot of uncertainties, like the high number of, high contest seats, as well as the wild card of 5.9 million new voters.
I'm Saiful Bar Ismail, and I'm at Glenmarie Hotel and Golf Resort in Shah Alam in the state of Selangor. This is where the leaders from Perikatan Nasional will gather to follow the results of the election. Overall, it has been a good campaign for Perikatan Nasional. Some surveys suggest a likely swing in conservative Malay votes towards the pact comprising Islamic Party PAS and Bersatu Party. This has fueled the belief that Perikatan Nasional could end up neck to neck with Barisan Nasional, despite the many predictions that voters would punish the Bersatu-led bloc for masterminding the Sheraton move in 2020 that plunged the country into political crisis. Instead, conservative Malay voters who are Barisan Nasional's traditional power base may now view Perikatan Nasional as a viable Malay Muslim alternative to Barisan Nasional, which has been troubled by political infighting. At the end of campaigning, Perikatan Nasional chairman Muhyiddin Yassin urged voters to give his coalition the chance to lead the government again. Muhyiddin recounted his administration's handling of the COVID-19 pandemic and the country's recovery. He said that Perikatan Nasional is a party that has put concern for the people at the forefront of its agenda. This includes handing cash assistance as well as ensuring vaccinations were given to all regardless of race, religion and background as quickly as possible. Muhyiddin also stressed that the leaders in Perikatan Nasional are free from corruption and they have good relations with each other and can provide a sound and stable government.
I'm Leong Waikit, and I'm at the official residence of Sabah's Chief Minister. He is Haji Noor, who's also the leader of the ruling Gabungan Rakyat Sabah coalition. Now, GRS works extremely well with Barisan Nasional here in Sabah, and together they're looking to defend and win more than their 12 out of 25 parliamentary seats here in Sabah. Now, earlier, I asked the Chief Minister under what conditions would he consider working with other coalitions. Now, he said it's still too early for him to answer the question until the official results are in. As you can see, there's already a viewing party set up outside his official residence. Now, in the neighbouring state of Sarawak, it's a lot more direct. It's expected that the ruling Gabungan Party Sarawak coalition would win majority of the parliamentary seats there. And if that happens, it's likely to pick Barisan Nasional, given that they've been traditional informal allies. Now, unofficial results are expected anytime soon, and that's when coalition leaders and party leaders here in Sabah and Sarawak will kickstart horse trading negotiations.
I'm Alif Hamshar and I'm at the Perdana Leadership Foundation in Putrajaya, and this is where the Pejuang camp will spend the night waiting for the results to trickle in. Now, all eyes will be on former Prime Minister Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, who's looking to defend his seat in Langkawi. Now, at the age of 97, he is the oldest candidate in this election. For Pejuang Party, for Pejuang doesn't have quite the same machinery as the other coalitions, Barisan Nasional, Perikatan Nasional and Pakatan Harapan. And some political observers are also expecting the party to be wiped out in this election. So the big question is, have they done enough to keep the voters, and will they defy the odds?
I'm Tan Si Hui and I'm at a tallying center at Subang Jaya, Selangor. And Selangor is one of the most hotly contested states here in Malaysia. It's special because it's highly urbanized and it's multi-ethnic, with the highest electorate in the whole of Malaysia with 3.7 million voters. Now, it is a Pakatan stronghold, Pakatan Harapan stronghold, but it is not going to be a walk in the park for Pakatan Harapan, even though it's hoping to sweep all of its seats. That's because Barisan Nasional has fielded some of really strong candidates, and one of them is caretaker Health Minister Khairy Jamaluddin. He is running at Sungai Buloh, and residents there are conflicted because they want to vote for him, but they've been voting for PKR under Pakatan Harapan for many years, since 2008. Another strong and heavyweight would be Tengku Zafrul. He is contesting at Kuala Selangor, and he is a fresh face, and that is a strategy that Barisan Nasional is going ahead with and hoping to win more votes with fresh faces. Now, I'm here at Subang Jaya and we are awaiting the results for Subang Jaya, and just on my left right here there are some early votes in the yellow bags, and we are awaiting more votes from polling centers before all of the results will be reflected here for Subang Jaya. And at Subang Jaya, Wong Chen is the incumbent for Pakatan Harapan, and he won a landslide majority of 90,000 votes. So we will have to see in the coming hours if he can repeat that win.
I'm Clara Lee and I'm here in Ayah Hitam, Johor. This is where the final countdown of the GE15 has officially begun, and it's also where Ayah Hitam voters will have their voices heard. And that's because the ballots received from polling stations at Ayah Hitam earlier today will be consolidated here and counted. The ballots arrived in boxes at about 6:15 p.m. earlier this evening, as just a few minutes after polling officially closed at 6 p.m. Now, since I'm here, let me take you a run through what the officials will have to do once they arrive with the ballot boxes. So first of all, they walk down this aisle, and if you notice behind me, there are seats allocated for representatives of the party to oversee the whole process. And at the end, we have the returning officer who will be waiting to officially announce the winner at the end of this whole event. And at the end of this hall, we have two large screens as well, keeping track of the current vote count. Now, overall, this process is expected to take at least 7 hours. But based on our experience from past GEs, we've had results that were only announced at about 5:30 a.m. So a lot of it is still very much up in the air. This all comes as a very hectic polling day draws to a close in Johor. Two women have unfortunately passed away at polling stations here. One just before she casted her ballot, and one collapsed just after she cast her vote in Johor Bahru. Overall, these deaths, the flooding, they're all casting somewhat of a pall over voting day in Malaysia. And so, as you've heard, a long list of parties and coalitions to keep track of tonight. The largest and oldest coalition, Barisan Nasional, BN, was founded in its current form in 1973. Ahmad Zahid Hamidi serves as the current chairman of this coalition, and he is also the president of the ruling party United Malaysia National Organisation, UMNO for short, whose vice president, Ismail Sabri Yaakob, is the country's current caretaker prime minister. Other parties include the Malaysian Chinese Association, or MCA, Malaysian Indian Congress, Parti Bersatu Rakyat Sabah, or PBRS, and 9 other smaller parties. Now, they're running against the Pakatan Harapan coalition, the opposition currently led by Anwar Ibrahim. Officially formed in 2015, in its current guise, it's made up of the Parti Keadilan Rakyat, or PKR, Democratic Action Party, DAP in short, the National Trust Party, or Amanah, and the United Progressive Kinabalu Organisation, UPCO in short. Also in the mix is the coalition started by the Malaysian United Indigenous Party, or Bersatu, known as Perikatan Nasional. And behind the wheel of this coalition is Muhyiddin Yassin, leader of Bersatu. And in the bandwagon are the Malaysian Islamic Party PAS, using its own logo in Kelantan and Terengganu. Parti Gerakan Rakyat Malaysia, or Gerakan, the Homeland Solidarity Party known as STAR, and SAPP, short for the Sabah Progressive Party. The newest coalition is Gerakan Tanah Air, put together by former Prime Minister Mahathir Mohamad to contest in these elections. An alliance of several Malay parties, they were unable to register the coalition in time for these polls and will run under Dr. Mahathir's Pejuang Party banner. With none of these coalitions having wielded a commanding majority in the last parliament, it remains anyone's guess which will emerge as the new government.
Yes, we'll be getting back to Glenda quite often throughout the evening for the results as they come in. But joining us here in studio as well in Singapore for analysis throughout the night, we're joined by Serena Abdul Rahman, lecturer at the Department of Southeast Asian Studies at the National University of Singapore. That was Glenda you saw just walk by there. We're also joined by Dr. Francis Hutchinson, Senior Fellow and Coordinator of the Malaysia Studies Program at IC's Yusof Ishak Institute.
Thank you both for joining us this evening in what may be a long evening, so we thank you for that. Francis, I want to come to you first as we kick off the election show, the battleground this year. There is so much uncertainty. When we think back to GE 2018, the gains that Pakatan Harapan had, they quickly fizzled out. So we have a changed political landscape. But look at the voter turnout that we've had today. Almost consistently all day, it tracked higher than back in 4 years ago. Do we have reason to feel that there will be drama or significant change for this year?
So, yes, and I think for various reasons. So the first one is, as you mentioned, there was a political change in 2018. And most importantly, I think it showed to everyone that political change in Malaysia is possible. So for the first time it happened, and it happened peacefully. And I think for all of us, this kind of changed the way we thought about the elections and their outcomes. I also think that in the last few years, there have been a number of really important structural changes in the way that politics is carried out. Things like, anti-hopping law, Undi 18, automatic voter registration, the fact that we only have 3 state governments. So we're actually going towards a more complex, multi-level political system. So we're going to have state elections next year, and we'll be having these sorts of conversations in a few months' time again. And the fact that now even the coalitions are beginning to think, look, we're not going to get an overwhelming majority. It's going to be some sort of coalition. So the expectations and the drama could take place in 2 ways. The first about the actual elections themselves, and then the second is the governing coalition that comes out afterwards. And it could be strange, a new type of entity we've never seen before.
Yeah, so pretty much anything can happen, is what you're saying this evening. Serena, you were with us 4 years ago as the results sort of unfolded, Perikatan Nasional losing for the first time in 6 decades. What have you sort of seen since then with the emergence of these new coalitions and sort of the fracturing even more of parties across Malaysia, and how that has sort of led to sort of multi-cornered fights across the election?
Yeah, as Francis has said, a lot of things have happened. The Sheraton move and then multiple changes of government. So there are crazy multi-cornered fights. So you have 8, 9, 10. We've never seen that before. It will be really interesting to see how that might actually split the Malay vote. And that will then determine a whole bunch of different things compared to GE14, where we were essentially thinking PH versus BN. So now it's like so many coalitions, and which ones will win or lose? And will they have to then form a coalition? So what is brewing in the background? But beyond that, it's also, with COVID, I think the voters are also, they come to this with a whole different view. They had all these experiences over COVID that gave them a lot less belief in the politicians, shall we say. So, on top of suffering this terrible pandemic, the economy coming to a stall, they also saw that the politicians were sort of obsessed with changing government and regaining power while people were suffering. So this then will affect the vote. And so it's not just that we have a new coalition, we also have the Undi 18 voters, but we also have voters who are looking at politicians in a completely different way.
Yeah, the Malaysian electorate is so diverse. You talk about the Malay vote and the issue of COVID-19 and how it's going to impact this election. the rural vote as well. That's one to watch. Francis, there is this perceived divide between the urban vote and the urban voters and rural voters to a great extent, that they want different things. Maybe they have more similarities in what they want than differences to some degree, but whether you want better roads or you want better governance, you need leadership, you need good leadership. Do you think that taking all of that into consideration and the fact of the economic fallout from COVID-19, that the coalitions, as they've sort of presented their plans for economic renewal, for change in Malaysia, is it going to be enough?
So, I mean, I think you're right in the sense that different communities and different types of voters want different things. Certainly, going to your point, I think leadership is very important, and I think that there is a clear kind of cross-cutting understanding that there are certain issues that are paramount. So, yes, we're coming out of COVID, and we have many families that have depleted their savings. People have taken out their savings from their retirement fund. So we also have issues of unemployment. 15 to 20-year-olds, the rate of unemployment is actually 12%, which is very high, of course. We know next year there's going to be most likely a world recession. So I think, in terms of getting ready for that, that is important. That said, I think the other part of your question is that, I think certain electorates do have different types of expectations of their leaders. And if we go to more urban areas, it's more about things like public transport, perhaps governance, as well as kind of a sort of more conceptual idea about where the country is going. When it comes down to rural areas, then it's a different way of doing politics. It's not actually that the priorities are different, but the relationship between voters and their elected representatives is different, much more contact heavy. Right, much more being present on the ground when you have floods or funerals or family issues. So I think there's a broad understanding on the issues, but yes, the modality of politics is different.
And so, Serena, if we look at it then as we're sort of leading into this election, it's happening during monsoon season for one. It's sort of as Malaysia emerges from the pandemic. You mentioned it's going to be top of voters' minds. Who does this election coming now at this time favor more, perhaps one party than another? Is it possible to think about it in those terms?
Well, that's really hard. That's like trying to make me guess the results, which I can't do. But I think, thankfully, there were no serious floods today, except for some parts of Sarawak. So that was a relief. I think those who had to go through the serious floods of 2021, the interviews that have been done so far have indicated that they all want change. They want a government that can act, that can solve their problems. But everybody's really unclear and vague about which government it is that wants change. So it's really hard to say which government they see as being the one that can effect change. If you're comparing the three different governments, essentially, that we've had over the last 3 years, we had Pakatan Harapan, which amongst rural voters they felt made their lives more difficult. Of course, urban voters who were very supportive of Pakatan Harapan felt like they were in progress of making institutional changes, and so they thought that was good. And then we had, I think it was PN at the time,
Muhyiddin Yassin.
and people thought, okay, maybe he's doing something good for the country given COVID. Rural people benefited a lot from his aid distribution, like cash, and so that puts him more favorably. And then we had Ismail Sabri, and so BN then was sort of haunted by, Najib's charges and then questions over Zahid. So that sort of puts a cloud over them. So it really does depend on whether you were a recipient of any of the aid packages. It depends on whether you suffered the floods. It depends whether you voted for Pakatan Harapan and you felt that was taken away from you. So it's very hard. All of them will come into it completely differently.
And this is no ordinary election at all. When you think about what Malaysia has been through politically, the number of prime ministers, the governments. I mean, and when we go back again to GE18, because it is the reference point from which the voters who overwhelmingly voted for Pakatan Harapan must be sitting at home today, having cast their ballots and wondering, what happened still. I mean, we know that on the political class level, there were certain machinations, certain movements. But is the anger that there was back in 2018, is it the same kind of anger that we're seeing? I mean, there were corruption scandals and all to deal with that may have dissipated. Is the anger the same, or has it gone to a sort of a different realm?
So I think, to a certain extent, yes, I think you're onto something. But on the other hand, if we look back at recent state government elections in Malacca and Johor, I think very much the kind of lesson learned coming out of that was that Pakatan Harapan had to invent a new narrative, right? It couldn't just be about 1MDB and all of that. It really had to be about other issues, and then we come back to COVID, we come back to economics, and then we come back again to this sort of more contact-heavy type of engagement that certain type of voters like. So I think, yes, but then things have moved on. That said, when we do come back to issues of governance and the whole issue of, who is the prime ministerial candidate for Barisan Nasional, then I think that does, of course, raise certain issues and to a certain extent does take us back a little bit to where we were in 2018.
Yes, and that's something we can perhaps dive into as the evening unfolds. Thank you both. Do stay with us. Glenda, over to you.
Thanks, guys. Now, coming up, 3 Malaysian states are also holding elections for their legislative assemblies. More on the battle for ballots in Pahang, Perlis and Perak when Malaysia votes 2022. And thanks for joining us here on CNA as we cover Malaysia's general election. Alongside the national vote, some states will also be holding polls for their legislatures. In past years, they would hold these polls concurrently with the federal election, but it's different this time round. Several states have had their polls already. Perikatan Nasional won Malacca last November and it won Johor earlier this year. East Malaysia's Sabah and Sarawak have also had their state elections. Meanwhile, all the opposition-held states have decided to hold their polls next year. And these include Selangor, Negeri Sembilan and Penang, all controlled by Pakatan Harapan. And they're waiting because of the heavy flooding caused by the annual monsoon season that may endanger the lives of voters. Now, the Perikatan Nasional coalition, who hold Kedah, Kelantan and Terengganu in the north and east, also refusing to dissolve their assemblies for this same very reason. So this means that there will only be 3 states holding their elections this time round. And we're looking at Perlis, Pahang and Perak, all 3 held by Barisan Nasional. They dissolved their assemblies last month. So a total of 116 seats in those legislatures are up for grabs. Francis, we're looking at the states here and only 3 are being held and the opposition are not holding. Will it backfire on them this time round if they don't hold their state elections this time round?
So I think that it's sort of cost benefit. There are certain things that you win and certain things that you lose. So for the opposition, on one hand, what they can do is they can scrutinize the results of these parliamentary elections and see where they have weak spots. And then maybe they've got 6 to 8 months to kind of try and remedy that. On the other hand, some of the states, particularly Penang, are vulnerable in the sense that they rely a lot on outstation voters. And so, you know, voters tend to not like to go home if it's just a state election. If it's a parliamentary election, they feel it's bigger stakes. So it's, you know, win or lose. You kind of have to make your call.
Yeah, we'll get further thoughts on that in just a bit. But in the meantime, let's get you up to speed. Malaysian police have confirmed that 3 voters died while waiting to cast their ballots. 2 deaths were reported in Johor, 1 in Kelantan.
Well, an election commission worker in Klang and a polling agent as well in Kelantan have also died while on duty.
Yeah, meanwhile, at the town of Kuala Pilah in central Negeri Sembilan, they were caught by surprise when the polling centre closed at 2 p.m. local time. They were under the impression they would be able to cast their ballots up until 6 p.m.
The social media clips have showed them expressing their displeasure that they weren't allowed to enter and vote in that polling station. Officials say that the polling station was among a few in the constituency that were required to close earlier, according to the government gazette. Middle-aged voters in Kota Damansara, situated in Selangor, were allegedly made to queue for more than 3 hours. Pakatan Harapan's candidate for Sungai Buloh, Ramakrishnan, is urging the Election Commission to take immediate action.
Some residents are believed to have left the polling centre without casting their ballots. Caretaker Prime Minister Ismail Sabri Yaakob from the ruling coalition cast his vote at Bera in Pahang. He expressed his hope of a trouble-free ballot.
Satu lagi saya nak nasihatkan supaya kekalkan keamanan dan keharmonian sewaktu proses mengundi ini. Jangan ada kekecohan, jangan ada provokasi di antara parti dengan parti. Seperti yang saya sebutkan tadi bahawa malam hari ini adalah hari last kita berbeza pandangan. Kita mengundi, lepas itu habis dan besok kita akan kembali hidup seperti normal sebagai sebuah keluarga Malaysia yang aman dan bersatu padu sama kita.
Yeah, we'll get to your thoughts and reaction to Ismail Sabri Yaakob in just a moment, but just to touch on what we saw there are some of the voting irregularities. Serena, what should we make of them?
Well, to be honest, it happens every time we have an election. So the last time we had a state election, or again the GE15, we had people going to, you know, polling stations and they were closed. So unfortunately, sometimes this is done by whoever's local on site, and then people just don't get to vote. I've never actually heard what happens beyond that. So there doesn't seem to be any resolution. There was once, I can't remember if it was state or national election, when that happened, and then they had an investigation. They just basically had no answer. You know, they said, oh, we had some issues and that was it. And those people just didn't get to vote. Unfortunately, you know, Malaysia is a huge country and this happens. So we've had a number of cases this time where, you know, the polling in some places had to be postponed because the candidates passed away. And then we had the flood issue. So some of these are beyond our control. But when it comes to a local issue, some say this is an effort to sort of control the votes and who wins. And every time we have this, there are all these accusations. But nothing has actually ever been proven 100%. So it's very hard to say.
Well, let's go now to Lok Wei Su. She's in Kuala Lumpur. Wei Su, a different look than at the top of the programme. The weather also affected you.
Oh, yes, Dawn. We were in the open air rooftop location, but a sudden shower, we had to move indoors because, well, it's all part of voting in the monsoon season. Well, taking this in very good grace, my guest, Dr. Johan Sarvanamutu. He's an adjunct senior fellow at the S. Rajaram School of International Studies, and Professor James Chin. Now, he's Professor of Asian Studies at the University of Tasmania. Welcome to the two of you. Well, what we do know right now, both of my guests contributing to this information, more than, as of 10 minutes ago, PH leading in 20 seats, PN in 5, and BN in 10. What else we do know? More than 940 parliamentary candidates, 39 parties, a record high, 221 seats, one 10-way fight, and only 9 straight fights. A lot of granular detail we've heard there from our correspondents and our guests and my colleagues in Singapore. Let's go a little bit bigger picture. I'll ask the both of you, because we've been saying this in the last 36 minutes. This is a consequential election. This is the most important night in Malaysia's recent history. Why is this so special? And I suppose, more importantly, what are your predictions? We'll start with you, Dr. Johan.
Oh, well, it's special or it's unique because of the intense contestation. We've said it before, there are 3 coalitions. Malaysia has always usually had a 2-coalition kind of a system where you have 2 contestants basically who are thought to be the ones in each of these seats. But this time you can have as many as 10 contestants in Batu. That's unique. So the contestation at that kind of level is, I think, when you talk in those terms, it is very intense. Actually, one of the very unique things about this particular election is the voters. You're going to have something like 21.1 million voters who are registered. Now, 70%, as I understand, have shown up. And the young voters, this is the first time we have voters who are, 18 years old, who have been allowed to vote, and those who are automatically registered. So I think this is an important factor in the way that, the outcome of the election might pan out.
Okay, and very quickly, your prediction.
My prediction, it's very difficult to predict, but basically we're saying it's a 3-way contest. There are other coalitions, not just the 3 main ones, but I think they will be distributed among the 3 coalitions, and PH will definitely win the largest number of seats.
Okay, and before we cross to Professor Chin, I'll just update that this was 70% turnout as of 4 p.m. today. So, of course, polls close at 6 p.m. on Peninsular Malaysia. Perhaps it is more than that. All right, Professor Chin, your turn. What's so special and what do you predict?
Right, well, in terms of what is so special about this election, just carry on what Johan was saying. I think it's special because this is the first post-pandemic general elections. And I think the pandemic has really damaged the Malaysian economy in the last 2 years. And so people are looking for a form of normalcy. So people are really looking for normalcy. Second, I think is unusual in the sense that this is the first general election where people are really looking for political stability. In all the previous general election, it was all about continuity or reforms or what have you. But this one, people are really looking for political stability. So even though this is not discussed openly, this is at the back of everyone's mind. And the third special thing about this election is that everybody understands that, power is shifted across the South China Sea, and that for any government to be formed, they really have to look at Sabah and Sarawak. So in terms of prediction, I expect that at the end of this process, when a new government is formed, we can expect a deputy prime minister for the very first time in Malaysia's history to be appointed on Sabah or Sarawak.
All right, we have a little time left, and I'll again pose this question to both of you. If political stability, I assume, would you agree with that, Dr. Johan? That's top of the mind.
Yes, I would say, yeah. Some kind of normalcy in terms of politics.
Okay, so if that is the primary concern for the average voter, regardless of race, if I can say that, what would they likely look for, and therefore who are they likely to vote for? Dr. Johan.
Well, the voter wants to have stability or normalcy, but the voter, I think, is also very concerned about bread and butter issues. I think James talked about the COVID years, and I think, and also the economic situation. I think the main thing on the voters' mind actually is the economic situation. The second largest, I think, issue, it's all over, I mean, it's well known, is corruption. They want to get rid of this monster that has been plaguing Malaysia's politics for a very long time. And the ruling party basically has been the one that's been responsible for that problem in Malaysia.
All right. We had a guest mention is that the largest elephant in the smallest room, that's corruption. Now, Professor Chin, round up and we'll head back to Singapore.
Okay, well, I have to partly disagree because corruption, although it is a big issue, is only a big issue in the urban areas. If you go to the rural areas, corruption in the rural areas and in Sabah, Sarawak, is just part of seen as one of the key features of the system. So it's not really going to decide how they're going to vote in the rural areas.
Okay. Thanks so much for that. We will get to all this shortly in the next few hours. Still to come on Malaysia Votes 2022.
Yeah, we're going to go for a short break. When we come back, we'll be talking about social media, the cyberspace, all sorts of social media platforms like TikTok, and now the essential ways to reach out to voters, especially younger Malaysians. We'll get the thoughts of my guests when we come back.
While you watch our Malaysia election coverage on CNA TV, also keep tabs on the CNA app and the website at cna.asia. I'm David Bottomley, Deputy Chief Editor at CNA Digital, and we'll be bringing you a full picture of what's happening with our live blog, with analysis and reaction from our teams on the ground.
I'm Haziq, and I've been in Bera, Pahang, where caretaker Prime Minister Ismail Sabri Yaakob has campaigned hard to defend his seat and hopefully emerge as Malaysia's next premier. But he's had to fight off widespread claims that his own party president is aiming for the top post. I'll be at the Perikatan Nasional headquarters with the latest.
I'm Pitida Promchertu, and I've been in Perak, where issues like the cost of living and racial sentiments have been in the spotlight. On Saturday evening, I'm going to be at Pakatan Harapan's headquarters to get reaction to this hotly contested election.
I'm Amir Yusof, and I'll be in Northern Johor this Saturday evening. I'll be keeping tabs on the 26 federal seats in the bellwether state. Whatever happens in Johor could have a huge impact on the overall results of the election.
I'm Rashwinjit Singh Bedi, and I will be in Kuala Lumpur on Saturday. I will be monitoring the results of all federal parliamentary seats, particularly those of the new kids on the block, Perikatan Nasional. I will be monitoring their results live from their viewing party on Saturday night.
So make sure you follow CNA Digital's live blog for complete coverage of Malaysia's general election.
Welcome back to our special coverage of Malaysia Votes 2022. We are keeping track of the major races in the road to Putrajaya. The magic number for the simple majority in Parliament, 112, 222 seats up for grabs, but -1 because the Pakatan Harapan candidate for the Padang Serai parliamentary seat died earlier this week. That election has been moved to next month.
Malaysians across the country went out to cast their ballots, even with flash flood alerts out in 9 states. They include the peninsular states of Penang, Perak, Selangor, Negeri Sembilan, Malacca and Johor.
Well, local weather officials have forecast thunderstorms in the coastal areas of Kelantan and Terengganu. Eager to cast their ballots, though, many voters in Sarawak lined up in knee-deep floodwaters today. Some polling centres were relocated because of the inclement weather.
While the Election Commission says voting at stations in Baram constituency in Sarawak are on hold until further notice, as floods prevented election staff from reaching stations. They said a new voting date will be announced later.
Well, let's go over to Liz right now for some news.
Yeah, that's right. The APEC summit ending in Bangkok and COP27 getting closer to wrapping up in Egypt.
Thanks, Don and Steve. Well, Asia-Pacific leaders wrapping up a 5-day summit in Bangkok have added their voices to international pressure on Russia over its invasion of Ukraine. They've issued summit statements saying most of them condemn the war, echoing the wording of a G20 declaration issued last week. Saksi Sayal Sambat has more from Bangkok.
The 2022 APEC Economic Leaders meeting has ended with a joint leaders statement. So this is actually a pretty big deal because during the presidency of Thailand throughout this whole year, APEC economies were not able to agree on anything. They were not able to come up with a joint communique, mainly because they were disagreeing over Russia's war on Ukraine. Now, having one now this time is a good thing. The statement acknowledges that most members are condemning Russia's war on Ukraine, but they are also noting that some of its members have a different view and different assessment on the situation, namely Russia itself. Now, it sounds very similar to the declaration that we have heard from the G20 summit in Bali. So the Thais here were able to take this as a template, and thus rightfully, Thai Prime Minister Prayut Chan-o-cha, the chair of this year's APEC summit, was able to hail it as a success. Now, for Mr. Prayut himself, this is probably the last hurrah for him in the international spotlight, as elections are right around the corner next year, and with his political future still very uncertain. Now, he is and was very much going to at lengths to show that Thailand is a good host, that they are able to come up with a good in-person meeting here for the first time since the pandemic. But other issues, geostrategic issues, have overshadowed not only this meeting, but also all the other meetings in Southeast Asia prior to that. Not only do we have the situation of the Ukraine war, we also have the situation in Myanmar. And during these past couple of days during APEC, we also had the North Korean missile tests as well, distracting the attention of the world media to these matters. And member economies of APEC, of course, were also distracted and had to deal with that as well. But overall, in a series of these flurry of these international meetings in Southeast Asia, it all concludes with a joint statement here in APEC, and this is ultimately a good thing. Saksit Saya Sombat, CNA Bangkok.
Our Thai Prime Minister Prayut Chan-o-cha has handed over the chair of APEC to U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris in a ceremony that signals the forum's end. San Francisco will host the APEC forum next year. Ms. Harris says the U.S. will use its host year to set ambitious new sustainability goals. Well, the UN-led climate talks in Egypt appear to be getting closer to an agreement a day after they were supposed to conclude. Officials running COP27 have published a draft version of what the loss and damage text would look like. Well, the parties have decided to establish a fund for responding to impact of climate change in vulnerable nations, but details would be adopted at COP28 next year in Dubai. That will likely anger developing nations looking to developed countries to pay for their leading role in spurring on global warming. The draft text also refers to a plan to look at identifying and expanding sources of funding. CNA's Julie Yu is covering COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, and she has more on the projected negotiations.
We are now in overtime at COP27. The crucial climate talks have now dragged on past their deadline, and there are some reports of turmoil in the negotiating halls, with politicians from around the world continuing to face difficult discussions ahead as they wrangle over the contentious issues, especially of financing of loss and damage as demanded by a number of developing countries. Speaking a day after the summit, EU climate policy chief Frans Timmermans warned that the EU was prepared to walk away from climate negotiations if a satisfactory outcome could not be reached, adding that it would rather have no decision than bad decision. He also called on other parties to the negotiation to reciprocate efforts to find a deal, particularly on the issue of funding for poorer countries hit by climate disasters. Now, France said on Saturday that COP27 climate negotiations in Sharm el-Sheikh still had not produced an agreement capable of containing the rise in global temperatures at this stage. He said that we can't let the 1.5 degrees climate warming objectives die here at Sharm el-Sheikh. Now, meanwhile, Egypt's COP27 president assured that the vast majority of nations attending Crunch climate talks say host countries' proposed package of resolutions is balanced. As Sameh Shukri telling nearly 200 nations gathered here to rise to the occasion as the success of the conference hung in the balance. And bemoaning the slow negotiations of some countries failing to address the urgency, here's what he said.
As you might imagine, none of the groups could say that all of their interests were reflected. But a vast majority of the parties indicated to me that they considered the text as balanced and that they constitute a potential breakthrough that can lead to consensus.
The remaining negotiations are and will be difficult. Any successful conclusion depends on agreement from 190 plus members. So we'll have to wait and see if and when we will arrive at a consensus.
Well, 2 American supersonic bombers were redeployed to the Korean peninsula to conduct drills with other South Korean and U.S. warplanes. This comes after the launch of North Korea's intercontinental ballistic missile yesterday. Well, South Korea's military said the drills were designed to improve their ability to deploy deterrence assets from the U.S. It also demonstrates Washington's security commitment to Seoul. According to Pyongyang state media, leader Kim Jong-un bragged about the missile test and deemed it as a reliable and maximum capacity weapon to contain U.S. military threats. 9 people are dead after an apartment block partially collapsed on the Russian Pacific island of Sakhalin. The regional governor says their bodies were found in the rubble.
Всего в подъезде жило 33 человека. 23 человека. Я сейчас иду встречаться с ними для того, чтобы обсудить, как будем помогать.
Emergency services are searching for one person still missing. Russian news agencies say the disaster appears to have been caused by a gas explosion. TASS quotes sources saying a 20-liter gas cylinder connected to a cooking stove had blown up. Russia's investigative committee is investigating the cause of the disaster. The Chinese national anthem was again mixed up with a protest song tied to Hong Kong's 2019 social unrest. And again, it's at a rugby match, this time in the United Arab Emirates. Well, it comes barely a week after a similar blunder was made in South Korea. Well, during a match between Hong Kong and Portugal at the Rugby World Cup tournament in Dubai, organizers played the national anthem March of the Volunteers. But a TV broadcast gave the wrong name for the song. At the bottom of the screen, it identified the song as the one that is considered the unofficial anthem of the 2019 pro-democracy movement. Well, Hong Kong's Secretary for Culture, Sports and Tourism, Kevin Yong, confirmed the incident, adding that authorities would handle the matter seriously. Less than a week ago, the band anthem was played instead of March of the Volunteers at a South Korean stadium at the start of a rugby sevens game. A 1 million per hour, that's how many votes the poll on whether to reinstate former US President Donald Trump's Twitter account is getting. Elon Musk has asked Twitter users to vote on the poll sent out on his feed. He had said in May he would reverse the social media platform's ban on the former leader's account, which was suspended after last year's attack on the US Capitol. Well, he's already reversed the ban on some well-known personalities. The new Twitter boss also indicated a new direction for content moderation on the site. He tweeted that Twitter's policy is freedom of speech, but not freedom of reach. Employees are reportedly quitting Twitter in droves after his acquisition of the company. He sent out an email calling for staff who write software code to report to the San Francisco office. He asked them to send a report of what their code achieved in the last 6 months. Earlier, he asked staff to agree to work long hours at high intensity or leave.
Look, this is essentially Game of Thrones between Musk and the Twitter employees. And it's a black eye from Musk in terms of, I think, the way that looks publicly, even on the brand around Tesla. And I think it just shows, I mean, this is really a quicksand situation that he's trying to fix. And the more he does, ultimately the more damage he does, which continues to just be a twilight zone as it plays out.
Well, those are your updates on key happenings around the world. Now it's back to you, Don and Steve.
Yeah, many thanks for that, Liz. Do keep it right here on CNA. Our special coverage of Malaysia's general election continues.
And still to come, we'll check back in with our correspondents who are tracking the key candidates and the coalitions.
And we'll also examine the concerns voters have. Basic bread and butter issues on top of battling corruption, top of mind. Stay with us. Welcome back to our special coverage of Malaysia Votes 2022. The votes have been cast and counting is underway in the country's 15th general election. It's been 4 years of political upheaval and chaos. This poll is being billed as an opportunity for Malaysians to have their say and give a new government a fresh mandate.
And it has been a turbulent time for sure. A ruling coalition moved into the opposition. The opposition became the government, and the country had 3 prime ministers in under 2 years, plus the emergence of 2 new coalitions as well.
Turbulent too for some voters, especially in the East Malaysian state of Sarawak, who braved floods to cast their ballots.
But reports say that voting at 11 polling stations in the state's Baram constituency have been suspended due to the floods, which prevented election staff from reaching the stations. Now, the Election Commission says voting there is going to be postponed to a later date.
Now, for much of the rest of the country, it remains up for grabs, and the outcome is anyone's guess. Polls closed a little more than 2 hours ago in most of the country, around 6 p.m., and voter turnout stands at 70% as of 4 p.m. local time. That's according to the Election Commission. We'll update that number as we come to it. Now, covering the election in Sabah and Sarawak, CNA's Leong Wai Kit is standing by for us. Wai Kit, those states are considered perhaps kingmakers for Malaysia's general election.
Oh, most definitely, Steve. And as you rightly pointed out, counting is still underway, which is why I've got nothing confirmed or nothing official to share with you. But what I can tell you with certainty is that across Malaysia, all party officials are all standing by at counting centres. Anytime they get any unofficial results, they're texted back to their headquarters. And that's when all the coalition leaders and party leaders in Sabah and Sarawak will start their coalition horse trading. Now, there is a lot of logical assumption that in the state of Sabah, they will back Perikatan Nasional, given that here in Sabah, the ruling Gabungan Rakyat Sabah coalition is already working very well with Perikatan Nasional here in Sabah. Earlier, the Chief Minister says that this combination is a good combination and he hopes that people will vote for these 2 coalitions. I also asked him earlier under what conditions would he support other coalitions. Again, he says he's not going to be answering that until the official results are in, which we're all keeping a close watch on. Now, over in Sarawak, it's also closely watched, but it's a lot more direct. The ruling Gabungan Party Sarawak is likely to win majority of the 31 parliamentary seats, mainly because in the last 4 years, GPS had undisrupted 4 years to prove that they can develop Sarawak, help develop, or rather help protect the rights of Sarawak and Sarawakians. And many people I speak to, voters especially, say that they've seen those improvements in Sarawak, and therefore it's very easy for anyone's guess whose the ballots, who the coalition will benefit from the voters' ballots. Of course, all these are very logical assumptions, but as one of my analyst friends says, in politics there is no permanent friends nor enemies. Don't forget that we've seen political foes come together, put aside the differences to work on the common cause. We've also seen political allies, breaking up and going their separate ways. So we'll keep a very close watch on the developments here tonight. And once I have any official confirmation, I'll buzz you guys.
And we will check back in with you, Wai Kit, as the evening progresses. Leong Wai Kit there in Kota Kinabalu in Sabah. Let's head over now to Saiful Bahri Ismail. He's at the Glenmarie Hotel and Golf Resort in Shah Alam, and he's at the watch party for the Perikatan Nasional coalition. Saiful.
Well, the Islamic Party PAS, Abdul Hadi Awang, is seen to be leading the Marang. Seen to be leading the Marang parliamentary seat. He is seen to have 65% of the votes. Of course, these are still unofficial results. Marang is the parliamentary seat which Abdul Hadi Awang has contested since 1986. Of course, Marang is a PAS stronghold, and Hadi Awang has fought in every parliamentary election where he has won 6 times but lost twice. Now, in 2018, Hadi won by a large margin, defeating candidates from the Perikatan Nasional and Pakatan Harapan coalitions. Hadi secured nearly 60% of the votes. Currently, he is leading by 65% of the votes in this election. Hadi, of course, is a very popular figure here. In 2018, PAS fought the election on its own, but this year, PAS is part of the Perikatan Nasional coalition. There was a 4-cornered fight for the Marang parliamentary seat in Terengganu. Terengganu. Hadi is currently leading his challengers, Jasmari Othman from Barisan Nasional, Azhar Abdul Syukur from Pakatan Harapan, and Zarawi Solong from the Gerakan Tanah Air Coalition. At the end of the campaigning, Hadi had urged all Malaysians to vote, saying that voting is a religious obligation for Muslims in the country. Hadi said voting is wajib, or a religious duty, because choosing a leader in Islam is wajib. This is despite voting not compulsory in Malaysia. Now, during the campaign period, there were speculations whether PAS will cooperate with UMNO after GE15. Hadi had said that PAS' decision not to cooperate with UMNO was due to corrupt and greedy leaders in Barisan Nasional who were hungry for power. Hadi had also said that it was not possible to partner BN due to the court charges against UMNO leaders. Hadi said PAS had hoped that the UMNO General Assembly was held before the 15th general election, so there can be changes from within, but that didn't happen, and this was a problem.
All right, many thanks for that. Saiful Bari Ismail speaking to us from Shah Alam in Selangor. Let's continue the conversation in here in studio with our guests.
Yeah, Serena, I wanted to pick up from what James said earlier on in Kuala Lumpur with Wei Su. He spoke about the issue of corruption and its importance. I mean, he made that point that he felt corruption wasn't so much of an issue with rural voters, that it was more of an urban voter concern. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, this is an assumption that's often made, because I think people in urban areas sort of see that rural voters are more forgiving of corruption charges against a politician and will still vote for them. I think you have to live in a rural area to really understand what these people are going through, to be able to have a more accurate assessment of why they vote the way they do. So if we're talking about rural Malay voters, they have this thing about always remembering the good that people have done for you. This is just Malay culture, right? So they will say, yes, he's done this wrong, but, you know, he did this much for us, and we cannot forget that. So it goes against adat, the, culture, to sort of forget that good, right? The other issue is that for the rural voter, whose lives are difficult, and always more difficult than, comfortable urban analysts usually, they feel that anybody who can give them the minimum that they need to make it to the next source of income is good enough to vote for. Because any of these corruption things that are happening at the top don't affect them. They don't see it as their business. They don't see it as having a direct impact on them because they're too busy surviving their everyday lives. So all of these macro issues are just not relevant because, I mean, if we are comfortable and we have food, shelter, healthcare, everything that we need, then we can start thinking about the bigger picture. But when you're in a rural area and you're poor, and really that goes across the board, whatever ethnicity you are, you don't have the time or the luxury to think about bigger things like corruption unless it affects you directly. So usually a lot of these politicians who do partake in corruption, right, that's on a bigger scale, but they're very careful to remember their rural base. And they go there, they're present, they give out little bits, peanuts really usually, but for a rural person that hardly has anything, peanuts are better than nothing. Right? And so they will remember, or at least this guy came, and at least when I asked him for something, we got something. Because even a little bit is better than nothing, and they usually get nothing. When you are in an urban center and you have all of this worldly knowledge, and you know that governance is an issue, and you don't have any other serious problems to deal with, then you can start thinking, oh, we need to fix the government so that, all of these other structural issues can be fixed. We have better transport, our economy improves. To these people, that's sort of beyond them. And those that I've spoken to actually say, yeah, if they're corrupt, they're corrupt. It's none of my business. If I was them, maybe I'd be corrupt too, right? So it's really... just tell me who's going to help me and give me food.
Yeah, Serena, I mean, to the point of what our KL guests were also speaking about, the issue of normalcy came up as well. I mean, there are many different definitions of normalcy. It depends on what your perspective is, what is normal for you. So, Francis, I mean, in the case of the electorate today and how they would have cast their ballots, James was talking about, everybody wants things to just go back to normal, to be normal, and not to have this amount of political instability. When has Malaysia had political stability? What kind of version could we be, are they referring to?
Actually, could I go back to our discussion a little bit about corruption and how it affects people. And then this will tie into your issue about political stability. So let's look at how corruption can affect people. One way it can affect them is if you have all of a sudden the coffers begin to run dry, and then the government needs to look at different ways of making income. Now, when we go back in time, for a long time, a lot of the government's budget has come from oil and gas revenue. So just to give you statistics, in 2009, 40% of government revenue came out of the ground. If we go back to last year, it was 19%. So what this means is that the government needs to find different sources of money, and then it needs new types of taxation. And then this brings us very quickly to GST. And then GST is a type of tax that touched many Malaysians for the first time. For the first time, they actually had to pay tax, and they could see the impact of the tax on their receipt. They could see that going up by 6%. And then all of a sudden, then the issue is, well, certain types of behavior affect me. I'm, having a hard time. I have to pay more money than before, and I am supporting, shall we say, subsidizing certain types of lifestyle of certain types of people. And if they behave in a way that is seemed to be unacceptable, that is when you get a backlash. And I think that is one of the kind of underlying themes of 2018.
Yes, and we saw what happened in 2018 with the sort of the rejection of BN, which led to the downfall of the former Prime Minister Najib Razak. The shadow of that, if you like, or the hangover of that, does that still linger, Serena, over this election in 2022?
Well, since 2018, he's amazingly had this popularity boost because he's got really good PR. Right?
Bosku.
Yes, so Bosku is really popular on the ground. And when you talk to people before this election, yes, they were really unhappy about GST and they wanted to get rid of it in 2018. But when it came to, the PH government after that, right, they removed GST, but then they put in SST. And then, the prices of things did not get better. There were some subsidies that had to be removed. And since then, things have just gotten worse. Like chicken, the price went up. Eggs, you can't even find now. And so this has an effect. So when you talk to people, they'll be like, oh yeah, Najib was bad then, but at least he gave us BRIM. At least he gave us PTPTN is the student loan. At least if we achieved a certain level, we could get a discount. If we paid a certain way, we could get a discount. We don't have that anymore. So even though at that point they were really angry and they voted them out, since then, to people who were struggling, things did not get better.
Was the connection not drawn between the corruption that took place in the 1MDB and the billions of dollars that was lost to Malaysia and who that was responsible for, and how that would then impact, the years to come?
Yeah, the voters quickly forget. So because it took so long to charge Najib, and because the propaganda machine was really successful, people started to doubt whether he really was charged properly, right? So they believed the stories that this was politically motivated. However, there are a lot of people who think, okay, Najib needs to stay in jail, for example. But I think on the ground, there's very little understanding that, okay, 1MDB took away all this money and therefore the country is broke, therefore they cannot subsidize so much. They don't really understand that there are global issues like the war in Ukraine, etc., that might affect global conditions, that might affect the prices of things. So it's not just the government. So what they want to see is the immediate problems are solved, and they don't want to think about all of these other bigger issues. To them, it's not relevant. So yes, they see, oh, this government was responsible for GST, or this government did SST, but there is no actual constructive thinking about how those are linked. It's very simple thinking. You give me what I need and I'm happy.
Yeah, but it takes time to solve those problems, though. It takes time. I mean, there was a Merdeka Center poll about the concerns of Malaysians. They were surveyed. 74% of them said they identified economic concerns as the country's biggest problem. I mean, they're feeling it in their wallets as well because of this rising inflation. So this test for Ismail Sabri, with this first outing by Perikatan Nasional, it's a huge one. It's a huge test for him to see whether his policies are going to be able to address the issue, to take the steam out of the rising inflation that we're seeing. Francis?
Sure. So, I mean, I think when we look at the budget that was released, even though, of course, it's going to have to be retabled, and then if we look at the recent BN manifesto, I think we can see, of course, there is a desire to tackle some of these things, at least at the outset. So, for example, free free daycare for families is one. Help with university for B40 students is another. So you can see that there is a focus on this. And then, of course, you can see a kind of roll-on effect, and the other coalitions are also doing their part to kind of tackle key constituencies. PN, for example, is planning on increasing civil servants' pay, which is a very key voter base. Or we can see Pakatan Harapan is also having a rice subsidy, which is kind of a new policy because they tend to focus more on urban areas. But you can see a kind of catering to economic issues in rural areas.
All right, we've got some news that some results are coming in. It's been just 3+ hours since polling has closed. Glenda, what can you tell us?
Well, the Election Commission has confirmed that GPS candidate has won the seat of Igan Sarawak. Star says Ahmad Joni bin Zawawi has won 55.9% of the votes. Now, Star also says that the PH candidate, Hud Andri, he won only 4.1% of the votes. And this is actually quite consistent because back in the last GE15, which was in 2018, Ahmad Joni Zawari of GPS again, now he had won a significant amount there as well. Back then, he won 84% of the votes, and his opponent, Hud Andri, only won less. So we're looking at GPS now, which has 2 seats, as you can see, and remember the simple majority that they won is 112. Now, this is Sarawak that we're talking about, and Sarawak has 31 parliamentary seats. And we also know that Sabah and Sarawak has long been touted as the fixed deposits for Perikatan Nasional, the coalition, because it helped it retain power for decades. But that, we know, changed in the last election, and that was in 2018. Guys?
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Glenda. First points on the board for GPS there. We'll get back to Glenda as well when the results continue to come in. In the meantime, let's get on with the show. Thanks very much for that, Glenda. Lots more to come, and we're here with, for the long haul, let's get to our correspondents at the ballot stations as well. We've got Sir Hui with us in Subang Jaya in Selangor and Clara Lee in Johor. So let's start with you now. A few hours into counting the ballots, what can you tell us?
As you can see behind me, hundreds of yellow bags with votes from different polling stations. And we can see at the screen behind me as well, it was just set up, Wong Chen is ahead of his other candidates from PN and BN. Wong Chen is from Pakatan Harapan, and it looks like he's leading with 20,000 votes so far, and these other candidates are trailing with about 2,000 votes. So we are looking to and waiting for more results. They told me that they are looking for an 80,000 vote mark before he can call it a win, because there was about a 75% voter turnout, so that's about 160,000 voters in total. So they need to cross the 51% mark, and it looks like he's on the way to and on track for that. But whether he will win a landslide victory like the last time, he won 90,000 more votes in the landslide victory. So we will have to wait for those results. Selangor, a very exciting place. That's where Subang Jaya is. We're also waiting for the exciting results for Gombang, as well as Sungai Buloh, and as well as Kuala Selangor. So hang in there, we will be delivering you the results.
The counting in this general election continues. Thank you, Sir Hui. Let's head now to Clara Lee. She's in Johor, helping us keep tabs on the 26 federal seats in that bellwether state. Whatever happens in Johor, it could have a huge impact on the overall results of this election tonight. Clara, what is the state of the count over there?
Well, here in Ayah Hitam, we have Perikatan Nasional's incumbent, Dr. Wee Ka Siong, contesting in this very seat. Now, previously in the last general election, he actually won this seat with a razor-thin margin of 303. But as of now, he's actually gaining the lead at 10,000 votes with a 1,000 margin. But if he wants to continue winning, there are still ballots coming in. So we're looking at maybe half of the ballots available here. And in order to maintain that margin, he will need to keep that lead as big as possible. Of course, the results are still coming in. I'll keep you updated with that. And of course, during that previous general elections, he went up against Liu Chin-tong from Pakatan Harapan. This time, Liu Chin-tong has been contested at Iskandar Putri, where he seems to be doing well as well. Unofficial results claim that he's actually in the lead, and he looks good and well on his track to maybe possibly winning that seat. Now, of course, this all highlights that tussle between Barisan Nasional and opposition coalitions such as Pakatan Harapan. And as Dr. Serena, the guest, mentioned earlier, PM Ismail Sabri will have his work cut out for him as the leader and the face of BN this particular time. And Perikatan Nasional, one of the younger coalitions, his leader and chairperson Muhyiddin Yassin has made it clear that he'll be gunning for PM Ismail Sabri's job. The former Prime Minister served as Malaysia's 8th Prime Minister, and he's contesting in his seat Pago, where he looks set to win as well. He's defended that seat for 7 terms, and he's looking for one more, and he's hinted that this could be his last election before he retires from the political scene for good. So analysts say that he looks well on his way to winning that seat, but as for the performance of the entire coalition, it still remains to be seen. But overall, it's a very exciting fight that we're seeing unfold here in Johor, even though BN had already clinched a victory in the state polls earlier this year. The scores are still hard to tell, so we'll keep you updated as we see these results coming in.
Thanks very much for that, Clara Lee in Johor and Tan Se Hui in Subang Jaya, Selangor.
Well, still to come on Malaysia Votes 2022. Winning the Malay vote, considered key to winning power in the country, with the group accounting for more than 60% of the electorate. But experts say Malay votes might be split, given the number of coalitions trying to court them. You're watching CNA TV and our complete coverage of Malaysia's general election. The winner of the last election, Pakatan Harapan, it went into this poll as the opposition.
The loser, the Barisan Nasional coalition, ended up forming government. Now, covering Barisan Nasional is Mel Goh and Pakatan Harapan Afifah Arifin. Let's start with you, Mel, and tell us where you're at the headquarters in Kuala Lumpur. Unofficial counts have the opposition, Pakatan Harapan, stealing ahead in early counting.
Well, the mood is rather calm here at the Barisan Nasional, the oldest coalition headquarters here. Now, the Secretary General of the party, Ahmad Mazlan, has just stepped in earlier and he remains confident. He said it's still early and they won't jump to any conclusion right now. From sources of UMNO War Room upstairs, they're saying that they're still counting on at best 75 seats. But if they can attain 75 seats of the 220 odd up for grabs, they will be able to form a government without the help of Perikatan Nasional. Just with the friends and allies from Sabah, Sarawak alone is enough to form the government. But that target remains elusive, given the unofficial results are coming in, are showing that Pakatan Harapan, the opposition coalition, is leading by a mile, while PN and BN are said to be neck and neck. Now, so far from the Election Commission dashboard, there are only two confirmed results both from East Malaysian state of Sarawak. The GPS, the candidates in Muka and Igan have won the seats with overwhelming majority. Now, the daughter of former Chief Minister Tahir Mahmud has retained the seat with an overwhelming majority over there. Now, it's still early days because the results are coming in now. When we check with the caretaker Prime Minister, as well as the party president Ahmad Zahid Hamidi, they are said to be not here. Earlier, they attended prayers. According to the caretaker Prime Minister, he remains confident that a government will be formed and can be formed. But as to the outcome, whether they need to join a coalition to form a government, he remains optimistic. But it's just too early right now to call.
Certainly as the evening continues and the counting continues. Thanks, Mel Goh, there in KL. Let's go to Afifah Arifin now. She is in Subang Jaya. Afifah, as we mentioned, some of the early counting has Pakatan Harapan doing well. Are they feeling confident?
That's right. So the mood where I'm at the Pakatan Harapan base here in Subang Jaya in Selangor is relatively calm. You know, the coalition chief Anwar Ibrahim earlier said that they are cautiously optimistic. It's still quite early right now and we're not just the media that's gathered here, but some of the Pakatan Harapan leaders are set together. In fact, some of them are already here, including DAP's Secretary General Anthony Lok, as well as Mudas Syed Saddiq. We're still waiting for some of their arrival. You can see the media that's just gathered there with their cameras and their phones, waiting for the arrival of more of the Pakatan Harapan leaders. But let's look at some of the unofficial updates of some of Pakatan Harapan's hot seats, in particular the seat of Tambun in Perak, where the coalition's chief Anwar Ibrahim is contesting. And now, according to the unofficial updates by local media's Astro Awani, we're seeing that there's been a total of 5,600 votes that have been unofficially counted. But in the lead actually is Ahmad Faisal Azumu from Perikatan Nasional. He has about 53% of the votes as of now. He's followed by Barisan Nasional's Aminuddin Hanafia with about 26% of the vote. And Pakatan's Anwar Ibrahim is actually in third place with just 18% of the votes. But again, these votes, just to clarify, it is the unofficial updates. And as of now, we're seeing that the total votes counted stands at about 10 to 20%. So it's still quite early to tell who's truly leading or who's truly trailing. But the mood here, again, as I said, is relatively calm. We haven't heard anything from any of the Pakatan Harapan leaders just yet. We know that, they want to repeat that historic victory that they secured back in 2018. They've contested in more than 200 seats, almost all of the federal seats together with the allies. The counting is still ongoing, and the question tonight is whether they will be able to win enough seats to secure that simple majority.
Afifah, thank you for that update. Afifah Arifin there in Subang Jaya. Well, prior to the polling day, many had said that the fight for the Malay vote is crucial, as this group accounts for more than 60% of the electorate.
And there are now several coalitions with Malay-wide representation vying for the valuable vote bank. But could the number of coalitions going after this vote actually split it? Here again Here's Afifa Arifin.
Wan Mahani runs a small food stall at a night market in Lenggong, Perak. The 30-year-old is a second-time voter. She hasn't decided which candidate she will pick at the ballot box, but she says it will have to be a Malay, as the Malays make up the majority of residents in her area.
Kalau ikutkan saya lebih suka Melayu. Okey, sebab kita tahu kaum majoriti dalam satu tempat adalah Melayu. Kalau kita tengok pun contoh tempat-tempat yang majoriti dia adalah Chinese ataupun India, dia akan pilih dia punya ni lah.
It's a perennial question that frames every election here in Malaysia. Who will win the support of the Malays, who make up more than 2/3 of the total electorate? The fight for their votes has been intensified in this general elections, with the presence of multiple Malay-based parties entering the fray. In August, former Prime Minister Dr. Mahathir Mohamad announced the formation of Gerakan Tanah Air, a Malay-centric coalition that wants to champion the rights of the Malays. For the 97-year-old who is defending his Langkawi seat, identity politics still remains relevant.
The main adversary is UMNO. UMNO is a Malay party. If you have a multiracial party, it will never be able to beat UMNO. Most of them are still thinking about race. So we have to respond to the attitude of the people.
For the sake of Malay political power, will voters pick Perikatan Nasional, which they forsook in the last general elections in 2018? Will they now go with Perikatan Nasional, comprising Bersatu and Islamic Party PAS? Or would they give newcomers Gerakan Tanah Air a chance to uphold Malay rights? Understandably, all sides are concerned that the votes will be split.
Well, certainly the emergence of many new Malay parties certainly will fragmentize the Malay electorate further, and each of these parties are centered around very strong and long-standing personalities. Tan Sri Muhyiddin Yassin, Tun Dr. Mahathir, Datuk Sri Anwar Ibrahim, and other individuals that are coming into the field and offering themselves, and around them they're trying to form coalitions.
Nearly 60% of Parliament's 222 seats have Malay Muslims as their majority demographic. In the minds of Malay voters in rural heartlands is the issue of Malay supremacy, especially on privileges surrounding race, religion and royalty. Observers say the Malays will support candidates and parties who are seen as legitimate representatives of their community.
At the end of the day, the conservative Malays who make up the bulk of the electorate in Malaysia, their sort of automatic fallback party is still UMNO. If some of them, for whatever reason, dislike UMNO, then they might go to, for example, PAS. But I think one thing is for sure, they would not vote for Pakatan Harapan component parties, because I think the less than 2 years of Pakatan rule have demonstrated to the conservative Malays that some of their very much treasured positions and privileges, at least in their mind, were threatened.
With Malay votes split, observers believe that Chinese and Indian voters, who account for nearly 30%, can make a huge difference in the outcome of the election. Afifa Arifin, CNA, Kuala Lumpur.
Our colleague Alif Hamshah is covering Dr. Mahathir and his party. He joins us live from Putrajaya with the former Prime Minister's Gabungan Tanah Air coalition. Alif, Dr. Mahathir has pitched this coalition as a champion of Malay rights. So far, there isn't much movement in the vote count for them. Is there a feeling of unease there, perhaps?
Well, Steve, it looks like things aren't going very well for the Pejuang Party at the moment. I'm currently at the centre where the Pejuang candidates are expected to arrive later in the night. So far, none of the candidates are here yet. It's still quiet. Members of the media are still gathered at the entry, so it's still a quiet affair at the moment. But according to unofficial results, Pejuang Party, it's not looking good for them. In Langkawi seat, which is supposed to certainly a stronghold for Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, the former Prime Minister of Malaysia. Many political analysts say that he shouldn't have any problems to defend his seat. He's actually in fourth position in a five-cornered fight, and the only person below him is an independent candidate who has yet to garner any votes. And of course, I stress this is unofficial results, but at the moment, Dr. Mahathir Mohamad is not gaining any lead. He's in fourth position, so it doesn't really look good. And in fact, some of the political analysts that I spoke to say that Langkawi's seat could be the only seat that Pejuang Party could win this election. I also refer to unofficial results for Dr. Mahathir's son, Mukhris Mahathir, who is defending his seat in Jerlon. That as well, he's not looking good. He is in a last position. Of course, this is according to unofficial results. The night is still young, but it's unlikely that they could get a lead up in the night to come. But of course, the party candidates will be here. They're hoping that things could turn around for them later in the night.
Thanks very much for that, Alif. Alif Hamshah speaking to us there from Putrajaya as he's covering former Prime Minister Dr. Mahathir Mohamad's Gabungan Tanah Air coalition.
Well, let's go across now to Wei Su. She is standing by in Kuala Lumpur. Wei Su.
Thanks for that, Don. We're talking about the Malay vote, all right? Very roughly, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, if we look at a spectrum of parties and define them in terms of their compliance with Sharia law or the way they use Islam as a political platform, on one end, PAS, Bersatu, UMNO, Amanah, PKR. When we talk about splitting the Malay vote, how do we factor this spectrum into how the votes are split?
Asking me?
Either one.
Well, no. So basically, you also have to think in terms of how people basically come from different regions as well, and also in terms of whether they're urban or rural. So the fact of the matter is that many of the splinter parties, which are Malay-based parties, are indeed from UMNO. So UMNO has been the mother of all parties, as it were, United Malay National Organization, which has garnered the Malay votes. But now we see that splintering across, different terrains, as well as within the sort of center, that Malay heartland, you might say. Yeah.
So, I mean, entirely, and as an ignorant person asking you this, if you look at Bersatu or PKR or UMNO, the organization, the way management, organization, the way the parties are managed are very similar to UMNO because, as you say, they are splinters of UMNO. When I'm a voter and I need to choose between all these options, is there any real difference or just a perceived difference?
I just follow up a little bit on that. I would think that the very major difference has been PAS. So PAS has always taken a very strong political Islam line, and that, I think, comes true from the very beginning. They've always been. Of course, at one time, they were part of the Barisan National Coalition, but they broke away, and they've never gone back. And now they are, of course, they have been in partnership with other parties as well. But in terms of their political agenda, this has been very, very clear. So PAS is sort of the benchmark, you might say, for political Islam in Malaysia. And the other parties sort of, measure themselves against the kind of programs that PAS have.
So the way I look at Malay politics is slightly different. I think the way to understand Malay politics is that you need to understand that the Malay politics historically is run differently. Probably for the first part is more Malay nationalism, and that is tied in with this idea of Ketuanan Melayu, the idea that Malay must be politically supreme in this country. Then in the later stage, we have the rise of political Islam, where interestingly enough, all the major political parties started to believe that if we use Islam as the major political platform, we not only cement the Malay vote, but it will be harder for them to leak out to other areas because religion will become the cement that will hold everything together. So now we have the situation of Ketuanan Melayu Islam. So the way to understand the Malay vote is that increasingly it will be the debate will be shift from Malay nationalism to Ketuanan Melayu Islam, Malay Islamic nationalism or supremacy.
How different are the two, honestly?
They are very different. So as Johan was mentioning, PAS aim from day one is to create some sort of Islamic state in Malaysia. But the difference and the reason why there's lots of confusion is that the version of an Islamic state in Malaysia has ethnic character to it. And that is due to the fact that in Malaysia's constitution, if you are constitutionally defined as a Malay, you're also a Muslim. So there is ethnic character, whether they admit it or not, but because of the constitution, it has to be that way. So that is unique. So if you look at other parts of the world, like the Middle East, whatever it is, Islam doesn't have that sort of ethnic identity attached to it. So that's the reason why it's very unique in Malaysia. The other thing that's very unique in Malaysia is that the rise of political Islam in Malaysia is mostly led by young, educated Malay people. But PAS itself is locked up into the 4 Malay heartland states. They've not been able to break up politically in any significant way.
But the fact is, they're also very stable there. In fact, all the analysts, all the articles you read, they may say PN will get more, PH will get less. But in terms of Kedah, Terengganu and Kelantan, the general opinion is that PAS will retain 15 or 17 seats. No big loss, no big gain.
It's not only that they will retain the seats, they will actually increase the seat. And it is very likely that Perlis state will also fall to PAS. The thing to understand about
Perlis will fall to PAS.
Yes, state government will fall to PAS. The thing to remember about PAS is that PAS has never tried to walk the middle ground. Unlike all the other major coalitions, they try to walk the middle ground because they try to appeal to a wide range of voters. PAS has never bothered with that. So they only have one card to play, that is to push Malaysia towards Islamic state.
But it's a working strategy.
It is a working because of what I said earlier, because they tied the identity of Malaysian Islam to Malay identity.
But there is the plus and the minus for that. So if you do something like that, you stay on your religious grounds, you don't have the opportunity to have coalition partners. So UMNO's position has always been, from the days of the Tunku, to have coalition partners which are non-Muslim and non-Malay. So that has been a factor which has moderated the Islam, and that would definitely be true for PKR. PKR is actually a multiracial party. He has members, from other races. So the political parties that have to, which are Malay-based or have strong Malay leadership, who have to collaborate with non-Malays, will tend to moderate their political agenda.
For example, PKR, right, bringing in 8 non-Malays into their council. They then have to worry about, are we going to be losing the votes from Malay voters who think, are you going to be supporting Ketuanan Melayu? Are you going to be protecting our race?
Exactly.
Whereas PAS has no issues with it. We will protect and we stand by that. So there's no incentive.
But the problem is that PAS is not selling that idea. PAS is selling the idea that we want to create Islamic state. Islam is the way to the future, because the current existing system does not work for Malaysia.
So when voters vote for them, are they explicitly, specifically saying, that's what we want? Or is this whatever? If that comes along, that's fine, but
I think it's true for all voters. You don't vote on a single issue. There's a whole range of issues. But what we can say is that maybe the PAS supporters or voters are maybe religiously more conservative than, say, other voters.
So interestingly, one of you mentioned it was young urban voters.
Young urban, And also don't forget, PAS itself has got its own internal strives as well. So one of the things that happened most recently was the splinter out of PAS, which was Amanah. Amanah is now a coalition partner. The moderates of the PAS party moved out, and they're now a coalition partner of the PH. So you maybe that sort of supports James' point, that is that PAS has now pushed the line beyond just the Malay vote to Ketuanan Islam, as it were, not Ketuanan Melayu, but Ketuanan Islam, because they don't have the moderates anymore within their own structure.
But as far as Ketuanan Melayu goes, UMNO, that's in their party constitution as well.
No, that's the party's DNA. That's the reason why they exist.
Okay.
But I think the other important thing I want to mention is that all this narrative about Ketuanan Melayu Islam, all these things, right? They play on the fears of the Malay community. I think that's a very important push in terms of the ground.
Fear of what?
No, the narrative is that, we have to maintain Malay supremacy, Islamic supremacy, and therefore you have to vote for us. But
fear of what? What are
fear of non-Malays.
Yeah.
But my point is that this is a false narrative, because if you look at all the key institutions of state, population, demographic changes, everything, right? The Malays are absolutely in a majority and they cannot be threatened by the non-Malays. But yet the Malay community, because of the mobilization, political process, election campaign, everything, right? This fear is real in the Malay community.
Again, correct my ignorance here, because this is general knowledge here. Essentially, so new economic policy in the 1970s granted a range of privileges just if you are born Malay. Is the fear that something, say if you're born in 1971, you've had this all your life, whether it's right or wrong is beside the point, but anyone is not going to be happy if you say, well, now you have to face exactly the same challenges as anyone else. Very quickly answer, then we have to go back to studio.
So, my point of view is that it is not possible to remove the affirmative action because it is part of the package of being the politically supreme community in Malaysia.
All right, we have to continue the discussion later, but for now, back to you in Singapore.
Well, we have results coming out of Sarawak right now. GPS dominating, having claimed 4 seats in Parliament. Lawas has been won by Henry Sam Agong, and he is the Deputy Minister of Transport from the Sarawak Party combination. Now, the total votes that he has garnered is 11,361. He has defeated Barun Bian from the United Sarawak Party, and he has won 5,684 seats. Dawn.
Thanks, Kenda. Well, more than 35,000 postal votes from 25 countries across the world have been brought back to Malaysia in time for this election. The votes were brought in by the Vote Malaysia initiative. That's a non-partisan youth-led coalition from across the world. The ballot papers were brought in from the United Kingdom, Singapore, Japan, Australia and India. 216 of the total 222 polling centres received the postal votes from abroad. The group also said it successfully increased the number of overseas registrations by more than 600%.
So to come on Malaysia Votes 2022, how these things have really changed the game for elections around the world, including Malaysia. It's the new front that has opened in the battle for votes in this election in cyberspace, TikTok and other platforms. Now essential ways to reach out to voters, especially younger Malaysians.
While you watch our Malaysia election coverage on CNA TV, also keep tabs on the CNA app and the website at cna.asia. I'm David Bottomley, Deputy Chief Editor at CNA Digital, and we'll be bringing you a full picture of what's happening with our live blog, with analysis and reaction from our teams on the ground.
I'm Haziq, and I've been in Bera, Pahang, where caretaker Prime Minister Ismail Sabri Yaakob has campaigned hard to defend his seat and hopefully emerge as Malaysia's next premier. But he's had to fight off widespread claims that his own party president is aiming for the top post. I'll be at the Perikatan Nasional headquarters with the latest.
I'm Pitida Promchertu, and I've been in Perak, where issues like the cost of living and racial sentiments have been in the spotlight. On Saturday evening, I'm going to be at Pakatan Harapan's headquarters to get reaction to this hotly contested election.
I'm Amir Yusof, and I'll be in Northern Johor this Saturday evening. I'll be keeping tabs on the 26 federal seats in the bellwether state. Whatever happens in Johor could have a huge impact on the overall results of the election.
I'm Rashwinjit Singh Bedi, and I will be in Kuala Lumpur on Saturday. I will be monitoring the results of all federal parliamentary seats, particularly those of the new kids on the block, Perikatan Nasional. I will be monitoring their results live from their viewing party on Saturday night.
So make sure you follow CNA Digital's live blog for complete coverage of Malaysia's general election.
Thanks for staying with us. You're watching Malaysia Votes 2022 live here on CNA.
We're awaiting results from this crucial national poll, with voters in the states of Perlis, Perak and Pahang also deciding on the makeups of their state legislatures.
It was a 14-day campaign with candidates and coalitions fanning out across the country, but they also fought for votes online.
Well, that's right. Social media has played a big role. With nearly 6 million new voters this year, politicians are taking to the online space to woo young Malaysians. CNA's Tan Hui files this report.
See, your voice is gold and power. So one day of voting will determine the future of a country for the next 5 years.
That video alone has amassed some 400,000 views on politician Syed Saddiq's TikTok page, and that's the kind of reach he's hoping to get this general election.
The fact that for the very first time, about 40% of voters were on the fence is the largest ever in any election. I think now they want to see a more positive campaign. So really it's about adapting policies and explaining in a very fun way. It's about edutainment, education with entertainment combined.
With more than 800,000 followers on his page, the incumbent Muar seat is proficient in using social media tools for campaigning purposes. But he's gained some serious competition on TikTok.
Dalam negara kita hanya orang politik saja yang boleh berpolitik.
I think perhaps this is the first time we're seeing a short video platform being used extensively in the campaign. In the past, perhaps politicians were forced to upload longer videos on the more traditional platforms. So short videos probably attract younger voters.
There's a 30% increase in new voters after the voting age lowered to 18, and these videos help to simplify messages for first-time voters. One Perikatan Nasional candidate is hoping to leverage all of his 125,000 followers on Facebook. That's especially since he's competing in a seat that's a Pakatan Harapan stronghold.
And I always say to our people that this is the new battleground because like in Shah Alam, for example, this constitution has about 165,000 voters. You can't do physical campaigning to reach out to 165,000 voters, so you have to use social media. So I suppose there's no guarantee that those postings are going to translate into votes, but we have to try.
Analysts warn that more views may not necessarily equate to more votes, as speeches that candidates make to supporters won't win any more votes. Other important segments of the population may also be left out of the digital game.
Well, I guess it depends on their target voters, right? I guess for parties that solely operate or relying on older rural voters, online presence doesn't really matter.
It's difficult to spot young faces at physical rallies like this, or charamas as they call them. But politicians say such charamas still play an important role so that voters can recognize them when they hit the ground running. Yet, physical and online worlds need not stay mutually exclusive with the use of live streaming at such rallies. Tan Hui, CNA, Kuala Lumpur.
And we're getting more results coming out from Sarawak. We're looking at Betong, where a winner has been declared. Dr. Richard Rapu from Sarawak Party Combination, and he's won with a total votes of 16,479. He has defeated Hasbi bin Sata Bebas, and Hasbi bin Sata Bebas has won with 5,057. So looking at the board right now, GPS is doing quite well with 5 seats. Now we have Perikatan Nasional there with 1 seat. We will get you those numbers when it comes out. Coming up, we're awaiting more results. We track Malaysia's 15th general election, and we'll be back with the latest from our correspondents, plus your top Singapore news. Stay with us here. Welcome back to our special coverage of Malaysia Votes 2022, and we are keeping track of the major races in the road to Perikatan Jaya. And as you can see, GPS running away with it in Sarawak, while Perikatan Nasional and Perikatan Nasional have their first wins. But still, a long road ahead with a magic number for the simple majority in Parliament, 112 of the 222 seats up for grabs. And we also have the latest Singapore stories. We'll get to those in just a bit. But first, the latest on the ground in Malaysia. And joining us next is Mel Goh, and she's at UMNO headquarters in Kuala Lumpur. Mel, Perikatan Nasional appears to have their first seat. What was the response to that? I mean, looking forward to more, obviously.
Well, so far, the official results coming in hot from East Malaysia or Sarawak. Now, here at Perikatan Nasional, the oldest coalition headquarters, the mood is rather calm. Now, the bigwigs, the top 5 leaders of the ruling party, UMNO, are huddled up right now upstairs in the war room dissecting the numbers. Now, according to some of the sources I spoke to earlier, now they said that they are still confident the target of 75 seats achievable. Now, if you can do that tonight, they can form the government, they said, just with the help of their allies, the traditional friends from East Malaysia state of Sabah and Sarawak alone, without needing the help from Perikatan Nasional, led by former Prime Minister Muhyiddin Yassin or the Islamic Party, PAS. But that target remains elusive, especially from the unofficial results that we are seeing. Pakatan Harapan, the opposition coalition led by Anwar Ibrahim, is leading by a mile, while PN and BN is said to be neck and neck. But until there's official confirmation coming on, all these are just numbers that we are looking at now from caretaker Prime Minister Ismail Sabri. Now, he was here, they just had their prayers, and now they are back upstairs. Now, according to him, when we spoke with him last night, he believes that they can form a government, cobble up a coalition. They can trust and rely on their friends from Sabah and Sarawak. Now, it has to be a joint consensus decision whether to work with Perikatan Nasional. The top 5 will have to decide tonight.
All right, thanks very much for getting us up to speed with that. Mel Goh speaking to us from KL. Let's get across to Afifa Arifin, who's in Subang Jaya, Selangor. Afifa, nothing concrete on the board just yet, but as you mentioned, some of the early counting has Pakatan doing pretty well. Are they concerned that they're not perhaps doing quite so well in Sarawak so far?
That's right, Steve. Well, no official results for the Pakatan Harapan coalition just yet, but we have seen unofficial tallies streaming in. The mood here is relatively calm, quite cautiously optimistic. A lot of the Pakatan Harapan leaders will be gathering here tonight. There are a couple of them in the war room, the Pakatan Harapan war room on my right, including DAP Secretary General Anthony Lok, as well as Mudas Syed Saddiq. And looking at the unofficial counts that we've been closely following this evening, we're looking at a couple of the hot seats for Pakatan Harapan, and of course the biggest seat that we all are watching tonight is the Tambun seat in Perak, and that is where the coalition's chairman Anwar Ibrahim is contesting in. According to local media's Astro Awani's unofficial count, as of 10 p.m. Right now, the Anwar Ibrahim from Pakatan Harapan is currently in the lead with about 38% of the votes. He is very closely trailed by Perikatan Nasional's Ahmad Faisal Zumu with 37% of the votes. The total votes count in that area is about 21,000 votes out of a total of 160,000 voters in that constituency. Of course, it's a neck and neck between these two giants. We know that throughout the campaign trail, both of them were very big names in that area. Ahmad Faisal Azumu is the incumbent and a former Menteri Besar in Perak, but Anwar Ibrahim is Pakatan Harapan's choice for Prime Minister candidate if they do win. So the focus for them, having contested in almost all of the 200 over federal seats here, they really want to win big and repeat that historic victory back in 2018. Another key seat that we are also looking at for Pakatan Harapan is the seat of Gombak. We're just receiving a couple of more unofficial updates from Astro Awani, and it does seem that Pakatan Harapan's candidate Amiruddin Shari, who is the Menteri Besar Chief Minister for the state of Selangor, is in the lead with about 47% of the votes. He is up against someone who was a former ally, a strongman, a party heavyweight, in fact, for PKR, former Deputy President Azmin Ali, who is now with the Perikatan Nasional coalition. He was one of the defectors from PKR as well as Bersatu. All of them, the 11 PKR members as well as the Bersatu party, left the Pakatan Harapan coalition as part of that Sheraton move back in 2020. They are now with Perikatan Nasional. It's a tough fight there. Azmin Ali is trailing with 32% of the votes out of a total 70,000 over votes counted so far. That's another hot seat that we're watching. Of course, all of these numbers that I'm saying right now are unofficial tally from Astro Awani. There are going to be a lot more unofficial results trailing in. They will be up on that screen behind me. We will bring you all the updates as soon as we have them. But for now, things are calm here. In fact, it's looking quite optimistic for the Pakatan Harapan side, but we'll only find out when the Election Commission confirms it.
It's still very early in the evening for this election, Afifah, but thank you for that. Anwar Ibrahim probably enjoying that unofficial lead for the Tambun seat there. But for now, let's go over to Saiful Bahri Ismail. He's at the Glenmarie Hotel and Golf Resort. That's in Shah Alam. He's there with the watching party for the Perikatan Nasional coalition next. Saiful, finally something on the board for PN. Was this expected, and what's been their response to it?
Well, Dawn, chairman of the Perikatan Nasional, Muhyiddin Yassin, is at this venue. He has arrived at this venue to follow the results of the election with other Perikatan Nasional leaders. At this point in time, unofficial result has said that Muhyiddin is currently leading at the Pago parliamentary seat. He has obtained about 20,000 of the votes. That's about 47%, leading with these other challenges. Muhyiddin, of course, won the Pago parliamentary seat in 1978, and since then the seat has been a relatively safe stronghold for him. Muhyiddin has served 8 terms there, with a 2-term break from 1986 to 1995 when he was a Johor Menteri Besar. More than 30% of the voters in Pago are non-Malays, and this had been a major contributor to perhaps Muhyiddin's chances in 2018. Now, this is something the Bersatu president is aware of and that he has been able to maintain. Now, Muhyiddin comfortably won the Pago seat in the last election with 55% of the total votes, but this was lower than the 66% he garnered in 2013. Now, the former Prime Minister Muhyiddin Yassin's reputation has taken a knock since he initiated Bersatu's exodus from the Pakatan Harapan government in 2020, triggering its collapse. But Muhyiddin's Bersatu followers appeared to have mostly stayed intact after the Sheraton move.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Saiful Bahri Ismail there. We're going to cross over now to Elizabeth Nyo for the latest coming out of Singapore. Liz.
Thanks, Steve. Well, here's a look at Singapore news this evening. Singapore Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong says updated and transparent rules on trade are needed as countries increasingly look after their own interests. Well, on the last day of the 2-day APEC Economic Leaders meeting, he notes it's possible for Asia-Pacific economies to work together towards free trade ideals, even if free trade within the whole zone remains a long way off. Mei Wong reports from Bangkok.
The APEC Forum was formed 33 years ago with the focus on deepening economic cooperation amid lower international trade barriers and increased globalization. But with the current geopolitical tensions, Prime Minister Lee has expressed concerns over how all the achievements over 3 decades may come undone.
Internationally, we have to work together with other countries. Despite the tensions, despite disagreements, and make common cause. Even when we can't agree on everything, can we agree on some things and work together?
The Ukraine war poses a major threat to world order. US-China tensions have also caused a ripple effect to the rest of the world. But the meeting between US President Joe Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping on the sidelines of the G20 summit in Bali was certainly welcomed.
I don't think the temperatures have cooled. I think that meeting between Xi and Biden is a positive development. It's a long journey to go beyond that to work on the problems and to turn things around. But at least both countries have acknowledged that they want to try and stabilize a relationship and they do not want to collide with one another. That is positive.
Aside from geopolitical tensions, other troubling trends like technological dominance and less focus on fair competition have hindered APEC from advancing. That's why Mr. Lee emphasized it's important to push ahead with trade and investment liberalization and facilitation. The 21 APEC economies, including the US, China and Japan, he suggested should collaborate to find new forms of trade for a win-win cooperation. These include cultivating new sectors like green economy and digital economy. While doing so, Mr. Lee also reminded APEC leaders that a strong rules-based trading system will provide a form of order in a much more complicated world where free trade today is under stress.
It doesn't mean we don't need rules, because in this situation, if I do what I want, and people talk about unfair, non-market distortions and subsidies, what is a fair market non-distortion subsidy? And if I don't have some basis for that, what I do is fair, what you do is unfair. And if we pursue that, it's not just between opponents where you're going to have a problem. Even between friendly countries, we have to have quite hard discussions. We need new rules. We need to update the existing rules. But until we agree on the updates and the new rules, we have to abide by the existing rules. Otherwise, it's the law of the jungle.
That, Prime Minister Lee warned, would then further diminish trust, undermine security and impoverish all the economies.
Mr. Lee believes there should be no let-up in expanding free and open trade and investment as the way forward. That will help to enhance prosperity and security in a troubled world. And economies, he said, should make use of APEC as one of the key platforms where leaders can hold discussions and maintain engagement while working to sort out problems. May Wong, CNA, Bangkok.
A new toolkit has been launched by Singapore's National Youth Council to help youths navigate sensitive topics related to race and religion. Also in the works, similar toolkits on local, foreign and intergenerational issues. Some 60 youths were the first to try out the new toolkit, which comprises a set of prompt cards to guide discussions on topics such as casual racism and workplace discrimination. There are also suggestions on engaging in conversation with those from a different culture.
Using the toolkit was beneficial because we all get to talk about a difficult and honest conversation, but in a lighter tone, which brings out the deeper meanings and our resentments, how we feel about certain things. Usual conversation on a normal basis, we can't go as deep because the tone will be serious. But with card games, people will be more lighter to play games, and then when you can go in more depth.
The toolkit will be distributed to youths through self-help groups and student networks. Senior Minister of State for Communications and Information, Jania Puducherry, says while talking about race and religion might be difficult for some, constructive dialogue will help everyone move forward together.
You can criminalize racist behavior. You can criminalize any type of behavior, but it doesn't necessarily get the outcome that you want. We cannot legislate empathy, mutual respect, and trust. These are things that we have to develop as personal behaviors and spread from person to person as role models, as teachers, as facilitators, as friends, as peers, and hope that that good sense then permeates and pervades our societies. It's our individual and community efforts that will uphold these strong bonds with each other.
A work in progress on managing neighbourhood noise in Singapore. The Community Advisory Panel is recommending extending the period of quiet hours by 1.5 hours to start earlier at 10 p.m. and end later at 8 a.m. and also giving enforcement powers a designated agency. Well, the panel was set up earlier this year to address concerns over neighbourhood noise and to establish community norms.
We want the norms to reflect a shared understanding of how we as residents in the community should behave and provide a reference point for the community when we try to resolve noise-related problems.
The 9-member committee comprising citizen volunteers calls for mandatory mediation between neighbours, urging residents to resolve disputes informally first before turning to the authorities. It also recommends a maximum noise threshold in the form of a decibel limit, as the current permitted range applies more to industrial noise than residential. The committee had consulted close to 4,500 members of the public, but some who attended the closing dialogue questioned the method and cost of measuring noise and lobbied for better soundproofing of public flats. Addressing these concerns, Senior Minister of State for National Development Sim Ann says the government aims to present its solutions in the first half of next year.
I know that you are keen to hear policy. You would like to know what government is going to do. But it is precisely because we are keen to make a change, then we have to actually plan out the steps. And without the norms that the Community Advisory Panel has now articulated and put forth, and without that process where we allow this to go out into the public, it would be hard for more steps to happen.
The police are working with the Orchard Road Business Association to put in more crowd control measures during the year-end festive period. These will include the deployment of police officers, barricades and notices alerting the public when certain areas are cordoned off to prevent overcrowding. In the past, Christmas displays, pop-up booths and large crowds had narrowed footpaths and hindered the flow of people. It's at the Halloween crowd crush in South Korea last month, where close to 160 people died, is a reminder that public safety cannot be taken for granted. Police have also recommended to the National Arts Council to restrict busking activities along the shopping street due to overcrowding concerns. Now, authorities will be engaging buskers on the performance restrictions affecting 8 spots along Orchard Road. The restrictions, due to roll out in Singapore's prime shopping belt next month, had left the community seeing red. Sherry Locke has more.
It was supposed to feel a lot like Christmas along Orchard Road.
Jingle bell, jingle all the way.
For visitors who haven't had the full experience since COVID-19 struck, and for buskers hoping for a lucrative payday. But now, performers won't be able to work at a popular stretch between Ion Orchard and 313 Somerset from 7 to 10 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays in December. It's a blow for full-time buskers like Patrick Wan, who's only recently entered the scene.
I heard from the pioneer buskers, Christmas is the best time. Normally they busk for 1 month and then they can last them for the next 3 months.
Buskers say they were blindsided by the move.
We always try to go to the stakeholders, talk to them, go to the security guard, asking them if there's any issues, making friends with the ice cream uncle, asking him like if we are okay with performing there. We always try to work with one another, but like it feels like when it comes to them making a decision, we are never ever like approached to ask for our opinion.
The situations also increased resentment towards the National Arts Council's busking portal, which was introduced earlier this year. The portal enables the NAC to regulate who busks where by opening up or blocking location and timing options. But it won't be an entirely silent night this Christmas.
There'll still be live music here this December on Friday, Saturday and Sunday evenings as part of the Great Christmas Village. That's organised by the Orchard Road Business Association, but they say they've reached out to the Buskers Association to find suitable performers.
The Buskers Association says it's not enough.
For buskers, a lot of us, there's so many of us, so only some of us would be able to perform on the stage. So what about the rest? Some of them, like me, most of the time the events company will be like, okay, we really can't afford this much, so we can't hire you.
The NAC says it will respond to feedback it's received. It will also enhance the busking portal to better meet the needs of users. In the meantime, they encourage buskers to bring cheer to crowds at other popular locations this festive season.
Singapore's Education Ministry is working closer with the industry to prepare students for the workforce. It will involve not only those in the institutes of higher learning, but also students in primary and secondary schools. Education Minister Chan Chun Sing spoke about the initiative at a Forward SG engagement session today. It will see the Singapore Business Federation, Singapore Human Resource Institute and the Singapore National Employers Federation creating partnerships between industry and schools going beyond internships.
It is very true that the world is experiencing more rapid changes. The industrial cycles are much more volatile and the speed of change has actually accelerated. So what we are trying to do with this school industry partnership is to make sure that we shorten that cycle from frontier industry knowledge and practices and bring them into our schools so that the students know what's relevant for them in a timely manner as they prepare their choices for their future careers.
Tender scoring criteria for heartland shops are to be adjusted from the first half of next year to enhance their vibrancy and competitiveness. The scoring updates will also be applied to more shop types, including sites with higher heritage value. This comes after a study found that residents want a better curation of shops to meet their needs.
Creating a new mixture of shops that can be tailored to the changing needs of the local community. Announced at the Heartlands Festival, HDB will be widely adopting a point-based method for tenders of heartland shops, focusing more on the quality of proposals.
They wanted to also see how the trade mix could be curated. And I think the way they are doing so, one of them is through this PQM. I think moving forward, be placing slightly more emphasis on quality over the price tender. So it doesn't mean that if you are able to bid for high prices, you will get it.
The adjusted tender scoring method, or PQM, will also apply to shops which are returned to HDB at the expiry of their 30-year leases. They will be re-tendered on a tenancy term of 3 years.
We see huge changes to the retail scene just over the 2.5 years of the pandemic. So letting out shops on a 3-year tenancy on a renewal basis allows us more opportunities to review and see if the trade mix continues to be relevant and serves the needs of local residents.
One business owner feels that a good trade mix is important to the heartlands, but a longer tenancy is needed.
Important is securing the tenants in the sense that they do not have to every 3 years source for a new outlet. They do not have to be overly worried about whether they're going to get themselves renewed or not. So to me, having a longer term of tenancy, it actually builds confidence.
HDB will be engaging the shop owners at least 1 year ahead of the lease expiry to facilitate a smooth transition.
19 people have been recognized for their work in reaching out to others in sport. Their efforts have touched at-risk youths, isolated seniors and persons with disabilities. They received the Sports Cares Award from President Halimah Yacob and Community Culture and Youth Minister Edwin Tong. Sports Cares, the philanthropic arm of Sports Singapore, had reached out to more than 40,000 beneficiaries across its programs in the past decade. A book was launched to commemorate its 10th anniversary. It's a resource guide for organizations, corporations and schools that wish to leverage sport for social good. Well, the East Coast neighbourhood in Singapore will have a one-stop green hub next year. Deputy Prime Minister Heng Swee Keat says the new Green Space Plus will allow residents and businesses to contribute to the ward's sustainability agenda. They were speaking at the East Coast Green Festival.
Green Space Plus will be an urban living lab where companies, startups, schools and community volunteers can collaborate, develop and test solutions that can move us towards a net zero town. We learn by doing and can scale successful projects to the wider East Coast community and other towns.
Green Space Plus will open progressively from April with the aim of becoming a net zero carbon building by 2026. It will be a space for East Coast residents to meet and bond over green activities and programs such as upcycling projects and environmental data hackathons, linking youths with industry experts.
Students can come by to learn about sustainability practices and volunteer in projects. Residents can come by to grow in the community gardens, and the fruits and vegetables can be donated back to the needy families in our community. Enterprises can come here to innovate, experiment, and try out different sustainability practices.
That's the latest from Singapore. Over to you, Glenda.
All right, thanks, Liz, for that. Now, here's a look at the current state of play with results flooding in from Sarawak, while the Perikatan Nasional has 4 seats and Pakatan Harapan on 3 and Perikatan Nasional on 2. Now, the latest from Johor, though, a blow to the Pakatan Harapan with former Education Minister Dr. Mazli Malik, with a total vote of 16,491, defeated by Hasni bin Mohamad from BN with 18,312 votes.
Still to come on Malaysia Votes 2022, winning the Malay vote, considered key to winning power in the country, with the group accounting for more than 60% of the electorate. But experts say Malay votes might be split given the number of coalitions trying to court those votes.
feel good. Hope it will be a good future for us. Quite a long queue for that. I'm scared if later on there will be more people, more crowded.
Actually, I'm very excited because this is my first time 25 we're voting for PRU. This time we must to choose leader for our countries, to my future, for maybe later for our future later.
We got to continue to change the government and bring up the country. I mean, that is the hope that one day we might come back to retire here. And you look at the mess that we have today.
Voices there of some of the young voters in Malaysia, the big new force in the country's politics.
Well, Malaysia's 15th general election saw 18 to 20-year-olds casting ballots for the first time. The minimum voting age was lowered from 21. That was following a constitutional amendment that came into effect just last year.
CNA's Pamela Lim spoke to some of these first-time voters earlier on their expectations and the future they envision for themselves.
Self-taught barber Muhammad Hazim developed a passion for hairstyling when he was only 15. In his free time, he watched YouTube videos to learn more about the trade, and then turned to his friends for support.
First saya potong rambut kawan lah. Dia macam dia nak support saya lah. Saya pun try lah potong ada. Tapi dia cakap, tak apa kalau buruk pun botak je lah. Tu starting saya lah. Lepas tu saya potong, okey lah. Dia cakap okey, not bad semua. Lepas tu saya start potong rambut yang kawan-kawan lain, jiran.
The 20-year-old has big dreams. He hopes to set up a school for aspiring barbers, something he did not have access to when he was starting out. But to further refine his skills, he will have to leave the country.
Saya akan tunjuk kat semula yang barber ni boleh pergi jauh untuk masa depan saya kan. Belajar lagi skill, pergi luar negara, saya akan macam belajar dekat luar lagi.
Like Hazim, many Malaysians are in search of better opportunities abroad. Lack of jobs and appreciation for young talents are among the push factors resulting in a brain drain.
A lot of young people today are either unemployed or underemployed, or have jobs that, especially if you live in the city, are not enough for you to live on. So I think young people are looking for that security and that stability. So that's the problem. And I think political parties have a lot to answer to on how to attract young people.
But few have the means to see greener pastures abroad. These students in local universities are not giving up just yet. They are determined to fight for a better future and have their say through the ballot box.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited for a lot of young people who can vote for the first time. I prefer the politicians to, give equal opportunities to everyone, regardless of your race or where you're coming from.
Rising cost of living is also a concern, and they want elected representatives to walk the talk.
I would like to see them, actually go down without any cameras or security officers, go down to the ground, live the lives of everyday working Malaysians and see, okay, how can we make this better?
Everything kind of ties back to the values of the individual. Say, for example, that they want to end poverty. Do they actually believe that people have equal access to healthcare?
As political parties race to secure the votes of young Malaysians, it is more than just winning an election. It's a long-term responsibility to continue empowering these youths to carry the torch for the future of Malaysia.
And to carry on the conversation, let's get back to Wei Su and her guests in Kuala Lumpur. Wei Su.
Oh, thanks, Steve. Right. The youth vote, quote a recent, in fact, the gentleman was on here yesterday evening, James Chai from IC's Youth of Ishak Institute. Now, his recent study says, and I quote him, all things considered, young voters remain a toss-up in these elections. So essentially, we found out that we don't know anything, or we don't know enough to say anything about how we're trying to woo the youth vote. Prof. Chin.
So I think the reason why people said that they don't know anything is because this is the first time they're voting. The only data set we have was for the Johor election held earlier this year. And over there, what was interesting was that despite all the attempts by all the different political parties to ask them to come out to vote, only about 50% of them came out to vote. But internationally, if you were to do a benchmark of youth voters, say with countries fairly similar to Malaysia, you'll find that their turnout is always lower than the overall turnout. So I don't expect these elections to be very different. I've spoken to some of the political parties here about reaching out to the youth vote. They all worry about it because, supposedly under the automatic registration and Undi 18 voters, there will be a large chunk of them. But it seems that if we look at the figures coming out right now, preliminary figures, they haven't come out in big numbers. But it was widely accepted in the political circles here that they will not make an impact in urban areas. Where the youth vote will make a big impact will be in the rural areas.
Why this difference? Sorry, Dr. John, but very quickly, why this difference in urban and rural as far as the youth vote goes?
Right, because in the urban areas, the seats are much smaller. So if there's a large chunk of youth vote going there, they can overturn the results. In the urban areas, the seats are bigger, and also in the urban areas, especially Chinese majority seats, the majorities are much, much larger. So even if you get the youth vote in, they can only add on to the majority. They can't overturn the majority.
Yeah, I think apart from what James Chai has done, which is very, very commendable, his look at, he says the youth are polarized, just like everybody else. So I think that that's a very interesting insight. And there are actually studies like Merdeka Center who have done this kind of surveys to show that the youth vote actually not just polarized, but it's also very different depending on if you're looking at Malays, you're looking at Chinese, and so on. So there is the ethnic dimension to it as well. So that's another factor. I myself I've looked at the youth vote. This is the earlier youth in different elections. When we look at the larger salorans, the number one saloran where you go to vote, your polling station. You go to your polling station and you go to a particular room, and they name it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the ones that are further down the line are the younger voters. And we found in some studies that there's no real difference in the way they actually cast their votes for political parties.
And no difference as in compared to an old person like me?
Compared to the results. I mean, you're looking at the results for a particular, particular constituency. The youth vote more or less falls in line with the vast majority of votes.
Right.
Yeah, so that's another finding. Yeah.
Okay, we can say we haven't got studies on how youth vote, but we know youths, in principle we should, and how they are presumably is part of how they vote. Surely we should know how young people are.
Yeah, I just want to add on to what Johan is saying. One of the explanations for his findings is that, especially in rural areas, the conventional wisdom is that the young people follow what their parents vote.
That's possible.
So that is one of the explanations. But in this election, the big difference I find is that compared to 2018, right? 2018, you can hardly find any TikTok videos, political videos, specially made to attract the youth vote. In this election, right, all the political parties, because they've run out of ideas, they all decided to go TikTok. So, for example, even the older candidates who don't understand TikTok at all will get professional people to build TikTok videos for them. A perfect example is the independent candidate Taufik.
Taufik does that.
So he's got lots of TikTok videos, even though I can tell you for a fact that he doesn't know how TikTok works. Now, the reason why all this TikTok is coming into Malaysia is because earlier this year in May, in the Filipino presidential election, they found that the social media really played a key role, and TikTok played a really key role in social media. So there was a group of people here who thought that, yes, we can use a Filipino example and maybe import some of the techniques they use for the TikTok videos.
So based on, say, anecdotal or studies that both of you might have looked at, even very basic studies, things like TikTok, they make a real difference? Are they going to be getting a young person out and voting?
Well, social media. So social media has become almost like a necessity now for elections or for any of these sorts of things. And in fact, people found that WhatsApp is actually possibly even more important than TikTok. What apps group, WhatsApp groups actually are quite important. So again, back to the youth thing, whether this is a factor that will affect this election, I think is up in the air. We don't quite know. But we do have a Muda party, which is a party which is directly, with members who are youth,
but I find
and who have contestants who are youth.
But it strikes me as odd and rather manufactured to say, well, let's chuck a young person there, and then another young person will vote for him. Whoever made that particular correlation?
No, that's because the political parties that look at the figures, a jump from 14 to 21 million, they all panic. So that's the reason why they introduce a lot of young people in this election.
So very quickly, you first, and then you. what you've seen so far works, doesn't work?
Look, the majority of all the outreach programs that the political parties put together before this election to get the youth vote out, it depends on the final figure. But right now, all the reporting is that the numbers for the youth vote has not reached, or overtaken the general turnout. So I don't think it's been successful. I don't think it's a failure either. I think what happened is that, as we go on, more and more youth will be, getting themselves into the political process. This is very much the very first time. So it's just like learning to ride a bicycle. In the next election, you will know exactly what to do. But that said, the very fact that we are now very, very we're using social media a lot, is, I think, indicative of the fact that we are concerned about the things that youth think about.
Actually,
can I just slightly disagree with Johan, because my position is that social media, affects the so-called non-youth vote as much as it does the youth vote. Because even among the older people, what is interesting... But you just said Taufik doesn't know how to use TikTok. No, I said he doesn't understand TikTok. You understand? But he still manufactures TikTok videos to reach out to the young people.
He doesn't manufacture. I bet he outsources.
Yeah, that's right. Somebody else does it on his behalf.
My point is that it is an important factor in the elections, and that factor is due to the fact that youth are now important in elections, whether you like it or not.
No, I'm not disputing that, but I'm saying in terms of social media, it goes beyond the youth thing. The wider general population, you still need social media. Is increasingly becoming influential, not only among the youth, but the wider population. So in the urban area where there's a large number of voters, social media is the most important.
I'm going to have to end this by saying this: the change to the constitution meant that 1.4 million young people aged 18 to 20 entering the electorate, but you also had 4.87 who refused to vote. And how do you appeal to this lot to get to vote? We'll get back to that in a moment. But for now, back to you in Singapore.
All right, thanks for that, Wei-Si. Now in Sabah, let's look at the numbers that are coming out. Penampang won by Ewok Benedict, and he's from Pakatan Harapan, and he defeated Daryl Leaking from Sabah Heritage Party. This is actually a straight four-corner fight, as you can see there. And what's interesting is that Daryl Leaking actually held this post back in the last election. He won by 75%, and today we see Ewan Benedict defeating him by 37.6% there with about 29,066 votes. Well, let's take a look at the overall race to Putrajaya now. GPS running away with it in Sarawak. Now, meanwhile, the Pakatan Harapan has the edge with 8, Barisan Nasional on 6, and Perikatan Nasional on 3.
Thanks, Glenda, for that. We'll come back to you as the results continue to come in. Now, one thing we know for sure, as we've been speaking throughout the night with all of our guests, is that the Malay vote is a crucial one, as this group accounts for more than 60% of the electorate.
Several coalitions with Malay-wide representation were vying for the valuable vote bank during campaigning, but experts have raised the possibility of a split.
Let's talk about this with our correspondents first. Afifa Arifin live in Subang Jaya, Selangor, and Alif Amshad live in Putrajaya. Afifa, we'll come to you first, and Pakatan Harapan and Anwar Ibrahim in particular saying race-based politics is more of a tactic and really just divides the country.
That's right. So the coalition, Pakatan Harapan, is known to be a multiracial coalition. And its chief, Anwar Ibrahim, he has been campaigning throughout the whole 2 weeks saying that, he will take care of every race in Malaysia. It doesn't matter whether you're a Malay, a Chinese, an Indian, or from Borneo as well, that equal opportunities will be given to every single Malaysian if Pakatan Harapan returns to power once again and if Anwar Ibrahim becomes the next Prime Minister of Malaysia. But we do know that identity politics here in Malaysia is still very, very relevant. We've seen, the more Malay-based parties coming into the fray, and there's a lot of worry and concern that this would split the Malay votes. It's a perennial question that comes up here in every election here in Malaysia. Who will win the support of the Malays, because they make up more than 2/3 of the total election. So the fight for the Malay votes has been very intense. We know that there's Barisan Nasional, which has traditionally been the party that the Malays have voted for. But now we also have Perikatan Nasional comprising Bersatu as well as Islamic Party PAS. And we also have Mahathir's newly formed Gerakan Tanah Air, a Malay-centric coalition, which he says he wants to champion the rights of the Malays. You know, when I was traveling around the country in Perak, for example, in the Lenggong area where there's about 80% Malays, I spoke to many of the Malays in that area, and they told me that at the end of the day, they prefer a leader who is Malay, just because Malays make up the majority of the area. Some of them also raise concerns about, you know, the religion. So the leader to them is someone who has to be Malay, who has to be Muslim. And, you know, Malays really want, in the minds or in the hearts of the Malay voters, issues or privileges surrounding race, religion and royalty as well. Traditionally, like I said, people used to back UMNO, which is part of the Barisan Nasional coalition. But because of all the corruption cases and the growing unpopularity of the UMNO leaders, we're also seeing a shift of Malay votes going towards the Perikatan Nasional coalition comprising Bersatu and PAS. Some of the observers I spoke to said that it's quite clear that Pakatan Harapan might not be able to secure as many Malay votes as they think they can. That's because throughout the 22 months in power, a lot of the Malays feel that their rights had been threatened. I mean, if we look back to the end of 2018, we saw that ISED rally where more than 50,000 Malays showed up, you know, disagreeing or, you know, wanting to reject that treaty that called for the elimination of all forms of discrimination here in Malaysia. So, again, as I said, in the hearts of the Malays, it's still very important that the leader is Malay. This is something that has been used on the campaign trail by the opposition. For example, Perikatan Nasional's chairman, Muhyiddin Yassin, he said that Anwar Ibrahim's chances of becoming Prime Minister is limited because of his association with the Democratic Action Party. There's a lot of slamming and mudslinging going on, claiming that, you know, if you have to vote for a Malay and anyone who's not a Malay Muslim is considered kafir. PAS has, you know, time and again brought up that rhetoric that if you don't vote for them, then you are considered a kafir or a non-Muslim. So a lot of these scare tactics that we've seen being played up throughout the campaign.
Afifa, just quickly, we could hear the volume behind you sort of just rising a little bit. If you have a look around, tell us what's going on.
Well, we are still waiting for more of the Pakatan Harapan leaders to arrive here at their base in Subang Jaya and Selangor. I know that a couple of the leaders are in the war room on my right. We know that DAP Secretary General Anthony Lok is there, Mudas Said Sadiq, PKR's Nurul Izzah, a couple of other leaders. Some people are saying that Anwar Ibrahim and his wife, the former Deputy Prime Minister Wan Azizah, who is also contesting the Bandar Tun Razak seat, is inside, although we did not see them come in, so perhaps they had taken a different entrance into that war room. Just the media here, what's going on the screen is that the coalition is supposed to be showing the unofficial results. They have sort of a talk show going on. Time and again, they will show the unofficial results that they have collected, and they will keep us updated on that. But it's still very calm and quiet here at the Pakatan Harapan base. Just members of the media scattered, waiting, looking at the unofficial results trickling in, as well as the confirmation of some of the Pakatan Harapan victories announced by the Election Commission earlier.
Afifa, on the point of those unofficial results and counts that are still coming in, you spoke to us earlier about the one for Tambun in Perak. You spoke to us about Anwar Ibrahim being unofficially, at least for some results, being ahead of Azumu. This is something that many supporters of Pakatan Harapan are going to be watching very closely. Have you had any reaction at all as to what people are feeling as they see those preliminary, early sort of counts coming in?
Well, we haven't quite gotten a sense of what the supporters are feeling. We know that the Pakatan Harapan supporters are gathered outside of this area where the media is cordoned. Of course, right now, according to the unofficial tally from local media, Astra Awani, Anwar Ibrahim is in the lead with 42% of the votes, and closely trailing behind him, incumbent Ahmad Faisal Azumu from Perikatan Nasional with 35% of the votes. But it's a four-cornered fight in that Tambun seat in Perak, although we know that the battle has always been between these two giants, Perikatan Nasional Ahmad Faisal Azumu, who was a former Menteri Besar in Perak, as well as Anwar Ibrahim, the Prime Minister choice of candidate from Pakatan Harapan. So a very close race between the two so far. We have seen that over 30,000 votes have been counted. Again, this is an unofficial tally. There are about 160,000 voters in that constituency. So we'll have to see, when the more votes are being counted and when the official results are announced.
All right, thanks very much for that update, Afifa Arif in there. Let's get across to Alif. Alif, you're covering Dr. Mahathir, and he has said that our main adversary, I'm quoting him, is UMNO, and UMNO is a Malay-based party. If you have multiracial party, it will never be able to beat UMNO. Perhaps he was talking about PH there. How's this new coalition expected to fare? And he's pitched this coalition as a champion for Malay rights.
Well, Steve, that's right. Pejuang, from the very start, since its establishment, its message is very clear. It wants to be a Malay-based party that champions Malay rights, but also it also wants to become a party that is legitimate, with legitimate candidates, one that is free of scandal, one that is free of corruption. And that really has been the message that its party chairman, Dr. Mahathir, has been preaching throughout the two-week campaign trail. You know, whenever we went for a rally, that has been his message to the supporters that have to the supporters that were there. Now, for the Pejuang Party on the campaign trail, the issues are very closely related to those that the Malay voters are concerned about. For example, in the state of Kedah, where Tun Mahathir is looking to defend his seat in Langkawi, as well as his son's Mukhris Mahathir's seat in Jerlun. You know, agriculture is a huge part of the industry or the economy in Kedah. And therefore, when they go to the campaign trail, lots about it is about improvements to the livelihoods of farmers and really trying to connect to the Malay voters there. But we also know that Pejuang is a relatively new Malay-based party compared to the other more established coalitions, more established parties. Therefore, its machinery, its manpower, its resources doesn't quite match up. So therefore, on the campaign trail, it had to resort to smaller campaigns, smaller rallies, more walkabouts, smaller get-togethers, and that could really have an impact. According to unofficial results from Asrawani, for example, Dr. Mahathir is lagging behind with only about 6% of the votes, and political analysts have already said previously that this split of the Malay votes could be a serious concern for Pejuang, especially if they could risk losing all their seats in this election. And even for Dr. Mahathir, he was the only candidate that could have won a seat for Pejuang. So political observers are expecting very stiff competition, and they say that Pejuang might not have a chance against other Malay-based parties. So the night is still young. We still don't have the official results for Dr. Mahathir's seat, but when we have those results, we'll bring those to you.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see if this does draw to a close a very long and storied career of Dr. Mahathir Mohamad. Thanks very much for that, Alif Amshad, speaking to us in Subang Jaya, Selangor.
Well, let's get back to some of the results that we saw with Simpang Renggam. I want to get your reaction first off to the loss of Mazli Malik there in Simpang Renggam district.
Well, Hasni is very popular across all races, so that was very hard to beat. And then also, you know, he was sort of displaced as Menteri Besar of Johor. So this is sort of, you know, people's vote to bring him back and give him that because he was popular. And then Mazli Malik had a TikTok incident which really went viral, so that made him look quite bad. So, I mean, they were talking about social media earlier. This is one of those things where that sort of stuck and it kept going round and round, and that may have affected it.
We were speaking earlier about the Malay vote and the issue with the fact that it might be split. I mean, Simpang Renggam is a heavily Malay district, over 60% Malay vote there. You talked about the TikTok issue. I mean, Mazli Malik also, you know, as former education minister, he was involved in so many sort of initiatives as well for young Malay voters. Francis, it didn't pay off for him in this election.
Sure. So I think the first thing, going to Serena's point, is that Hasni Mohamad is an extremely polished, I would say, national level politician. So, he's very, very good at communicating with different communities. And I guess behind that, there is kind of the implicit hope that there would be some sort of development infrastructure or development investment in the area. Then I think the other thing, of course, to also mention is that Mazli Malik was a high-profile national figure, but of course his tenure as Minister of Education ended rather abruptly, and I think that there were perhaps some initiatives during his administration or his time as minister that may not have endeared him too much to the non-Malay community. So he may have seen a bit of a drop in support here, and this support could have gone to someone like Hasni that I think people from different communities are very used to.
Yeah, if we just stay with the Malay vote a bit longer, Pakatan Harapan, we heard Afifah Arifin tell us just now that the party led by Anwar Ibrahim did not want to necessarily court the Malay vote specifically, wanted to broaden out their base of voters to cater for all Malaysians. Is that a limiting factor on their part when it comes to courting the Malay vote, Serena?
Well, their base, their strength really is the non-Malay vote. And a lot of the Malay voters are quite afraid of Pakatan Harapan, and that's because of the DAP bogeyman. So I think part of the strategy that they had was if they could just bring over a certain percentage, not all the Malays, because I think there is a core bloc that just will not vote for Pakatan Harapan. There's just too much fear there. So if they're not voting for UMNO, they will go to PN.
And the fear is that they would lose
they will lose
Malay rights.
their Malay rights, Islam, the prominence of royalty. For 61 years, BN has been very good at making this a point, right? When they go to, and they do the charamas, the lectures in the villages, they will always say, these are the pillars of our society. They will always say that Malaysia is Tanah Melayu, is Malay land. And so they will say that if it is not UMNO in charge, BN in charge, then these pillars, which they liken to the pillars of the front porch of people's homes, will be pulled out one by one. Royalty, Malay rights, religion. And for 61 years, this is the indoctrination. So especially for those in rural areas who really don't know what's going on beyond their immediate world, this sticks. And then you have all the other additional propaganda on, how bad everything is blamed on the Chinese. There's just all of this divisiveness that is put in. And so if these people don't actually have experience with people who are not their race, they believe it. But if you go down to the rural ground, actually, for those who do engage with people of other ethnicities, there's no problem. They understand. But in the background, there will be those who, sometimes, sorry, no offense, misogynistic, but sometimes the women who don't mix around with other people, they really hang on to that, and then they try to influence their families to stick to the Malay vote.
Could I add a couple of things, structural things?
We'll get to you in just a moment with that, Francis, but we must go now to Glenda. She's got some results for us.
That's right, guys. Now, the first of the battlegrounds, Muhyiddin Yassin has won. Perikatan Nasional, Muhyiddin Yassin has won his seat of Pagor there. Let's look at the numbers. This is a three-corner fight here in Pagor. Anwar Ibrahim with 20.6%, Muhyiddin Yassin 35.7%, and Iskandar Shah Abdul Rahman with 21.4%. Now, Muhyiddin Yassin held this seat in the last election and he won by 55%. So you can see a little bit of a dip here. We also know that Muhyiddin Yassin is a former prime minister hoping to retain his seat for the 6th time under his PN Perikatan flag. And he's held this, and what's interesting is he's held the seat since 1995. He is very popular, and he's also involved in the Sheraton move where he withdrew his party, Bersatu, from the Pakatan Harapan coalition, which led to the collapse of Pakatan Harapan government, as we know, in 2020. And observers say that this will not be looked kindly upon by Chinese voters, but he still retained his seat there, although by a slimmer margin of 35.7%. And still to come on Malaysia Votes 2022. Now we'll look at the impact of Malaysia's new anti-hopping law that took effect 5 days before Parliament was dissolved.
Won the Pago parliamentary seat in 1978, and since then the seat has been a relatively safe stronghold for him. Muhyiddin has served 8 terms there, with a 2-term break from 1986 to 1995 when he was a Johor Menteri Besar. More than 30% of the voters in Pago are non-Malays, and this had been a major contributor to Muhyiddin winning the seat in 2018 and most likely in this GE15. Muhyiddin comfortably won the Pago seat in 2018 with 55% of total votes, but this was lower than the 66% he garnered in 2013. The former Prime Minister Muhyiddin Yassin's reputation has taken a knock since he initiated Bersatu's exodus from the Pakatan Harapan government in 2020, triggering its collapse. But Muhyiddin's Bersatu followers appear to have mostly stayed intact after the Sheraton move. Besides Bersatu followers, Muhyiddin also benefited from the votes of Islamic Party PAS, which is a component party of Perikatan Nasional. Muhyiddin may also find support among middle-class Malays. This is because Muhyiddin seems to be a cleaner candidate compared to others, having previously stood up on the 1MDB issue. So rivals for his Pago parliamentary seat faced a tough time dislodging him.
I'm Clara and I'm here in Ayar Hitam here in Johor. Johor has always been considered one of the key states and it has 26 parliamentary seats. And here at Ayar Hitam, the votes are in and the results are out. Dr. Wee Ka Siong from Perikatan Nasional has successfully secured his 5th term as the Member of Parliament for this particular seat. In fact, I have him with me right now. So, Dr. Wee, I just wanted to ask, how does it feel to have secured your 5th term here?
I'm humbled by the victory that I obtained today. And in fact, I must thank my voters for giving me this opportunity to serve this constituency for the 5th consecutive term. And I appreciate the mandate and confidence in me. I must work hard to fulfill my promise, and I will try my best to serve my constituents, and I hope I can bring more development to my constituency.
And do you think this puts BN on track for winning the GE as a whole?
I have yet to receive the results of other constituency, so wait and see. Then the counting process is still in progress, so we're waiting for the results of other constituency.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wee. As of now, in Johor, BN has already clinched 6 seats. However, it has set ambitious goals for itself and it aims to clinch 20 out of 26 seats here in Johor. So it still remains to be seen, and we'll be waiting for the results tonight and we'll keep you updated as well.
I'm Alif Amshar and I'm here at the Perdana Leadership Foundation in Putrajaya, and this is where the Pejuang camp is gathered tonight as the results are trickling in. Now all eyes will be on former Prime Minister Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, who is looking to defend his seat in Langkawi. Now so far, according to unofficial results by Astro Awani, he's currently trailing in 4th position with only 6% of the votes. Now Dr. Mahathir, we know at the age of 97, he is the oldest candidate in this election, and we also know that Pejuang has some challenges on the campaign trail. It doesn't have quite the same machinery as some of the more established coalitions, and some political analysts are also saying that this election, Pejuang could be wiped out and lose all their seats that they've won in the last election. But of course, whether all these efforts during campaigning will be helpful for Pejuang, we will have those updates later in the night.
I'm Tan Soo Hui and I'm here at Pakatan Harapan HQ, and you can see hundreds of supporters here. It's spilling all the way from the 2nd floor all the way down to the 1st floor, and there are many different kinds of people, different kind of ethnicities, different ages, and they're all here to support DAP, Muda, Amanah, and they're here with a lot of gusto. And I was speaking to some of them. They waited at least 2 hours just to wait for their leaders here, wait for their leaders who are leading them in their constituencies. And they're really very passionate about the leaders here. And as we know, Syed Saddiq has already clinched his Muar Muar seat, and we will be speaking to more of the supporters just to find out, how they're feeling right now, whether they're confident about whether the leaders can win their seats. And any moment now, we will be watching more leaders coming from this door, and we'll bring you more.
And Pakatan Harapan has secured a win in Muar Johor. Let's bring up those numbers here. It's a three-cornered fight here in Muar. Syed Siddiq there, 29 years old, retaining his seat, 29% there. And he's up against Abdullah Hussein from Perikatan Nasional with 27%, and Muhammad Helmi Abdul Latif with 21.2%, and that is from Barisan Nasional. Now remember that Syed Siddiq is the incumbent. In the last results, he won 53% of the vote, and this time around, he got 29% of the vote. So Francis and Serena, this is a very interesting situation here, because the last time, in the last election, he won a bigger margin, which is 53. Now he's got 29%. He's relatively young. He's been using social media to get the message out. Does that actually then translate to votes for him in this instance?
So, I mean, we know that he's one of Malaysia's most popular, visible politicians, and he is very, very accomplished when it comes to engaging with voters. But the thing is, of course, that is a national, and actually he even has followers in Indonesia. But the Indonesians and people outside his constituency don't vote for him. So what I think we're actually seeing here, and I draw your attention to the fact that the second place candidate is actually from Perikatan Nasional. So what we're beginning to see here very clearly is you actually have three coalitions contesting in Malay majority seats. And the fact that they've put an elder gentleman there is a contrast. He's going for the elder voters as well as the more religious ones. And actually there is a pocket of support for PAS in and around the Muar area. So that is actually why they've chosen to place a PAS candidate as opposed to a Bersatu candidate there. So I think this is reflective of many of the races that we're going to see, quite evenly split in the Malay majority seats.
But then let's look at that, because Barisan Nasional has also changed the candidate for the Muar seat, and in fact they've put a younger individual there. I mean, relatively younger to the previous one, so it didn't pay off for them in this instance. So perhaps they should have kept to their traditional of usually putting an older gentleman in these seats here.
It could be, but I think it just speaks to the fact that now when we look at Malay majority seats, which is new, we have many more candidates competing for that vote share than in the past. Before, you used to see that level of competition in mixed seats, larger urban seats. This is a new development where we're seeing this level of competition for the Malay vote.
And Serena, the margin of Siddiq's victory is also rather slim. I mean, there's a three-way fight, and they were all in their 20+%. That also tells a story to the fact that this vote for the Malay vote is being very split.
Yeah, it's actually quite tight. So the assumption really, if you don't know the details of how the state broke down and how there's this PAS party there, I think the assumption amongst Pakatan Harapan was that this would be a landslide win for Syed Siddiq because he's done so much for the community. And their idea of done so much is, he gave out a lot of tabs, he's always present. He has that TikTok popularity because he's young. He's got a huge middle-aged female base.
The anti-vote. Is that what
yes,
he's got?
The anti-vote. Sorry. But
some of the younger women as well.
Yes. But when it comes down to the crunch, I think there are many who also see him as a young upstart.
Yeah.
And they find that he's got this KL vibe, even though he keeps saying he's from the ground and all of that, where he speaks a language that a lot of local people don't understand.
Nonetheless, he's been able to win elections, and interestingly, when you look at the Pago result and you look at Razali Ibrahim from BN, he lost to Syed Siddiq years ago. He went out into the political wilderness for quite some time because of that young man. Now when you look at Pago and you look at this result for Muhyiddin Yassin, it's huge. But was he ever really in danger of losing this seat? But Francis, maybe you could.
So I think several things really helped him. The first is that he is associated with that seat, and he has been since 1978. And when you tour around the constituency, the mosques, the stadium, the industrial park, and actually there's even a huge education city in his constituency where you've got 4 branch campuses of universities and polytechnics in a very rural constituency. And this has brought in lots and lots of jobs and development. So really, I think you can see here that when people think about development in Pago, they think about him as a person as opposed to a party.
Yeah, Serena.
Yeah, no, I think it's a bit of a lesson as well, that instead of a landslide win, he won by a little bit. So, you know, then Muda Pakatan Harapan has to adjust.
Yeah, I mean, he might be taking this slim win. I mean, it's a slight improvement from GE 2018, but he wanted a 10,000 vote margin. He got about 4,500.
Yes. So I think the thing also we need to see is that, you know, aside from who won, is that across the board you're seeing that BN numbers are going down and PN numbers are going up.
Yes.
So you do see the slide, right? So I think if you're using Muar as an example, it's not really the best one because Syed Sadiq is an anomaly. But if you look across the board, you will see that PN numbers are going up in contrast to BN. So those votes would have originally gone to BN. So really Pakatan Harapan is not fighting for those votes, it's there.
Yeah, so these split votes really coming into fruition as we're seeing it all play out throughout the evening. Glenda, you have some more results for us?
Well, we are looking at some results that are coming in, but, you know, why don't we, while we're waiting for those results to come in, it is actually from Sembrong, and we are seeing that Hishamuddin Hussein keeping his seat in Sembrong here with 41.1% there against Hasni Abbas with 21.3% and Aziz Ismail there with 12.1%. This is actually also another battleground. Now, Hishamuddin is also the cousin of Najib Razak. And in the last election, Hishamuddin actually was the incumbent, and he actually got 60% of the vote. So we're basically seeing some numbers dip here. Although this election, the competition is very tight, we're seeing that the numbers are dropping a little bit. I'm going to have another, actually I'm getting word that we're having another result now, another key battleground. And this is in Air Hitam in Johor. Let's bring this up here. And we have Wikas Yong, he is the winner, keeping it with 28% there against Muhammad Shafiq Aziz there with 11.7%, and that is Perikatan Nasional. And we have Sheikh Umar Baghrab Ali from 14.6%, and that is the Pakatan Harapan. We know that Wikas Yong has been in this Air Hitam seat for some time, and in the last election, in the 2018 results, he won 43% of those votes. So these are the battleground that we're looking at here. Now, the question is, how is it looking like for the various parties at this point, at this hour right now? Francis?
So I think one thing that is kind of, I wouldn't say giving us a partial picture, but a lot of the Pakatan Harapan seats are bigger and they have more voters. So it takes a longer time to count. And a lot of the seats that we're seeing coming in come from Sarawak that have fewer people. So that's why the results that are coming in are, you're seeing lots and lots of results for GPS, for example. So I think that as the night goes on, of course, we have some of the results from the more urban, larger seats coming in. This will give us a slightly different picture. But I think once we look, coming back to our point, within the results of the specific seats, this is clear that this Malay vote is getting much more contested. So back to our earlier point, if we go back in time, actually to the last election or even 2013, this degree of four-cornered or five-cornered fights is new. So just a small statistic, 68% of the seats have at least four candidates or more. If you go back in time, you would have had 2 or 3 candidates. This time around, we only have 8 two-cornered fights. So this is something that I think is quite new.
So with this new introduction of all these various cornered fights, the 4 cornered fights, the 5, we even have like a 9 and 10 cornered fights, they're going to split the votes. Now, when these votes get split, who benefits most from this?
So it depends on the seats. It is very seat dependent and it's also election dependent. So if we go back to 2018, there was a big swing, not a big swing, but a small movement, shall we say, of Malay support away from BN to Pakatan Harapan. So that was a swing vote in that election. I would argue if you look back at Johor earlier this year, or even some of these votes, this swing vote is now going to Perikatan Nasional and is being complemented by some votes shifting from BN to PN. So you really do have to look at the seat to kind of determine how the vote can be split and who benefits.
All right. Well, we're going to have more results from battleground states coming in as political parties in Malaysia fight for control of government. Stay with us here.
While you watch our Malaysia election coverage on CNA TV, also keep tabs on the CNA app and the website at cna.asia. I'm David Bottomley, Deputy Chief Editor at CNA Digital, and we'll be bringing you a full picture of what's happening with our live blog, with analysis and reaction from our teams on the ground.
I'm Haziq, and I've been in Bera, Pahang, where caretaker Prime Minister Ismail Sabri Yaakob has campaigned hard to defend his seat and hopefully emerge as Malaysia's next premier. But he's had to fight off widespread claims that his own party president is aiming for the top post. I'll be at the Barisan National headquarters with the latest.
I'm Pitida Promchertu, and I've been in Perak, where issues like the cost of living and racial sentiments have been in the spotlight. On Saturday evening, I'm going to be at Pakatan Harapan's headquarters to get reaction to this hotly contested election.
I'm Amir Yusof, and I'll be in Northern Johor this Saturday evening. I'll be keeping tabs on the 26 federal seats in the bellwether state. Whatever happens in Johor could have a huge impact on the overall results of the election.
I'm Rashwinjit Singh Bedi, and I will be in Kuala Lumpur on Saturday. I will be monitoring the results of all federal parliamentary seats, particularly those of the new kids on the block, Perikatan Nasional. I will be monitoring their results live from their viewing party on Saturday night.
So make sure you follow CNA Digital's live blog for complete coverage of Malaysia's general election.
You're watching Malaysia Votes 2022 right here on CNA. And we're tracking results in the race to Putrajaya for the past few hours now. And in fact, we'll be here all night long.
We certainly will. The major coalitions scoring some major wins as we draw closer to that magic number for the simple majority in Parliament of 112 of the 222 seats that are up for grabs. Glenda's looking at the results.
Well, a big win for Pakatan Harapan, and this time in Pandan, Selangor. We're going to pull up the graphic for you to see right now. And it's actually a five-corner fight here, but we're going to show you four of them. So Leong Kok Wee with 7.8%. Muhammad Farid there, 17.3%, and that's Perikatan Nasional. Pakatan Harapan, Fizi Ramli with 49.8% and On T Kiat with 2.2% there. Now, what's interesting about this state of Pandan is that it's actually a one Aziza, one Ismail position here, and she left this state, so it is now Rafizi Ramli here. And we're going to go to Wei Su in Kuala Lumpur right now. Wei Su?
Oh, thanks for that, Glenda. Malaysia's new anti-hopping law took effect on the 5th of October. That's 5 days before Parliament was actually dissolved. The law seeks to respect the mandate of voters and ushers in a healthier direction in Malaysian politics. Afifa Arifin takes a closer look at this landmark legislation that aims to curb defections and bring some political stability back.
More than a year of constant engagements with lawmakers, but the calls in the lower house of Parliament were loud and clear. No more political frogs. Both sides of the political divide supported Malaysia's new anti-party hopping law, which hopes to discourage lawmakers from switching political parties.
Creating the law right from the very beginning for nearly 9 months of work, it almost drained me, especially not about the ability of AG chambers to create the law, but the period of engagement with everybody to convince everybody. Of course, not everybody is satisfied with everything, but that is the best that we could produce.
Changes to the federal constitution were made following a wave of defections that has greatly destabilized the country's politics over the last few years. Under the new law, politicians who jump will lose their seats, triggering a by-election.
There's a great deal of dissatisfaction with how individual MPs and state assemblymen have changed parties, after elections, and so voters have, for the longest time, felt betrayed by the trust that they have in place in these individuals. So it does go some ways in terms of assuaging voters, and by and large, people feel that it improves the prospects for stability in a government in the future.
But other observers say the changes still cannot ensure political stability, as the law does not prevent an entire party leaving one coalition for another. After all, the infamous Sheraton move in 2020 saw Bersatu leaving the Pakatan Harapan coalition. This led to a change in government less than 2 years after the 2018 general election.
Political instability, it's often a price to pay for a democratic transition. You might have, for example, previously BN ruling for a long time, and then now there was a switch of government and then switching back again. I think you are likely to see such, for example, alliances of convenience in order to form ruling coalition in Malaysia for quite some time to come.
Political parties on all sides have formed electoral pacts with one another to pool resources and avoid clashes. But the question is, will these pacts remain come polling day, or will there be new alliances formed as political parties fight for the right to rule Malaysia? Afifa Arifin, CNA, Kuala Lumpur.
All right. The anti-hopping law, already mentioned by my colleague Afifa, that it does not stop an entire party leaping or hopping from one coalition to another. So if this is to stop a wanton coalition forging after the elections, it's not going to work, is it?
It's not going to work for a whole party to move. But I think it's quite an important development because the individuals that moved in the Sheraton move in February of 2020 caused, considerable instability in Malaysia. I mean, a whole change of government took place. And as a result of it, a change of prime ministers, 3 new prime ministers and so on. So I think it's targeted, of course, at the individual. It's not enough to stop a whole party from moving to another coalition. But I think it's sufficiently important at this point of time that we have managed to make a very important reform, which was actually multi-partisan. All the parties voted on it. It was not,
But there were some amendments, weren't there, to essentially make it more palatable for some parties that found it not quite so palatable.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, that's politics, I guess. You compromise here and there, to get something through. Yes.
Prof. Chin.
So in terms of my personal take on this, I think when it comes to party hopping, I think nobody can beat the state of Sabah. In fact, the word kata comes from Sabah, where the politicians have been moving this. I think the reality is that it is not so black and white in East Malaysia and Sabah and Sarawak. So, for example, very often people forget that some of these rural interior MPs, the sort of service, if you want to call it, they provide to the people in the longhouse or rural interiors is not like the urban MPs. They've got to supply everything, including things like school uniforms and basic things like water tanks, fuel for the generator for electricity, all these things. So sometimes I can understand why they want to switch parties. They want to move not just any party, but they want to move to a government party because that's the only way for them to get resources. Basically we're talking about development funding or constituency funding in order to, look after the people in the longhouse. So it is not clear to me that this is a very black and white thing. But having said that, I think it is clear that if we look around the countries around the world, another country quite similar to Malaysia, as in people vote according to ethnic lines and broken into many ethnic groups, is Papua New Guinea. So back in the early 2000s, they also passed a fairly similar anti-hopping bill, with individuals but not parties as well. So what they found was that politics did not become more stable after that. So I'm suggesting that in Malaysia's case, passing this bill, although it looks good on paper, in the coming years, people will say that it did not really stop.
You draw that analogy between Papua New Guinea and Malaysia. Is there anything integral to both countries that makes hopping more likely to happen? Maybe that should be addressed rather than imposing a law like this, which, as you say, in the case of Papua New Guinea, didn't even achieve the effect it was looking for.
No, I think in the case of Malaysia, it's very specific. As my colleague Johan has mentioned, it's because of the Sheraton move. But you have to remember, right, the Sheraton move was a shock to the Malaysian public because two things happened. One was that Malaysia underwent first regime change in 2018. 2 years later, another regime change, and people didn't expect it at all. Right? Because regime change is something totally new to Malaysia, so that was the second time.
Sure.
So I'm suggesting that as we move forward, the reality is this thing is not going to work because, as both of you has mentioned very clearly, if the entire party moves, it is not anti-hopping. So it is not going to stop the original intention, which is to stop the fall of a government when people move. Because if the entire party moves, you can still form a new government. So the original intention of stopping a government from falling down because people are moving, you're not going to achieve that with this bill. Because it's a purpose-built loophole, which is if the entire party moves, you can build a new coalition. That's the point I'm trying to make.
So what do you need then? If you could design something to stop this kind of leaping around.
I believe that YBs are the best person to decide what is best for the people they represent. So I believe in freedom of association because, for different states, of course, you've got different views. But my point is that if this guy changes a party or whatever, and the people who voted when disagree, you can punish him in the next election. And we saw that already a few times. For example, we just saw that Azmi Ali, who switched party, just lost in Gombak.
Okay.
No, but I beg to disagree because when you vote for somebody, you vote on that program, or even for that party for that matter, right? The party he represents. So that particular program is what you vote for. And if that party is, say, in coalition with another party with that idea of the same program, and they switch sides later on, then you're sort of not being accountable to the voter. who put you in there, right? The voter voted you in for a particular reason.
He's saying that after a period of time, you will then be punished. By the way, Azmin Ali, is that confirmed and official?
Yes.
It is. Okay, we will.
Yeah, he lost. Yeah, he lost.
Okay. He is. Actually, on that note, Pakatan Harapan has been, or the PKR has been very clear, and correct me if I'm wrong, on its election strategy, which is to punish these people, and they've used those terms, these traitors who betrayed them, and it's a very personal thing, not an objective political strategy. But we want to punish you for leaving us like this and essentially dissolving the government for us.
And in a way, it's not just leaving them, but betraying the voters.
Yeah.
The voters who put you there for a particular reason, right?
But actually,
for your particular agenda, and you left them, in the lurch.
But my point is this: you talk about the individual person who jumps to another party, therefore he betrayed the original mandate.
Sure, correct. Yeah.
Then my question to you is that is it also betraying the mandate when the entire party moves?
Yeah, I suppose that's a different question. But if another party moves to another coalition which has a different agenda from what they had offered to the voter before,
it's not illegal. See, this is my point.
Very quickly, because we have to go back to Singapore for more results. But I think
you're shifting the goalposts.
Yeah, Azmin Ali said, it's not my fault. Pakatan Harapan did not deliver on its campaign promises, so if I abandon them, I'm justified.
But my point is that you can justify sacking on individual.
We really have to cut it. We will continue this argument in another moment. Back to you in Singapore.
Thanks, Wesu, for that. Now, we've got a series of big results from the battleground seats. Let's start with Kuala Selangor. The country's former finance minister, Tengku Zafrul Aziz, has lost. The seat has gone back to incumbent from Pakatan Harapan, Zulkifli Ahmad, the former health minister. Now, Pakatan Harapan, Zulkifli Ahmad, as you can see there, he has won by 30.1% there. This is a four-cornered fight here. Let's move on to the next set of results that we are having, and that is in Bagan Penang. We'll bring that up for you. You can see Lim Guan Eng, incumbent. He has obviously retained his seat, but actually quite a large margin there, 62.4 against all the others. And Lim Guan Eng, in the last election, he won 86% of the votes. We have another set of numbers. Let's bring those up as well. And that is in Marang there. And we have Abdul Hadi Awang from PAS retaining that seat there with 55.5%. As four-cornered fight here, he is defeated there. Jasmiri Othman with 23.8%, Asha Abdul Shukri 3.1%, and Rawi Sulong 0.3%. Now, for more, CNA's Saiful Bari Ismail, he joins us live from Shah Alam in Selangor. Saiful, so PAS leader Abdul Hadi Awang, he has won his seat in Marang. Who could the party support post-elections now?
Well, that's a big question which everybody is asking right now, Glenda. PAS, the Islamic Party president of PAS, Abdul Hadi Awang, has managed to defend the Marang parliamentary seat where he first contested in 1986. Hadi garnered more than 73,000 votes. That's a majority of 41,000 votes. Marang is a PAS stronghold, and Hadi Awang has fought in every parliamentary election where he has won 6 times and lost twice. In 2018, Hadi won by a large margin, defeating candidates from the Perikatan Nasional and Pakatan Harapan coalitions. Hadi secured nearly 60% of the votes. Hadi is a very popular figure in Marang. In 2018, PAS fought the election on its own, but this year, PAS is part of the Perikatan Nasional coalition. There was a four-cornered fight for the Marang parliamentary seat in Terengganu. Hadi beat his challengers Jasmira Othman from Barisan Nasional, Azhar Abdul Syukur from Pakatan Harapan, and Zarawi Sulong from the Gerakan Tanah Air coalition. Now, at the end of campaigning, Hadi had urged all Malaysians to vote, saying that voting is a religious obligation for Muslims in the country. Hadi said voting is wajib, or a religious duty, because choosing a leader in Islam is wajib. Now, this is despite voting not being compulsory in Malaysia. Now, during the campaign period, there were speculations whether PAS will cooperate with UMNO after GE15. Hadi had said that PAS's decision not to cooperate with UMNO was due to corrupt and greedy leaders in Barisan Nasional who were hungry for power. Hadi had also said that it was not possible to partner BN due to the court charges against UMNO leaders. Hadi said PAS had hoped the UMNO General Assembly was held before the 15th general election so that there can be changes from within, but that didn't happen and that became a problem.
Thanks very much for that, Saifullah Ismail, speaking to us from Shah Alam in Selangor. Let's get some reaction from our guests here in studio to that result. The PAS leader holding on to his seat, a strong showing from him, Serena.
Yeah, well, you know, Terengganu and Kelantan, you have to expect that PAS will do it. So this is not surprising. I think they've got a very strong base. They speak to what the people want, so it's very hard for him to not win.
Hard for him to not win. I like the way you phrase it that way. And Francis, where does this put PAS in terms of sort of the strength that they sort of wield in this election and the coalition that they're part of?
Sure. So, I mean, I think that the fact that he got such a resounding majority is of course, very helpful. But then we need to see how many additional votes, seats that they win, both them as well as Bersatu. And then I think the next thing will be, despite what has been said publicly, they are going to be looking and seeing how BN is doing. And certainly in some of the conversations I've had with people in PAS, they are very comfortable with making an alliance with BN. And actually, I think this is sort of the way that things go, where you, from a BN side and from a PN side, you wage war, you really hammer each other, and then when the election is done, the dust is settled, you see where the bodies are, you count how many seats you have, and then you do business.
Yeah.
So I think that is sort of, you know, a potential next step after this.
Yeah, there have been some very fierce contests in this election. One of them that is shaping up right now is in Pematang Pao in Pulau Pinang. Surprisingly, the PAS candidate there, Muhammad Fawaz, 39-year-old candidate, he is a former youth division chief for the district. He's doing really well in unofficial results so far from what we're seeing against Nurul Izzah Anwar. I mean, this is Anwar Ibrahim legacy territory. I mean, a surprise?
It is. Well, to me, it's a surprise. I did not expect that. But then I think we're seeing this, you know, it sort of matches the rest of the pattern across the country that votes are going towards PN. It's just that because Nurul Izzah was, you know, idolized and she was so popular, you don't expect that. But perhaps because she is so high up in Pakatan Harapan, she didn't have so much time with the people. Maybe she's tainted by the legacy of, you know, her father. You never know what's going on, right? So sometimes people are just tired of the big names and they want to give someone new a chance. Or it could be just this turn towards a more conservative Malay and Muslim vote, because it is a PAS candidate.
It's still a long way for the counting. That still continues. There are 107,000 voters in Pematang Pao, so we'll be watching that one closely. But meantime, I want to get your reaction to what we're seeing in that other massive fight between two very big individuals. Kuala Selangor, you know, a former minister against a caretaker minister. Tengku Zafrul, this is going to be a huge blow for Barisan Nasional. Francis.
Yes, and I think what this speaks to is actually how difficult it is for UMNO to do well in more urban settings. Now, of course, this is a Malay majority constituencies, but of course it's within Selangor. Culturally, it's more urban. What people expect from their politicians is more urban. And the fact that someone of his stature has not managed to be elected will have an impact even within UMNO itself culturally, because when we look at the long sweep of developments, you know, you've seen MIC, MCA lose ground to the opposition, but then for a while there was a holdout that you still had UMNO doing well in kind of more urban seats, and this is beginning to change. So what this means is then culturally UMNO is becoming more rural, because most of its power brokers, its support base is rural. So this is, I think, quite important.
It's a four-cornered fight in that seat. The numbers are incredibly close. Zulkifli Ahmad, the winner, 30.1%. Tengku Zafrul Aziz, who you were talking about just then, 29.2%. So it was incredibly close There was a PN candidate as well, Muhammad Nur Muhammad Saha, with 23% of the vote. So you can kind of again see what we've been talking about throughout the evening of this sort of split vote having quite a big impact on the fine margins of who claims the seats.
Yes. And I think also, just back to the point about Nurul Izzah, is if you look at the location of her constituency, it's of course not on the island, it's on the mainland, and it's up quite close to Kedah. And the next seat over, of course, we've just seen the results still coming in, Tasik Gelugor. The candidate there, Wan Saiful Wan Jan, is from Bersatu, and he's doing very well. So there could be this sort of ground shift in the more rural Malay majority areas to PN.
All right, we're going to catch up with one of our correspondents out in the field now. Let's speak with Tan Sri Hui. She's in Subang Jaya, Selangor. And Sri Hui, you've been watching the opposition camp. We had a result a short time ago from DAP leader Lim Guan Eng with a huge win to hold on to his Bagan seat.
That's right, Lim Guan Eng, who is the national chairman for the DAP, he's won by a huge majority of 49,000 votes at least. And in total, he's garnered about 55,000 votes. And he is the winner for the Bagan seat. And he is no stranger to Penangites. He is a key figure of DAP. In fact, his entire family is a key figure. Lim Kit Siang, he is one of the longest serving opposition leader. And Lim Guan Eng's sister was also running for the seat at Tanjong for Penang, and she has also won the seat. And so 3 seats has been won by DAP, and that's quite a significant number because DAP held 7 seats in Penang. And so they're making inroads, but definitely we have to wait for more results. Penang has 1.2 million registered voters, and earlier in the morning we saw many of them streaming in voting, and they're really passionate about it, about voting for their leaders. And just yesterday we also were attending a rally by Lim Guan Eng, and he was rousing. There was a rousing speech that he made, and he talked about voting for the DAP as well as Pakatan Harapan, so that there will be a bright light that will shine on Malaysia. He's talking about a new hope, a new change in the government, and that is how possibly the reason why he won his Bagan seat.
All right, thanks for that. We've been speaking there with Tan Sri Hui, and she's in Subang Jaya, Selangor. Now stay with us here as we're going to have more results for you coming up. Now here's the state of the race as the major coalitions claim some big wins on the road to Putrajaya. Let's take a look at some of the biggest results for the night now. In Kuala Selangor, the country's former finance minister Tengku Zafrul Aziz has lost to incumbent Zulkifli Ahmad of Pakatan Harapan, who is successfully defending his seat. The former health minister narrowly beating Mr. Zafrul in a four-cornered fight. And then in Bagan Penang, Lim Guang Eng of the Pakatan Harapan has also retained his seat there. Former finance minister winning, as you can see, by a huge margin in another four-cornered fight here, taking 62.4% of the vote. Another win for Pakatan Harapan, and this time in Pandan Selangor, the coalition's deputy chief fending off all the corners in a five-cornered fight, including the former head of the Malaysian Chinese Association, Ong Tee Kiat, running with the Warisan Party. But current NCA chief Wee Ka Siong retaining his seat in Ayah Hitam in Johor. And this is a three-cornered fight. A big win for Perikatan Nasional there. Wee Ka Siong with 31%. Still staying in Johor, another big one for Perikatan Nasional. Let's pull that figure up for you. Hishamuddin Hussein has defended his seat in Sembrong in another three-cornered fight. And finally, also in Johor, former Prime Minister Muhyiddin Yassin has also successfully defended his seat in Pagor there. We can see Muhyiddin with 45.9% of the votes. Joining us next is Melissa Goh, and she's at UMNO headquarters in Kuala Lumpur. Mel, give us the sentiment of what they're feeling there right now with all the numbers coming in.
Rather tense here, lots of casualties here, although not entirely a bloodbath at Perikatan Nasional. After several big names lost their seats tonight, they include a veteran politician, Tengku Razali Hamzah, who lost Gua Musang seat that he held for over 40 years. Now also suffered defeat, Tengku Adnan Mansor in Putrajaya. Now he was settled with corruption charges last year. Now another seat lost is in Tanjung Karang after UMNO warlord Nur Omar was dropped from contesting an election by party president. Now the party is in plagued by internal strife after 8 ministers and their deputies were dropped by party president Ahmad Zahid from contesting in this GE. Lots of rumblings on the ground after that. Now UMNO-led Perikatan Nasional eventually paid the price there, now not being able to put up a united front. The campaign was rather disorganized and poorly funded as well. Everyone seemed to be doing their own things, and the party president Zahid and caretaker Prime Minister Ismail Sabri, although they are leading in their own seats, still many boxes not open. From the votes tally so far, and also from what's happening up there in the war room where the top 5 are gathering to discuss. Former Prime Minister Muhyiddin Yassin Perikatan Nasional looks set to actually emerge on top. Now, from the press conference by PAS Islamic Party, it's inevitable. From sources within UMNO saying that it's inevitable that they may have to work with Perikatan Nasional now. They are weighing the options. This after some of the big names like Finance Minister Zafrul lost the seat, and while KJ, former Health Minister, the caretaker Health Minister, is also fighting his political survival in Sungai Buloh. Outcome is still unclear. Now BN is said to have lost Perlis as well for the first time. The wind of change is blowing strong. Now Perikatan Nasional has emerged on top, and BN appears to be licking its wounds. So it depends how they're going to work out a deal or not. Lots of horse trading now. The options they are weighing right now upstairs, it's still open at this point in time. As to whether a government will be formed tonight remains to be seen.
It looks like a rough night for Perikatan Nasional. Thanks very much for that. Melissa Goh there. Now, Sarawak's ruling GPS coalition, they've been having a good night. They've won more than 19 parliamentary seats that it held before this general election. It looks like it's on course to win perhaps more than 31 constituencies that are up for grabs. Let's go to Leong Waikit in Kota Kinabalu for more. Waikit, no surprise there for the GPS lead in Sarawak.
That's right, Steve. No surprises there, because when I was in Sarawak last week, there were already many visual cues to show that GPS is going to be taking the lead. I mean, in Kuching, for example, the electoral mood there was very, very muted. Now, I spoke to Afifah Arifin, our Malaysian correspondent, and she told me that when she was in Sarawak last year for the state elections, the electoral mood back then was also very muted. And it's a clear sign that it's because people already know whom they want to vote for, because they have seen the work of the GPS ruling coalition in the last 4 years. Even when I spoke to voters who are opposition supporters, they tell me that there's no denying that GPS has done a good job developing Sarawak, but their mindset is that they will want to send lawmakers to Parliament because they know that at the state level GPS is already doing a good job, and therefore even opposition voters who recognize that GPS is doing a good job say they want to try and put some lawmakers at the federal level. So by and large, these visual cues are there for all to see. Analysts, voters have all agreed that GPS has done a good job. The next question is how many more seats they'll win, and of course whether or not their alliance naturally goes to Perikatan Nasional.
All right, let's look at some of the results that are coming in right now. We have results coming in from Langkawi. If we can pull that up for you, we'll be able to show you former Prime Minister Dr. Mahathir Mohamad. You can clearly see that he has lost the seat with 6.8%. This seat has gone to Perikatan Nasional, to Muhammad Suhaimi Abdullah with 38.1% of the seat. This Mahathir has lost his also deposit because apparently he didn't win enough votes for this. Now, this is actually a 5-cornered fight, but we're only going to show you the 4 candidates here. So that is Amshar Siraj from Perikatan Nasional with 17.9%, and the green screen, as you can see, Muhammad Suhaimi Abdullah, and that is Perikatan with 38.1%. Pakatan Harapan, Zabiri Yahya with 8.1%. Once again, Mahathir Mohamad losing this seat, 6.8%. And in the last election, he won 55% of the votes. Now, let's head over to Alif Amshar right now. Alif?
Well, Glenda, as the announcement that Dr. Mahathir lost his seat in Langkawi, you could hear the gasps here at the centre where the Pejuang camp is stationed and waiting for the other results to come in. It's quite a disbelief that Dr. Mahathir has lost his seat, his stronghold seat in Langkawi. I was in Langkawi during nomination day covering his nomination procedures there. The Pejuang supporters were out in full force. I spoke to some of the residents in Langkawi. They say that he's a very well-respected political figure. They said that they had no qualms about voting for him, but it looks like the votes, their thoughts did not translate into votes this time round. Perikatan Nasional has made inroads into Langkawi, a stronghold that Dr. Mahathir has held there. Now, for Pejuang Party, this is just an example of maybe worse signs to come, because the other Pejuang candidates elsewhere competing in other parts of the country are also not faring well. Some of the candidates are dead last in their respective races. So it could really be quite a disappointing turnout for Pejuang. They could lose all their seats this election, and some political analysts have already said that Pejuang will face a lot of challenges, especially when it comes to the Malay votes. It's so split. The Malay votes between the other Malay-based parties, the other more established coalitions, Perikatan Nasional as well as Perikatan Nasional. And we've already seen that Dr. Mahathir losing to a PN candidate in Langkawi. Now, we also know that Pejuang, they faced a lot of challenges on the campaign trail. For example, they don't have quite the same machinery as the other coalitions. All the campaigning efforts were small-scaled. The rallies were a bit smaller compared to the mega rallies that we've seen from the other parties. So really, we finally the biggest question that we had for tonight is answered now, and for the Pejuang camp, it's certainly disappointment.
Alif, thank you very much for that. Alif Amshar there, reporting to us from Putrajaya. It has not been a good night for Gerakan Tanah Air, and now they've lost their top man. Has Mahathir, he's run out of road.
Yeah, maybe part of it was the voters thinking he really should just rest. And so perhaps it was a sympathy vote for him to retire. It could be that. Or it could be, they prefer much younger voters, and because he is quite elderly, the others, even though they are also not Syed Sadiq's age, they're still younger in comparison. So perhaps this was them. I've heard, rural voters, they tend to say things like, he's so old, he should, spend time with his grandchildren, and he doesn't need to do this anymore. So maybe there was that as well, like, it's time for you to rest. We'll let somebody else do the battle.
Well, he is 97 years old. I remember when we were all sat here back in 2018, and he sort of led the opposition to victory. We were all astounded at 3 o'clock in the morning when he was sort of making that sort of victory announcement. It almost seems almost sad in a way to sort of go out in a whimper in this sort of election. Didn't even, he's going to lose his deposit as well. It just seems sort of an end of an era, I suppose.
An end of an era, and I also think quite ironic and difficult in the sense that also he's very closely associated with Kedah and specifically with Langkawi. So when he was Prime Minister the first time, actually, after the KL Federal Territory, Kedah got a lot of development expenditure, and he was really the one kind of trying to develop Langkawi as an international destination, and that was, I guess, behind the thinking why he chose that seat. So as you said, given that he came last and such a small percentage of the vote, really must be quite difficult.
Well, Steve, as you said, 4 years ago when we were here in this studio, we said at that time, don't count him out. He was 93 then anyway. He romped home to victory, leading that coalition to Putrajaya. The thing about Langkawi as well, times have changed. The landscape has changed. We've had COVID-19. There has been some anger. I mean, I know you were saying, Serena, about maybe that there was a sympathy vote here to sort of deliberately retire him. But tourism took a huge blow in Langkawi. I think there was a lot of pain in that district over the past 2 years. It could have also, he could have sort of suffered in the vote count from that as well.
Yeah, it's possible. But, across Malaysia, tourism is still not really recovering, right? So it hit a lot of people really badly. And so
but that's all that
across
Langkawi
the board,
does.
yeah.
It's the principal source of income for Langkawi, though.
Yeah, so I guess they're hoping that, these other parties that are there would be able to have better connections. There were promises of new developments that were coming up, and perhaps they're hoping that this will take it forward. But I think the other thing to consider is that GTA has suffering across the board. So if you look at all the other Pejuang candidates, they're not doing well. Even Mukris is suffering. So this perhaps is an indication that the Mahathir legacy, the Mahathir name, is really about to go into full retirement. And we are really moving on to a whole new era in Malaysian politics.
Before we move on from Mahathir, though, his career goes back decades. What do you think he'll be remembered for?
Well, I guess industrialization, right? So his was the flip between emphasizing agricultural sector and then going into industrialization, manufacturing and all of that. For me, I always remember him as the person who said that if you don't do the switch from farming and fishing, then you're lazy, right? Because he was pushing through that move to factories and all of this. And he also stood for the NEP, as far as for me personally, right? So he put into place with the other politicians at that time this whole Bumiputra policy, which has often been taken out of context. So he's done a lot of good in developing Malaysia, as Francis said, especially for Kedah and all of that. But there have been some repercussions from that perhaps he also didn't expect when he put it all into place.
Yeah, and I would just complement that with, if you look at the physical landscape in and around KL, of course, his name is written on it, from the Petronas Twin Towers to, multimedia super corridor and so forth. So that, I think, will continue. You will be able to see that in 20 years. But the other thing is that he also centralized a lot of power in the office of the UMNO party president. And I think when we go back to the whole, Najib Razak, the whole position and discussion around Zahid Hamidi today, I think that has a lot to do with the decisions he made when he was in UMNO.
So leadership renewal, for all of the coalitions is going to be a big sort of theme as far as this election is concerned. And I'm just sort of looking at Mahathir's legacy, his previous legacy as a leader, the fact that throughout this campaign he's been talking about what he wanted for Malaysia: clean governance, right? He wasn't willing to work with anybody from UMNO. by the time this evening is over, or maybe in the days to come, it's beginning to look like perhaps, two very distinct coalitions may begin to work together. I mean, Serena, you have your thoughts on this as to where this is leading.
Yeah, I mean, he was the father of development, and he also, infrastructure, but he also essentially molded the parties that we're seeing today, the coalitions, did a lot of the groundwork that led to that. And so I think we are now moving from what used to be just a two-party, competition to now three. But then if we do have, as the rumors say, this coming together of people, as Mel said at UMNO HQ, that they're discussing what might be the next steps. Are we then going back to what it was before? If BN, PN and Sarawak GPS come together, then we're at status quo. It's just that we have different leaders. But as you were saying, it's about retiring the older leaders. I think hopefully, the parties are taking away that it is time for a new generation to come forward. And maybe that then will evoke a little bit more change instead of us going back to square one.
All right, thanks so much, Serena and Francis. Do stay with us. We've got plenty more to discuss as the results will continue to come in. But in the meantime, we're going to go for a short break here. Do stay with us on CNA as we continue our coverage of Malaysia Votes 2022.
Welcome back to Malaysia Votes 2022. You're watching CNA's coverage of all these election results that are coming in. Let's get straight to Afifah Arifin. She's in Subang Jaya for us. Afifah, the fate of what's been happening with Pakatan Harapan, there's been some celebration for some of these results. What have you got for us?
That's right. Things are really looking quite rosy for Pakatan Harapan this evening. The official results are coming in thick and fast, and as we know, it's really neck and neck between Pakatan Harapan as well as Perikatan Nasional. Right now, Pakatan Harapan have about 33 seats in the bag across 7 states like Malacca, Johor, Selangor, as well as even in East Malaysia. So far, party-wise as well, we know that DAP's seats, a lot of them, about more than 10 DAP candidates from the Pakatan Harapan coalition have won in their seats. We also heard some of the more senior coalition leaders, including PKR's Deputy President Rafizi Ramli winning in his Pandan seat. We saw Muda's Chief Syed Saddiq winning in his Muar seat. We just heard earlier the DAP's National Chairman Lim Guan Eng winning in his Bagan seat in Penang with more than 49,000 vote majority. But we also heard that upset in Kuala Selangor, former Health Minister Dr. Zulkifli Ahmad winning the caretaker Finance Minister Zafrul Aziz by 1,000 vote margin. Now remember, Pakatan Harapan is contesting almost all of the federal seats here, and that magic number that it wants tonight is 111 or 112 to form the simple majority it needs to become Malaysia's next government. But also Pakatan Harapan is closely watching developments in the state of Perak. So far, no official announcements yet about how the candidates are doing in that state. Remember, Perak is also holding its state polls concurrently with the federal polls, and Pakatan Harapan wants to regain control of the Perak State Assembly. 59 state seats up for grabs. They will need 29 seats for them to form the government of Perak. And over in that state, we also have Coalition's chairman Anwar Ibrahim, of course, contesting in that hot seat of Tambun. The official results for him is not out yet, and according to the unofficial tally by Astra Awani, it does seem that Anwar Ibrahim is still in the lead with about 43% of the votes. But closely trailing behind him is Perikatan Nasional's Ahmad Faisal Azumu, the incumbent, with 34%. And that's very reflective of how both their coalitions are doing neck and neck between Perikatan Nasional and Pakatan Harapan.
Yeah, and Afifah, just quickly, you've been following Pakatan Harapan. Are they sort of meeting expectation, exceeding expectations? What's the sort of sense that you get there?
Well, you know, throughout the entire 2 weeks of campaigning, we have seen how Pakatan Harapan has been very optimistic, especially in terms of the crowd and the hype that they have generated. Pakatan Harapan it's common for them to hold such mega rallies throughout these 2 weeks, and we've seen thousands of people in attendance at those rallies, listening to the fiery speeches by your leaders like Anwar Ibrahim, like Lim Guan Eng, like Anthony Lok, you know. So there's a lot of hype surrounding them. They've also had a very good online strategy really targeting the youth votes, the younger voters, and as we know, the first-time voters in this election make up more than 5.9 million, so that's a good bank that they were trying to target as well. Pakatan Harapan, as we know, has been also very strong in the states that they lead, for example in Selangor and Kuala Lumpur and Penang as well, and we're seeing the results proving that. You know, the question was whether all that hype surrounding the coalition, whether the thousands of people in attendance for their rallies is going to translate to votes. It does seem like that could possibly be the situation. Of course, we'll have to wait until more results come in as the night goes on.
All right, many thanks for that. Afifah Arifin speaking to us from Subang Jaya. Good results, it seems, coming in for Pakatan Harapan. Afifah also mentioned Perikatan Nasional as well, having a good night. Let's get across to Mel Goh. She's in Kuala Lumpur at UMNO headquarters, where Barisan Nasional and UMNO perhaps not having such a good night. Mel.
Well, hi Steve, I can't quite hear you, but right now here in Barisan Nasional, the oldest coalition, the Supreme Council members are arriving for a special meeting. It's unclear what the meeting's about, but from those coming down from the war room, the UMNO veterans that I spoke with, they are now weighing their options. Now, it's clear now, they said that UMNO, that Barisan Nasional has failed to have the simple majority to form the next government. Now, it's unclear whether a new government will be announced today. They are weighing their options. Now, we have heard from Islamic Party past President Abdul Hadi Awang that announced that Perikatan Nasional has formed a government with likely former Prime Minister Muhyiddin Yassin as the head of the government. Now, here in Barisan Nasional, we haven't gotten any confirmation on that. Any decision of that sort will require the top 5, first of all, their approval, as well as Supreme Council, the highest decision-making body's decision. It could be the reason why that the members of Supreme Council are now arriving the party headquarters. No one here to guide the media. It's a bit of a disarray and disorganized, just like their campaign in the last 2 weeks. Everyone doing their own things. No, there is no concerted efforts or united front being put forth by the Barisan Nasional. Today, there's been a flurry of activities here right now. It's not entirely a bloodbath, some of the UMNO leaders, but there is indeed lots of casualties. We've seen big names lost in the battle. Some of them include veteran like Tengku Razali that's been holding the seat in Gua Musang for more than 40 years. He lost in that seat, as well as Tengku Adnan Mansor in Putrajaya. Now, these are warlords in their respective constituency. And also, Noor Omar, one of the warlords in Selangor, after he was dropped from contesting, basically they give up. It was a mess on the ground. The party was plagued by internal strife. The people are not united. The machinery is not working, and today they are paying the price of that. And party president Ahmad Zaid Hamidi has been very quiet. Now, he was responsible for dropping all these names, for creating the chaos before going into election. Now, they said that he has to answer for that.
Barisan Nasional feeling the pain looking at these results as they stand at this point of the night. Mel, thank you very much for that. Minutes ago, they're reporting for us with that update from Kuala Lumpur. Well, let's get to Glenda now for some results.
Well, the state of Malaysia's economy was top of minds for voters as they headed to the polls. Malaysia's economy has picked up steam this year since it reopened after the pandemic. But dark clouds loom over its prospects. The government has projected the economy to grow at a slower pace next year. The country's GDP is expected to expand 4 to 5% next year, following this year's forecast 6.5% to 7% growth. Now, the expected slowdown will be on the back of weaker external demand and slowing manufacturing output. Global demand for Malaysian international shipments may be dampened by tighter monetary conditions in advanced economies as they combat elevated inflation. A major bugbear for Malaysians now is the rising cost of living. Malaysia's consumer prices have been climbing higher, driven mainly by rising food and commodity prices. The country's inflation rate rose to 4.5% in September, and that's up from 2.3% at the start of this year. In a bid to control price pressures, the central bank has raised its key policy rate by a total of 100 basis points this year to 2.75% earlier this month. Still, the inflation rate in Malaysia remains one of the lowest in the world. In September, US inflation stood at 8.2% in Thailand, 6.4% in South Korea, and it was 5.6%. Contributing to Malaysia's economic woes is the depreciating currency. The ringgit has lost nearly 12% against the US dollar this year alone. Jobs and unemployment are the other economic variables that matter in elections. Since the reopening of the economy, the labour market has remained buoyant. Malaysia's unemployment rate stood at a pandemic low of 3.6% on year, a tad lower from the month earlier. And let's get more now from Wei Su and her guests in Kuala Lumpur.
And thanks for that, Glenda. Right, we just heard those rather concerning figures about the economy in certainly the year ahead. Our budget 2023 was unveiled 3 days before Parliament was dissolved. Now, the caretaker finance minister has lost his seat. UMNO has said it does not have the simple majority. It needs to form a government.
Right.
So that budget no longer stands. They will have to retable or come up with another budget.
Well, it's going to be a brand new government, I think, because you don't have the mainstay of the old government, which was Barisan Nasional, and the finance minister is gone. So obviously, I think we would have to have a new budget. And it all depends on what actually happens at the end of the day, which are the parties which will ultimately coalesce together to form the new government. It may or may not be, the Barisan Nasional, but certainly looking at the way results are moving, the PH and the PN are moving at the fastest rate, right, in terms of getting the largest number of seats. So we have to look to those two coalitions as the possibility of forming the next government.
And very quickly.
And dealing with the economy. All those questions that were raised just now, I think, are very relevant.
Are they better equipped than Barisan or UMNO to manage the economy? Have they shown that they are?
Obviously, they have to show something, but the old budget would not be able to hold. They'll have to find a new budget to deal with the new problems of the economy.
Prof. Chin.
So I think the Malaysian economy is in big trouble. I've always argued that the pandemic has really damaged the Malaysian economy. I think in terms of coming back, I think whoever forms the next government can't run away from the key elements of the budget that was tabled but not passed. Because the old budget or the budget that was tabled gave a lot of subsidies for what we call the bottom 40 up to 60% of population. I don't think they can run away from that because the people really did face a lot of problem and we are at a recovery phase. So they have to spend big money. But the thing I really want to talk about is the loss of Mahathir. I think this is a huge moment in Malaysian politics. In some ways, it's the closing of an era in Malaysian politics because not only did he lose, but another long-serving member, in fact, the longest-serving MP in Malaysia, Tunku Razali, has also lost. These two people represented a generation all the way back to the 70s. In other words, the founding of the Barisan Nasional coalition in the 70s. But in the case of Mahathir, I can say that he is a highly divisive figure in Malaysia. On the one hand, he was widely respected for what he did in his first term as Prime Minister. But I think a lot of people are in agreement that he made a huge mistake in coming back the second term. Because what will happen now is because of the nature of his loss, including losing his deposit, I think the history or his legacy will be very different now compared to if he had not come back as the Prime Minister a second time round. But in terms of the really interesting things is that I would argue that the people who will be really glad to see him go will probably be the Chinese community. Because there are many people in the Chinese community who equate Mahathir with a period where they think they suffer most discrimination. A lot of the discrimination policies against the non-Malays were instituted during his time. So I think a lot of the Chinese will say that yes, in some ways it's the end of an era, but in some ways, we're glad to see him out. But I think in general, Malaysians in general knew that his time was coming, but I don't think anybody expected to lose his deposit.
So badly.
Yeah. Yes, 6-point-something percent.
No. Losing a deposit in Malaysia is the ultimate sign that you're being rejected by the people. So I think, and I'm not letting any cigarettes out by saying that GTA, his coalition is on track to get zero. So he's not only is he completely finished, but I think his legacy will be written in a completely different way.
In other words, you should know when to quit. Now, very quickly, a comment from you, Dr. Johan, and then we have to have one more thing on the economy. Mahathir.
Sorry?
Mahathir. One more comment on Mahathir. And then
Mahathir, yes. I think I agree with James. I think the whole question of Mahathir really hangs around the idea of the notion of hubris, that he wasn't ready to see that it was his time to actually stop doing what he was doing. He just thought that he could carry on. And I think people don't forget, you see, people remember that he was the one responsible indirectly for what happened in the Sheraton move, right? He resigned as Prime Minister. So there is that lack of forgiveness there.
So his failure to relinquish as he agreed to that position to Anwar Ibrahim.
Right, exactly.
Okay. All right. Back to our original topic for this particular section. So the economy worries are, as you say, subsidies. The concern is that the subsidies are going to cost Malaysia. You are driving up debt that is already not inconsiderable. You can have fiscal deficits as long as they're funding future growth, future development. And Malaysia, is it doing that?
No, you can't stop the subsidy because on the one hand, some of the subsidies are permanent subsidies. For example, we have a thing called the affirmative action in Malaysia. Yeah. So a big chunk of the so-called subsidies is actually institutionalized, so you can't run away from it. And also because the economy is recovering, whoever comes into this government, none of them will have a majority because it will be a coalition plus. This is what all the polls are showing, that nobody's going to be dominant. So I suspect almost all the key elements of the last budget that was not handed down but tabled in Parliament, the key elements, especially in terms of subsidies, will still appear in the next budget. But I think the big difference will be that, it depends on who is the finance minister, because we know that finance minister makes a huge difference. I think the party thing is not so important, because if you look at the finance minister that just lost his position, all these people were helicopter in. They were not part of the original army. Yeah. So we've always chosen somebody from the financial sector to come.
So very quickly, Tunku Zahra Aziz, do you think he was a competent manager of the economy?
I think he chose his seats very, very poorly. Somebody like him is, how should I put it, more suited for urban seat. I think in the area that he contested, I think it's sort of a semi-rural area. I think his profile doesn't fit.
So this is no comment on his ability as finance minister?
No, he was just in the wrong seat. And also, the most important element, you can't take this away, was that he was what we call a helicopter candidate. He came in, but the local people didn't like him.
Dr. Johan?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think, but it's nothing to do with the competency. But the budget that he presented, I think, was clearly a budget aimed at having, election budget. So all the goodies that were handed out to voters, but obviously that didn't help him in his particular contest in that seat in Kuala Selangor.
All right, so some surprising losses there. Okay, right, back to you in Singapore.
All right, thanks for that, Wei Su. And stay with us here on Malaysia Votes 2022, as we'll have more results and analysis for you.
Yeah, welcome back to CNA's coverage of Malaysia Votes 2022. More results are coming in and we'll bring them to you shortly, as well as analysis with our guests. But for now, let's get you up to speed with other news and making headlines with Elizabeth Neo.
Thanks, Steve. Well, Taiwan's representative to APEC, Maurice Chang, says he had a brief but happy chat with Chinese President Xi Jinping at the Bangkok summit.
我跟习主席是的确有互动我们在昨天就是他昨天上午他到这个休息室来的时候我们这个互相问好我恭喜了他20大的成功。
However, tensions across the Taiwan Strait were not discussed. Relations between Beijing and Taiwan have declined since U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi visited in August. The APEC summit has traditionally been one of the few forums where China and Taiwan talk. Well, Mr. Chang, who is also founder of Taiwanese chip giant TSMC, held talks with U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris as well. They discussed the company's new $12 billion plant in Arizona. While the production will not start immediately, Taiwan has already invited the U.S. Commerce Secretary to a tool-in ceremony for the plant next month. Singapore Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong says updated and transparent rules on trade are needed as countries increasingly look after their own interests. On the last day of the two-day APEC economic leaders meeting, he notes it's possible for Asia-Pacific economies to work together towards free trade ideals, even if free trade within the whole zone remains a long way off. Mei Wong reports from Bangkok.
The APEC Forum was formed 33 years ago with the focus on deepening economic cooperation amid lower international trade barriers and increased globalization. But with the current geopolitical tensions, Prime Minister Lee has expressed concerns over how all the achievements over 3 decades may come undone.
Internationally, we have to work together with other countries. Despite the tensions, despite disagreements, and make common cause. Even when we can't agree on everything, can we agree on some things and work together?
The Ukraine war poses a major threat to world order. U.S.-China tensions have also caused a ripple effect to the rest of the world. But the meeting between U.S. President Joe Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping on the sidelines of the G20 summit in Bali was certainly welcomed.
I don't think the temperatures have cooled. I think that the meeting between Xi and Biden is a positive development. It's a long journey to go beyond that, to work on the problems and to turn things around. But at least both countries have acknowledged that they want to try and stabilize a relationship and they do not want to collide with one another. That is positive.
Aside from geopolitical tensions, other troubling trends like technological dominance and less focus on fair competition have hindered APEC from advancing. That's why Mr. Lee emphasized it's important to push ahead with trade and investment liberalization and facilitation. The 21 APEC economies, including the US, China and Japan, he suggested should collaborate to find new forms of trade for a win-win cooperation. These include cultivating new sectors like green economy and digital economy. While doing so, Mr. Lee also reminded APEC leaders that a strong rules-based trading system will provide a form of order in a much more complicated world where free trade today is under stress.
It doesn't mean we don't need rules, because in this situation, if I do what I want, and people talk about unfair, non-market distortions and subsidies, what is a fair market non-distortion subsidy? And if I don't have some basis for that, what I do is fair, what you do is unfair. And if we pursue that, it's not just between opponents where you're going to have a problem. Even between friendly countries, we have to have quite hard discussions. We need new rules. we need to update the existing rules. But until we agree on the updates and the new rules, we have to abide by the existing rules. Otherwise, it's the law of the jungle.
That, Prime Minister Lee warned, would then further diminish trust, undermine security, and impoverish all the economies. Mr. Lee believes there should be no let-up in expanding free and open trade and investment as the way forward. That will help to enhance prosperity and security in a troubled world. And economies, he said, should make use of APEC as one of the key platforms where leaders can hold discussions and maintain engagement while working to sort out problems. May Wong, CNA, Bangkok.
The UN Climate Agency has published the latest draft proposal for a deal to tackle the issue of loss and damage. The document says the summit would agree to launch a new fund to help countries cope with the cost of climate damage. Well, the draft would need approval from the nearly 200 countries at the COP27 summit in Egypt on agreeing to establish a fund for responding to loss and damage. Julie Yu with more on the thorny issues.
We are now in overtime at COP27. The crucial climate talks have now dragged on past their deadline, and there are some reports of turmoil in the negotiating halls, with politicians from around the world continuing to face difficult discussions ahead as they wrangle over the contentious issues, especially of financing of loss and damage as demanded by a number of developing countries. Speaking a day after the summit, EU climate policy chief Frans Timmermans warned that the EU was prepared to walk away from climate negotiations if a satisfactory outcome could not be reached, adding that it would rather have no decision than bad decision. He also called on other parties to the negotiations to reciprocate efforts to find a deal, particularly on the issue of funding for poorer countries hit by climate disasters. Now, France said on Saturday that COP27 climate negotiations in Sharm el-Sheikh still had not produced an agreement capable of containing the rise in global temperatures at this stage. He said that we can't let the 1.5 degrees climate warming objectives die here at Sharm el-Sheikh. Now, meanwhile, Egypt's COP27 president assured that the vast majority of nations attending Crunch climate talks say host countries' proposed package of resolutions is balanced. As Sameh Shukri telling nearly 200 nations gathered here to rise to the occasion as the success of the conference hung in the balance, and bemoaning the slow negotiations of some countries failing to address the urgency. Here's what he said.
As you might imagine, none of the groups could say that all of their interests were reflected. But a vast majority of the parties indicated to me that they considered the text as balanced and that they constitute a potential breakthrough that can lead to consensus.
The remaining negotiations are and will be difficult. Any successful conclusion depends on agreement from 190 plus members. So we'll have to wait and see if and when we will arrive at a consensus.
Britain has reaffirmed continued support for Ukraine to the tune of $59 million. It's an air defense package, including 125 anti-aircraft guns and technology to counter Iranian-supplied drones. Well, British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak announced the support package as he met Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in Kyiv. This comes after the UK announced more than 1,000 new anti-air missiles earlier this month. Well, Ukraine had been requesting assistance from Western nations recently amid intense Russian attacks. Both the British and Ukrainian leaders also discussed crucial issues for their countries and for global security. This is Prime Minister Sunak's first visit to Kyiv since taking office last month. Meanwhile, a train has pulled in Kherson Railway in southern Ukraine from the capital Kyiv. The first train to make that journey in 9 months. It had left Kyiv to applause and greeted in Kherson by a platform of people all filming its arrival. The state rail network says 200 passengers traveled on the train. The train service between the two cities could restart following Russians' withdrawal from Kherson. The pullout is considered a triumphant milestone in Ukraine's pushback against Moscow's invasion. The train carriages were painted in eclectic designs by Ukrainian artists. The tickets on the so-called Train to Victory were sold as part of a charity project. The World Cup beer ban has drawn mixed reactions, particularly from international fans who have flown to Qatar for the game.
I think I wish you enjoy the game with or without it. At the end, it's a party, for everyone, and I think if they did it, it's for something. It has to do a lot with the religion, but I respect that, and I think everyone's going to enjoy the game, with or without it.
I think it's a bit bad because for me, beer and football go hand in hand. So, unfortunately, but as someone else said, it was expected. We've started to understand that the culture is different, and of course we're going to respect the culture here, but they also have to respect that football fans are different.
The statement from FIFA yesterday came just 2 days ahead of the tournament. No reason was given for the U-turn on beer sales, but media reports say Qatar's ruling family had intervened. FIFA President Gianni Infantino defended the decision and said fans can survive without beer. While alcohol will not be sold around all 8 stadiums, it will still be sold in fan zones. And that's your update on key events around the world. Back to you.
Well, here's a look at the current state of the race as the major coalitions claim some big wins on the road to Putrajaya. But let's start with the big shock of the night. And that is former Prime Minister Dr. Mahathir Mohamad has lost his seat in Langkawi. He didn't even secure enough votes to keep his deposit. The seat has gone to Perikatan Nasional's Muhammad Suhaimi Abdullah. Another former Prime Minister, though, kept his. Muhyiddin Yassin, also Perikatan Nasional's chief, was victorious in Pago, Johor. Barisan Nasional is doing well in Johor as well. Hishamuddin Hussein successfully defending his seat in Sembrong in a 3-cornered fight. While Malaysian Chinese Association chief Wee Ka Siong retained his seat in Air Hitam Johor in another 3-cornered fight. But former MCA chief Ong T. Kiat running with the Warisan Party, now he lost badly in Pandan Selangor. Pakatan Harapan's deputy chief Fizi Ramli fending off all corners in a 5-cornered fight. Now in Kuala Selangor, the country's former finance minister Zafrul Aziz, he's lost to incumbent Zulkifli Ahmad of Pakatan Harapan. The former health minister narrowly beating Mr. Zafrul in a 4-cornered fight. In Bagan Penang, Lim Guan Eng of Pakatan Harapan also retained his seat. The former finance minister winning by a big margin there in another 4-cornered fight there with 62.4%.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Glenda. We've got some more. Let's get some reaction for results that have just come in there and speak to Alif Amshah, who's in Putrajaya. Alif, what's been the reaction to Dr. Mahathir's loss?
Well, Steve, it's an end of an era for the 97-year-old, his first electoral loss since 1969. So definitely an upset there in Langkawi, finishing 4th out of 5 candidates, losing his deposit. And as soon as the results trickled in here, where the Pejuang camp is gathered, there was a gasp of disbelief almost. They were expecting him to win convincingly. Now, shortly after the announcement, the Pejuang team also said that there won't be any press conferences with Dr. Mahathir today, and they will release a report card on their performance tomorrow. Now, shortly after the results were officialized that Dr. Mahathir has lost his seat, he appeared at the top of the stairs there behind me, somber looking down to the media crowd below him before slowly making his way down to the ground level, stopping here just beside where I am, waving to the media for one last time. He already said that this could be his swan song, his final go at political office. Left the building to really quite a very silent crowd. They were all just soaking in the moment, possibly a historic moment for Dr. Mahathir losing his stronghold seat and shortly after being whisked into his car. And also heartfelt scenes when we saw his wife Siti Hasma walking just behind him, smiling at the crowd. And certainly for his family, I spoke to his son Mukhris Mahathir a few months ago in Kuala Lumpur, and he said that he was hoping at that time that his dad, that his father would have taken a break and decided not to contest. Obviously, Dr. Mahathir contested this time round as well, but of course the outcome wasn't as favourable as he would have hoped for. I spoke to some of the Pejuang supporters here. There are two sides of the camp. One said that at 97-year-old, they are hoping Dr. Mahathir gets a good rest after such a long career in politics, serving as a Prime Minister twice, as well as MP in different constituencies. And on the other hand, they are quite upset that Dr. Mahathir has lost this time round. He's such a huge political figure in Langkawi, and I'm sure in Langkawi it's also a huge shock as well. Perikatan Nasional has made inroads there, and definitely on the campaign trail we've seen that Pejuang has faced a lot of troubles just trying to brand itself as a Malay-based party, trying to get people familiar with its logo. You know, some of the residents tell me that they're confused, especially when Dr. Mahathir was from UMNO in the past, moving on to Bersatu, and then now in Pejuang, and that could have an impact on the outcome of the Langkawi contest.
A tough defeat for Gerakan Tanah Air. Alif, thank you for that. Alif Amshar there in Putrajaya. Well, joining us next is Mel Goh. She's at UMNO headquarters in Kuala Lumpur. And Mel, just finding out Malaysian Prime Minister Ismail Sabri Yaakob has held on to his seat in Beira, but for Barisan Nasional overall, it's not been a great night at this point.
No, not at all. Now, before I said lots of casualties tonight, but it's now looking more like a bloodbath after caretaker Health Minister Khairi Jamaluddin has also lost his quest in Sungai Buloh. It's unclear how he's going to fend for his political career. Now, while at the headquarters here, Barisan Nasional, the leaders are still meeting upstairs in the war room. I spoke to some of them. They came down. The Malacca Chief Minister has left in a hurry without speaking to the media. But from some of the UMNO elders that we spoke with, he said that it's looking more and more like a hung situation with Perikatan Nasional, led by former Prime Minister Muhyiddin Yassin, emerge on top. Now, he is calling the shots and he wants to be the Prime Minister. Now, UMNO, led Barisan Nasional, the caretaker Prime Minister Ismail Sabri, speaking with us last night, said that he will try to salvage the situation if they manage to cross 70 seats or so, but it's looking unlikely. And now they are looking at their options. Everything is on the table. I just spoke with someone that came down from the war room. They are not even excluding talking to Pakatan Harapan. So it's going to be a long night. There could be many permutations and how a government can be formed, but what's clear that none of the coalition has the simple majority to form the next government. So they have to cobble up a coalition. As to what form, how many, intense horse trading. Yes, there is an anti-party hopping law, and no single MPs can cross or can switch side, or they will risk losing their seat and triggering a by-election. But if a party were to join or switch side with coalition, and that is permissible under the law. So everything is up in the air. Anything can happen in Malaysian politics, and it looks set to be a very long night for all of us here at the Barisan Nasional headquarters.
Yeah, anything can happen, and quite often everything does happen. Mel, given what's been happening to BN this evening, the sort of the turnout not being as they would have hoped for, you mentioned that the Chief Minister has left. Are you expecting a statement to come out from someone from BN there where you are?
We are expecting a statement from the party president, Ahmad Zaid Hamidi, but he so far has been keeping mum, and he said that decision will be made tonight, but it's looking unlikely when the Malacca Chief Minister has left. Now, Malacca is also a stronghold of Barisan Nasional. There was no state election there because they already had their state election, but Perikatan Nasional has managed to make inroads into Malacca. None of the states are now safe. Perlis, I was told that the northern state of Perlis for the first time fell as well, and Barisan Nasional is now doing a lot of soul searching. this is a night that they will be continue to lick their wounds. In 2018, the people have spoken. They have voted Barisan Nasional out. Barisan Nasional was ousted. UMNO was in the opposition. But with the infamous Sheraton move that triggered the collapse of Pakatan Harapan government, they are now back in power. And tonight, the people have spoken again, and they have done it again. They said they can vote them out, and they have their voices heard tonight.
Mel, the loss of Sungai Buloh for Khairi Jamaluddin in that seven-cornered fight, I mean, it's going to be a big personal loss for him because he was truly gunning for this seat, especially having left his safe seat of Rembau. What are his political fortunes now?
It's anyone's guess at this point in time because he's no longer holding any position in the party, UMNO. Now, he said he remains a party man and he wants to reform the party from within, and he's eyeing for the party presidency in the coming party election that must be held within 6 months after the general election. Now, we're also hearing that the caretaker Prime Minister Ismail Sabri, whether he intended to make Khairi his running mate and then will make him the Deputy Prime Minister. All these are just pipe dream at this point in time. But as for Khairi's concern, it's unclear what his plan is. He has said that many times that he wants to reform the party. He wants to be the future Prime Minister. But his road is plagued lots of obstacles, and it looks like he may have to start from scratch.
All right, well, thanks so much for getting us up to speed with the developments there at the Perikatan Nasional headquarters in Kuala Lumpur. We're going to get some reaction from our guests here in studio with us to what's been happening over this evening, especially with Barisan Nasional. Come to you first. What do you think, or what do you make of all the high-profile losses that we've seen as well?
So I think we're seeing the ground shifting away, and this could be the beginning of a new era. So we've seen, of course, Perikatan Nasional really kind of move ahead, and it's absorbing, I think, a lot of the Malay heartland vote. So after this, even if Barisan Nasional enters in some sort of coalition with Perikatan Nasional, I think there are going to be really tough questions asked of UMNO Party President Ahmad Zahid, right? And really, he's going to have to answer to, what was his decision for having the pushing for the elections to be held now. When we come to the UMNO party elections in a few months, I think really the battlefield is open. So yes, perhaps not Khairi because he's not an MP, but then, there could be a contest.
A referendum to a great degree on Barisan Nasional, Serena.
Yeah, I think the sentiment on the ground that I got building up was that people were unhappy with Zahid. And so this is really that, right? So there were people saying, we don't like these other parties, but we just want to give Zahid a lesson. So I think, just as GE15, Najib was the bogeyman, now we have Zahid. But the fallout has been severe because he removed, so many people who were in their own right warlords as well. And that really has shown that people will just go to the other side and, it will fall. But, PN has grown. So this is the question then that we're seeing, right? So has the Malay base completely gone to the other side? Are they actually all the same people? Because they're all originally UMNO anyway. What does it actually mean once we get to tomorrow and the day after? If there is a coalition, if they all come together again, is it back to square one? Just now Mel said that even considering working with Pakatan Harapan, what is it that the people voted for? Is that what they wanted? Is this kind of coalition, yes, perhaps necessary to push through laws and change in Parliament, but is that then again another betrayal of the voter? These are really interesting things, so it doesn't end tonight.
Yeah, and you mentioned that there's an unhappiness with the UMNO president, Ahmad Zahid Hamidi. Currently, he's leading his Bagan Datuk election at the moment. He's on 16% of the vote. Shamsul Iskandar Muhammad Akin from Pakatan Harapan, 13.8%. There's still quite a lot of a significant part of the vote to be counted. We've seen other high-profile members of his party fall. Do you think there's a chance that he could fall too?
I think we won't know until it's called. because I've been watching that and the figures have not changed. So that could, go either way. And we saw that in GE15 when we were sitting here and suddenly all the numbers froze. And like 2 hours later, we realized the government had fallen. So it could be a repeat of that, or it could be they're just, counting and not reporting anything. According to those numbers, there's still about half the votes to go. So that will be very interesting because, they've lost a whole lot of army voters. There was a couple of interviews on the ground and there were people who expressed unhappiness with him. And, they said, we haven't had any changes here really on the ground. We still have road issues, just basic infrastructural issues have been a problem. I think with COVID, people saw that politicians are really obsessed with holding on to power, and they started to realize that, our basic needs are not being met. Over COVID, there was complete lockdown. People couldn't get out, but the VIPs could. And so that sort of opened people's eyes. So where before, we were talking about how rural people don't feel affected by the bigger macro issues. They feel affected by things like this. It is this kind of thing that opens their eyes. Yes, cost of living has gone up. You can't get eggs, you can't afford chicken anymore. But you also realize that my town has stayed the same with this politician. We still have road problems, water problems, electricity problems. The basic needs are not being met. And that, I think, is pushing change.
And if Ahmad Zahid Hamidi if you say he does hold on to his seat, given the other damage that's already been done to Barisan Nasional and to UMNO, Francis, does his leadership position become under risk?
Completely. So, when we look back in history, 2008, of course, Abdullah Badawi didn't do well. They lost 2/3 of the, they had 2/3 prior to that, 2/3 in the House of Parliament. They lost that, so it was taken to be a defeat. There was a lot of pressure from him, and then, of course, he stepped down. Then you had Najib come, right? Then, following 2018, they lost, and then, of course, Najib resigned. So there is that tradition at the highest level that you need to fall on your sword if you don't deliver the goods. So I think he is going to be under a lot of pressure now.
But this is interesting because when that transition was happening, right, Patla to Najib, there was somebody in the background sort of pushing who would be next. And now, who is that person in the background? They're all essentially gone.
Well, the person who was going to be next was potentially Khairy Jamaluddin.
He thinks.
Well, in his mind.
Yeah, in his mind.
In his mind.
But he's not. But he's no longer in the picture. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. So, but there is no, that bigger person in the background who was arranging who would come after Patla, who would come after Najib, right? And I'm not happy with you, therefore somebody else has to replace you. So now we have a huge vacuum because a lot of these older politicians, a lot of the older warlords are gone. So who is holding the puppet strings now?
Well, Hamidi, the counting continues. Let's just put it that way. The unofficial, there are no results there just yet. I mean, the counting is going on. He has a slim lead, but I want to go back to what you were saying, the point you were making about development. Bagan Dato, he has been there since 1995. Development projects there, pandemic notwithstanding, have stalled to a great degree. It's not easy for people within Bagan Dato to get certain, hardware and so on. They have to travel 40 to 100 kilometers to get to certain provisions and so on. Not the basic provisions, but goods and services, as an example. That's not acceptable. When you've had an incumbent, he should have had the advantage of incumbency, Francis.
Yeah, and then we come to this issue that, historically during Barisan Nasional, if you are a Barisan Nasional MP, you have full constituency allocations. You have a fair amount of money for infrastructure, for works, and so on, that opposition MPs don't have. So if you think from 1995 up until 2018, that is a long time to be an MP of the coalition in power. And to your point, if there's not a lot to show for it, then...
Oh, yeah, we'll see how his fate fares as these results get going. But let's get back to Malaysia now. One of our correspondents is standing by. CNA's Tan Sehui. Sehui, you are in Subang Jaya for us, and you're watching the opposition camp. We just had a result a short time ago. DAP leader Lim Guan Eng, he had a huge win there on his Bagan seat. What are you hearing there?
Well, you can see behind me hundreds and hundreds of supporters. They're tired, but the spirits are high. And we just saw many of the leaders came through their door, celebrities as well. And so even though they are not in the lead just yet, they are still having high hopes. I've spoken to some long-term supporters, and they're very glad to hear that Mr. Lim Guan Eng has won his seat at Bagan. And they've also are also supporting their leaders in their constituency. And one of them I spoke to, he is a resident at Subang Jaya right here, and his leader has won, Mr. Wong Chen. And let's take a listen to what he has to say about why he wants to support him. He's been supporting PKR since the 90s, so let's take a listen.
Elated, but it wasn't a surprise because a lot of Subangites actually are very supportive of his cause. He's an intellectual, he's also a very down-to-earth man. He does a lot of great community work for the Subang Jaya community, and we hope he wins by a bigger majority. And in the event Pakatan forms the government, we hope that he'll be awarded a ministership at the very least.
We've spoken to many young people as well. There are many young faces as supporters right here. And they say that they want to see a change. And as we know, there's the Undi 18 where the 18-year-olds and above can now vote. And they're increasing the electorate by at least 30%. So their voice is extremely important. And we spoke to one of them and we asked her, why is she here? Why is she supporting Pakatan Harapan?
Basically because I want to change the government. I want to have a proud Prime Minister. So after all I can see, I'm not proud at all, you know. So I want something that I can be proud of. So that's why I'm coming here to support and to give something for our country, something.
Now, even though the supporters are in high spirits, there's a little bit of tension, there's a little bit of anxiety because we do not know whether Perikatan Nasional will be leading or Pakatan Harapan, because it seems like a really close fight now. And I spoke to some of the supporters and they say they're quite disappointed because, as we know, Perikatan Nasional used to be part of Pakatan Harapan, and the fact that now they're both leading, they feel that it's a disappointment because there could have been one family winning this together. And another disappointment that is not official yet, but we hear that Nurul Izzah is trailing her PN candidate, and that is quite a shock if she eventually loses, because she's running at the Permantang Pau seat, which is a family seat that Dr. Anwar Ibrahim, her father, who is the chair of Pakatan Harapan, he's been leading in that seat for many years, and for her to take over it and eventually possibly lose that seat, that is quite a shock for some of the supporters right here, and they express their shock to me as well. But we still have to see as the night goes on whether that is eventually happening, and we will bring to you all of the highlights right here at Pakatan Harapan's HQ.
Sehui, thank you for that update. Tan Sehui there.
Let's talk about Sarawak's GPS ruling coalition then, which has won a majority of 31 parliamentary seats. And as we understand it, they have made a victory speech in Kuching. And joining us for more is Leong Wai Kit. Wai Kit, tell us then, GPS, tell us what they said, and have they chosen a coalition partner?
Not at all, Steve. I mean, even if the GPS ruling coalition leader Abang Jo has chosen his coalition partner, he's not making it known publicly. I mean, he's been asked several times at the victory speech media conference by several reporters. His answers were, we will have to wait for the official results in Peninsular Malaysia. None of the coalition partners has contacted him, but he did say that he feels that this will be a combined government, meaning to say that there's no one coalition in Peninsular Malaysia would be capable of forming government. Of course, he did not specify whom he was saying, and we will definitely have to find out earlier. Tomorrow, rather. What time is it now? It's 1:06. I've lost track of time. We have to only find out, say, on Sunday morning, because he's already called it a day back in Kuching. But right now in Sabah, where I am, I'm at the official residence of the Chief Minister of Sabah. We are still waiting for more results to be announced. Right now, the official results in Sabah is at 12 for the combined block of Perikatan Nasional and GRS, and that's the current number of seats that they hold before this general election. So we're waiting to see 21 minus 25. 4. help me out there. 25 minus 21. It's four more seats to be announced right here. We will get the official results in just a while, and we're expecting also the Sabah Chief Minister to make an appearance and also to speak to the media after the official results are in.
Well, thanks for that, YK. Now, in Rembau, Negeri Sembilan, Muhammad Hassan has been declared the winner with 26.4%. Let's look at this now here. And we have, he's up against Muhammad Nazri Muhammad Yunus with 10.3%. That's the Perikatan Nasional candidate. Jufri Johar, Pakatan Harapan with 15.9%. And Ramli Ludin, 0.2%. Now, let's get more reactions from Wei Su and her guests, and they are in Kuala Lumpur.
Oh, right. Looking at the numbers now, barring any huge... In fact, there will be no huge surprises. The trend right now, you're looking at PH, PN, GPS, holding their noses, gritting their teeth, and having to form a government together, because only this combination will give us a simple majority. Yeah. The irony, of course, PN brought down PH, but now they have to work together. Of course, a SOP to PH, the greatest traitors as far as Pakatan Harapan is concerned, Azmin Ali, Zuraida Kamarudin, they have lost their seats. Your take?
Yeah, I think the idea of a coalition government has always been there. But
this particular combination
seems like the logical one if you look at the numbers. So I think it stands to reason that they would have to come together to form a government. But there's a lot to be said in terms of what needs to be negotiated, including who leads the final coalition and therefore will be the Prime Minister of Malaysia. But it quite clearly shows you now that the Barisan Nasional, which is trailing very far behind, so they are not likely to be asked to be part of the government. But GPS from Sarawak is clearly, we have used the word kingmaker before, and I think it applies at this time.
Sorry to cut in, but my colleague YKit was just saying GPS not giving anything away in terms of who are you going to partner with.
But that's a good thing, right? Because the GPS itself is not chosen, because they used to be very close to the BN. So at this point of time, they're saying they're not, they obviously are watching the numbers.
What cards are they hiding on this one?
They're looking at the numbers and seeing which are the logical steps to take after the results finally come about, in terms of the numbers.
So I think, for me, I agree with most of what Johan said. But I think within the wider picture, I think with several things, I think that will really surprise people this election. One is that I think we're seeing the original UMNO has totally disappeared. I think even if they come back after this election, I don't think it will be the same UMNO that existed for 60 years. But I think the bigger question is that whether the Barisan Nasional concept that has ruled Malaysia for almost 60 years, whether it's viable. I think there's every chance that not only will UMNO be totally reformed, but the two of UMNO's founding partners, the MIC, MCA, will totally reform as well, or just disappear, or the whole thing will break up. But I think the other thing that's very clear is that, as I said earlier, we can expect a deputy prime minister from Sabah and Sarawak, and from the way it looks, it has to be from Sarawak. But again, I think the numbers are quite clear. It's an issue of whether they can cobble the coalition, the numbers, and get it down very, very
What
quickly.
option have they got? They don't want to, but they have to. No one else is going to be making
No,
majority.
because for them to approach the palace, because right now a lot of seats are still not undeclared.
Okay.
Because in all the previous election, I think, Johan, you remember, right, by midnight, most of the seats will be declared. But this time it's very unusual. It's at 1 o'clock in the morning, right? Less than half the seats has been officially declared.
Official, yeah.
Okay. It's unofficial. You need the seats to be officially declared so that the individual parties and MP can sign statutory declarations to say that they will join together and bring to the palace.
Yeah.
So I'm very surprised that they can't even do that because it's undeclared, so they can't even approach the palace to say that they've got a coalition going. So that was a real surprise.
But at this point, looking at BN's numbers, okay, this is on one website, 23 official, 1 unofficial. Yes. Any chance of it catching up enough to qualify, I don't know, pair up with PN or something? Can we rule out BN at this point? We can, right?
I think we can.
Yeah.
And you think in terms of they're losing even Perlis.
Yes.
A state which have held forever, losing that. So it does look like a rather,
So we look at,
serious
PN
defeat,
includes, amongst others, mainly Bersatu
I think the really big surprise for me is that when we talk about PN now, basically we're talking about PAS. I think PAS is now a major. I think PAS is now a major power broker.
We have to still look at which candidates won where. Yeah. But I think James is probably right that PAS carried the day in most cases.
It's now the major power broker. Yeah. Because previously PAS was never seen as a major power broker at the federal level.
Yes.
But now it's a major power broker at the federal level.
And PAS has huge issues with DAP. And now if they want to form a simple majority, they're going to have to look at Pakatan Harapan, which includes DAP.
Well, I think we don't have to worry about that because, it's really a matter of building a large cabinet where you can carve it out. I think the bigger problem for the population in Malaysia, especially in the non-Muslim population, plus a big section of the urban areas, people will be worried that PAS will be pursuing more hardline public policies. In line with what they've said. One of the things about PAS is that they've been very consistent, especially under the present leader, Hadi Awan, right? They want to impose more public policies to be consistent with their brand of Islam. Yeah. And I don't think that anybody can run away from that now.
I'd like to add a footnote there because although you said PAS has never held national power in a real sense, but they did participate in the most recent government. And the ministers, the ministers were in this.
But that's not what I said. I said they will never sing as a power broker.
But the point I'm trying to say is, the point taken. But I'm saying that they participated in government. So when they participate in government, one can see that they soften a little bit on the Islamism. So maybe we can hope for that kind of development.
Okay, a final question to two of you. That long-time Prime Minister in waiting, is he now no longer needing to wait anymore?
I would think so, because if he has the largest number of seats, or his coalition has the largest number of seats, he's the obvious choice to be Prime Minister.
I agree. Based on the current numbers we have, if the current trend holds, right, it is quite obvious that even the difference between Perikatan and Pakatan, the difference will be at least 20 seats. So I think Anwar has every right to cobble the coalition together and ask to be appointed the Prime Minister. But again, we have to wait for the official results because the palace will not deal with unofficial results. That's the bottom line.
Sure. I agree.
Yes, but the both of you, thank you so much. You will not be staying for those final results. Doctor, thank you so much for joining us. More than 5 hours. Dr. Johan Saravanamutu, Adjunct Senior Fellow of S. Rajan School of International Studies, and of course, Professor James Chin from University of Tasmania. Thanks so much for staying with us for 5 hours and 15 minutes.
Welcome.
And back to you in Singapore.
All right, thank you very much, Wei Su. Now we have more numbers, and it is now in the seat of caretaker Prime Minister Ismail Sabri Yaakob. He has won in Beara Pahang with 31,762 votes. This is a straight three-corner fight against Perikatan Nasional Azmawi Harun, who has taken 16.4%, and Abbas Awang from Pakatan Harapan with 19.4%. Now let's look at this. Ismail Sabri Yaakob back in 2018 won 44% of the votes. And this is a seat that the caretaker Prime Minister has held since 2004, and that is 18 years. Now, Mr. Ismail Sabri Yaakob tenure as MP there has also brought lots of improvements to the infrastructure in Beara in the form of wider and smoother roads, as well as a new hospital and even a Sharia court. And he has even outlined what he plans to do for the people of Beara, including continuing the development of the area's infrastructure and helping the rural villages. Now, stay with us here as Malaysia Votes 2022. We're going to be bringing you even more results and analysis after this break. Welcome back. You're watching Malaysia Votes 2022 right here on CNA TV. We're tracking all the results in the race to Putrajaya for the past few hours now and all night long. Now, while Barisan Nasional have been hit hard in these polls, caretaker Prime Minister Ismail Sabri Yaakob has successfully defended his seat in Beira, a convincing victory in a three-corner fight. Former Prime Minister Dr. Mahathir Mohamad shocked in Langkawi, incumbent losing his seat. He didn't even secure enough votes to keep his deposit. The seat has gone to Perikatan Nasional's Muhammad Suhaimi Abdullah. Now, another former Prime Minister kept his seat. Muhyiddin Yassin, also Perikatan Nasional's chief, was victorious in Pagoh, Johor. Barisan Nasional, though, is doing well in Johor. Hishamuddin Hussein successfully defending his seat in Sembrong in a three-corner fight, while Malaysian Chinese Association chief Wee Ka Siong retained his seat in Air Hitam Johor in another three-cornered battle. But former MCA chief Ong Tee Kiat, running with the Warisan Party, he lost badly in Pandan, Selangor. Pakatan Harapan's deputy chief Rafizi Ramli fending off all comers in a five-cornered fight. In Kuala Selangor, the country's former finance minister Zafrul Aziz lost to incumbent Zulkifli Ahmad of Pakatan Harapan, the former health minister narrowly beating Mr. Zafrul in a four-way battle. Now in Bagan Penang, Lim Guan Eng of Pakatan Harapan also retained his seat, the former finance minister winning by a big margin in another four-cornered fight here. And this also just in, we're going to be pulling that up for you. Incumbent Azmi Ali in Gombak, Selangor, he was defeated by Pakatan Harapan's Amiruddin Shari, who secured 72,267 votes. And you can see there, this is how the state of play is looking like in Gombak right now. And once again, remember that 222 parliamentary seats, and we are looking for the 112 simple majority at this point. Now let's speak with Alif Amshar, who is in Putrajaya right now. Alif, was the win for Shahidan expected though?
Well, Glenda, Shahidan Kassim is a well-known political figure in Perlis, and his win for Perikatan Nasional in Perlis is a great start that Perikatan Nasional was hoping for. You know, earlier on the campaign trail, they were confident of getting all three seats on offer in Perlis, and now that Shahidan Kassim has started the ball rolling for them, I think the Perikatan Nasional will be confident of getting the other two seats as well. Now, Shahidan Kassim was previously from UMNO. He was left out from the Barisan Nasional candidate list and then switched sides to defend his seat in Arau under Perikatan Nasional. He went up against a Pakatan Harapan candidate as well as his former party colleague from UMNO. And analyst says that he wields influence over the two other seats in Perlis as well. So we're already seeing from the unofficial results from Astro Awani, it says that the other two seats, Perikatan Nasional, are also in the lead as well. So we could see some influence there. Now, this was the biggest test of popularity for Shahidan Kassim. The people there that I've spoken to say that they have much respect for him. He's been there as an MP. The first time he became an MP in Arau was some 36 years ago. So really a political figure that is no stranger to the people there. And certainly it has paid off for Perikatan Nasional this time round.
All right, many thanks for that. Alif Amshar speaking to us in Putrajaya. Let's cross now to Afifa Arifin. She's covering the Pakatan Harapan coalition. Afifa, it's getting close to 1:30 in the morning. What have you got for us from over there?
So it's gone for now, yeah? Huh?
Just slightly with about 53 seats in the bag. But overall, they're going neck and neck against Perikatan Nasional. But overall, it's a very interesting development between these two coalitions because remember, they have both worked with each other at some point or another back in 2008 under the Pakatan Rakyat coalition with PKR, DAP as well as PAS in 2018 under Pakatan Harapan with DAP, PKR and Bersatu as well as Amanah. So that's a very interesting, dynamic dynamics that's going on tonight. It was only after that Sheraton move in 2020 that we saw defectors going out of Pakatan Harapan, Bersatu as an entire party, as well as 11 PKR leaders forming Perikatan Nasional. So speaking of the Sheraton move, two of the hot seats that's been very closely watched in this election are the seats of Gombak as well as Ampang, and these are the so-called traitor seats. In Gombak, we just heard earlier that the Menteri Besar of Selangor, Amiruddin Syari, who is Pakatan Harapan's candidate, has emerged victorious in that seat, beating his predecessor Azmin Ali by a majority of more than 12,000 votes. Now, Azmin Ali has always been labelled as the biggest traitor that Pakatan Harapan saw, simply because he was the deputy president of PKR, and it was under the PKR ticket that he became the Menteri Besar of Selangor 2 terms ago. And he became a minister under the Muhyiddin cabinet and also under the Ismail Sabri cabinet as well. Another seat that, is considered a traitor seat is that seat of Ampang, where Zuraida Kamarudin, also a caretaker minister, was contesting in. That's a hot seat also because it was a 9-cornered fight there. But of course, Zuraida Kamarudin lost to the Pakatan Harapan candidate, who won by a 29,000 majority. BN, on the other hand, as we know, speaking of these two coalitions, as Melgo had said earlier, it's a bloodbath over there, and it's a very clear indication that people are rejecting BN, and the votes are being split between Pakatan Harapan and Perikatan Nasional. So we're also still monitoring the results over in Perak as well, because, as we know, Perak, Pakatan Harapan is trying to win the Perak state, which is also holding polls, state polls at the same time as federal polls. Anwar Ibrahim's seat in Tambun Perak, that hasn't been officially announced yet, but the unofficial polls show that the PKR president and Pakatan Harapan chief is currently in the lead, although it's a very tight race against the incumbent of that seat, Ahmad Faisal Azumu from Perikatan Nasional.
Afifah, thank you very much for that. Afifah Arifin there in Subang Jaya. Joining us next, Melissa Goh. She's at UMNO headquarters in Kuala Lumpur. Mel, just finding out Malaysian Prime Minister Ismail Sabri Yaakob, he's held on to his seat in Beira. BN is not feeling so good this evening. They're feeling the pain right now.
I mean, it's wee hours in the morning and we are nowhere close to finding out which side forms the government, in what combination whatsoever. Indeed, the caretaker Prime Minister, Ismail Sabri, has won with a huge majority, over 16,000 votes. His last majority was only 2,000 votes back in 2018. Now, it's a big victory for him. But at the federal level, Perikatan Nasional suffered a huge defeat. Now, the caretaker Prime Minister has left the UMNO building just a moment ago. There will be no decision, we were told, that's going to be made tonight. There will be a political bureau meeting of UMNO at noon later on today, and followed by a Supreme Council meeting at 3:30 p.m. where key decision will be made. Now, remember, in the last General Assembly and the Supreme Council meeting unanimously decided that UMNO will not work with Bersatu, will not work with DAP, and will not work with Anwar, and those were conditions that set by the Supreme Council, and now they have to go back to the Supreme Council and seek a new mandate, because if they want to enter any coalition for that matter, a new decision will have to be made. It has to be a unanimous decision as well, and that is what Party President Ahmad Zahid Hamidi will have to do. They have weighed their options, and the options are pretty limited at this point in time. It's unclear how it's going to be executed. We have heard from past President Abdul Hadi Awang earlier on today, claiming victory by Perikatan Nasional. The official result hasn't come in, so we don't know the actual number of seats that each of the coalition want, but it's clear that none of the coalition will hold the simple majority to form the next government alone. Some kind of combination, a coalition, will have to be made. And it's going to be a long night. As I said, UMNO has decided to call it a night. They will meet later on today at 12 noon.
Yeah, Mel, we've just got a word coming in, an official media statement conceding defeat from Ahmad Zahid Hamidi, the president of Perikatan Nasional. I'm just going to read you a couple of points and get your thoughts on it. The first one here reads, Perikatan Nasional accepts and respects the people's decision in the 15th general election. Number 2, BN considers that the result of GE15 is a big signal given by the people toward us. And number 3, nevertheless, BN will continue to commit to continue contributing to see that a stable government can be established. We are ready to set aside our previous differences in sentiment. Number 4, there's just 2 more. Let me get through them. BN is always committed to see the good relations between the states in the peninsula with Sabah and Sarawak. We are ready to be a bridge to strengthen this relationship. Number 5, in the near future, BN will focus on how to restore the strength of our party, especially to deal with the current challenges and better understand the needs of the new generation. Just to get your thoughts on that last point there about how the party is going to restore its previous strength. Do you think it's going to be able to do that with Ahmad Zahid Hamidi at the helm?
You know, it's not going to be easy going forward for the party president Ahmad Zahid Hamidi. First of all, he's facing multiple corruption charges, and the hearing is coming up in January. And secondly, even though he won his seat, but he's going to face a party election within 6 months after the general election, and he's going to face immediate challenge on his presidency as well. Now, as to UMNO's plan to regain dominance, well, the hope has been dashed by the general election. Well, it respected the people's message, said that they have spoken loud and clear. In the last general election, they have overwhelmingly voted Barisan Nasional out. But just to find that Barisan Nasional, with the infamous Sheraton move that ousted the Pakatan Harapan government, UMNO is back in power together with Bersatu, and later on through political treacheries, and they again, you know, continue to rule and try to seek a fresh mandate, but that has failed. As far as people's concerned, they have spoken. The blue wave have failed to stop the red tide, but the red tide Pakatan Harapan is unlikely to have the majority to govern as well. So it's a standoff. Some sort of coalition will have to be made, and it looks like it's not going to be tonight. It will be a few more days if we are lucky to see which side forms the government and what kind of combination we'll see, and who is going to lead the country, with former Prime Minister Muhyiddin Yassin touted as a possible candidate if UMNO, Barisan Nasional and Perikatan Nasional are coming together with their Sabah and Sarawakian MPs.
Thank you, Mel, for that update. Mel Go there in Kuala Lumpur. And if you're just joining us, just to recap, Barisan Nasional has conceded defeat in this general election 15 for Malaysia. Let's get back now to one of our correspondents who's standing by, CNA's Tan Sahui. You are in Subang Jaya, Selangor. You're watching the opposition camp. What's happening over there where you are?
Yeah, so earlier when there were results about Amiruddin Syari winning the seat that he was fighting for in Gombak against PN's Azmin Ali, he won by 35% compared to Azmin Ali's 28.8%. Right behind me, there is a huge screen over there, and there was a live stream, and people were cheering when they heard that Pakatan Harapan's Amiruddin Syari actually won. And we are really expecting, if anyone starts to come in and starts to win, there is a war room that Dr. Anwar Ibrahim, he is right there. He's in that room over there. And I think when there are more results that will come through, he will be walking along this entire stretch. Leaders will also be walking through, and you can see behind me a lot of the journalists are already sitting down there. They're quite tired. But the night is still ongoing, and we are still waiting for more results. So far, a lot of good results for Pakatan Harapan, neck to neck with PN. Good results from Lim Guan Eng for DAP, as well as many other seats in the Penang seats as well. And we're really going to have to listen into more of the results trickling in. And so far, supporters are in good mood, in high spirits, but still very anxious about what the eventual results are, because it is neck to neck, a very, very tight race, and we still don't know if there's anyone leading. But so far we know that BN has conceded defeat, and so the spirits here are a little more high compared to the ones in BN. So we'll take you through more of the mood here in the coming hours.
Very much for that. So we might see some of the PH leaders walking through that corridor with a spring in their step as they make it down a bit later, as we sort of get the more results confirmed. In the meantime, let's bring the conversation back into our studio here in Singapore, get the thoughts of both Serena and Francis. We should talk first about this concession of defeat, if you like, from Barisan Nasional. As we saw the results unfold through the evening, it looked like we were heading in this direction. But it's to actually see it written down on paper, Ahmed Zahid Hamidi's name at the bottom of it, almost sort of magnanimous in defeat, would you say? Or not magnanimous, not the right word, perhaps. Concessionary. It looks like he's trying to say the right things.
I think they don't really have much choice. Right. So really what we've been saying tonight is that it's the end of an era, and it looks like it's really happened. If you look at the unofficial results, the numbers are really 23 to 26 seats compared to 47, 54, that kind of about 15 is the official expectation. So they can't have any power given they're half. They're barely half of the other parties. So they've just lost all the clout that they've had for more than 61 years.
Mm. Well, the fortunes of some Barisan Nasional candidates, though, not so bad, despite the fact that they conceded defeat. I mean, the one that stands out to me in Rumbau, another sting for Khairi Jamaluddin there, the seat that he was very safe in Rumbau. Tokmat, has not exactly sailed through at 26.4%, but he's taken that seat.
Yeah, and I think he could potentially be the next UMNO party president. So if we go back sort of in time, right, I mean, he is currently the deputy president. And if we go back to 2018, when UMNO was doing particularly badly after having won 51 seats, as opposed to what we can see here, Zahid Hamidi took a 6-month break because there'd been a series of by-election losses on the back of the national election loss, and Mohammed Hassan came in. And then when we come to all the sort of powerful configurations that we've had over the last 18 months to 24 months, he has been prevented from taking a top-level position because he was not an MP. Now that he is an MP, actually then, and now that Ismail Sabri is no longer Prime Minister, what is to prevent him from making a bid for the top job? So we've seen, I think, the political decision has led to a different decision within UMNO. Usually it's the other way around. What happens in UMNO has an impact on the politics. Now the politics has affected UMNO.
Yeah. Serena, do you expect, these shifts to begin right now, tonight? Will those conversations be had tonight within Barisan Nasional, do you think?
I'm sure they'll be trying to think up something. But, as Tunmade also decided he'll speak tomorrow, maybe it is time for them to just take a step back and think about it. I'm sure the business end of things will be in the PN and PH sides, because that's where there is some power to discuss and negotiate, where BN does not have that anymore.
Yeah.
This really is pushback for, the last 2-3 years and all of these changes. Yeah,
we're looking at the numbers on the screen at the moment. You can see how things are playing out at the moment. Pakatan Harapan in the lead, as we understand it, with 58 seats. Perikatan Nasional with 53. BN, as we've been talking about right now, down with just 23. Quite a stark contrast to the strength that they have been in Malaysian politics. Is there a way back for them? I mean, it's going to be a long road, you'd have to think. A lot of renewal, a lot of change is going to happen from within the party, Francis.
So, I mean, I guess a couple of things. One, to the magnanimous point, right? So what they're doing is they're saying...
That was the word I was looking for, magnanimous.
They're saying, look, we're open to discussion, right? So they're kind of positioning themselves as now a minor party, which of course is a real climb down.
But Francis, what do they bring to the table with a loss like this? What can they bring?
Well, so, I mean, if we're getting to 24, 25 seats, that's still not an inconsequential number of seats, right? So they could be part of an extended rainbow coalition. So I wouldn't count them out completely. But coming back to, I think, your question, Steve, one of the things that kind of stands out is, given the huge loss that they had in 2018, you really didn't see any internal party renewal. There was no cleansing, right? And it was very much the old guard and the traditional people staying in power. So what we're really now kind of seeing is this coming home to roost, both in terms of the people leaving or being ejected in the run-up to the election, And now we're actually finally seeing everything coming home to roost, that this is payback for not cleaning up.
Yeah. Well, these are 2 election defeats in a row, though, to be clear,
Correct.
from GE 14 and 15.
Correct.
But I think it's also a reflection of how people have changed in how they vote. So they're not voting for the party, they're voting for the person. And that's the difference, because before it was all about just BN and whoever's in the opposition, right? So now people are actively saying that, no, I'm going to look at the candidate. You know, I don't care which party it is anymore, because I think what people have seen is there doesn't seem to be much difference between what the party stands for, or people don't know what they stand for anymore. So it's really about the person. So you can see the big names that have had issues because they were known to jump ship, or because of, you know, any other stories on the ground, you know, related to them, have lost. And so I think there is that. There's the candidate that people are selecting, not so much the party. So we're analysing it and looking at it from the seat perspective and all of that. I think as a voter, what they've been doing is, I don't like this person, I'm going to vote against him or her, you know, or I prefer this one. Or I'm voting for this because this is the lesser of many evils. And so this is my choice.
Right.
Well, looking on the screen right now, we can sort of see a breakdown of the results by party for Malaysia Votes 2022. PAS has the biggest individual number themselves with 38, DAP with 27, PKR 22, UMNO 21, and Bersatu 18. We'll get the thoughts of our guests on that in just a bit. But in the meantime, we've already received a written concession speech by Perikatan Nasional. We have also, as we understand it, had a spoken speech by the Sabah's Chief Minister. He has had a few words to say. Let's cross over to Leong Wai Kit, who's covering this in Kota Kinabalu. Wai Kit, what did Hajiji Noor say?
Well, Steve, the Sabah Chief Minister says that they have won at least 13 parliamentary seats out of 25 parliamentary seats here in Sabah. Right now, the official confirmed results from the Election Commission is just 21. But basically, he's acknowledged that the ruling Gabungan Rakyat Sabah coalition has won majority of the 25 parliamentary seats. He also did say that he's just got off the phone with his Sarawak counterpart, the ruling GPS leader Abang Jo. He said they've both spoken and that they've both agreed to join forces to form what's known as a Borneo bloc. But what he did not say is whom GPS and GRS and Perikatan Nasional here in Sabah would support in Peninsular Malaysia. He didn't say which coalition nor coalitions. He did say, however, that they will choose the coalitions based on whether or not they can bring stability to the country. So I asked the Chief Minister how he would assess and define stability, and the answer is any coalition that can give benefits to Sabah and Sarawak, basically because the Borneo states see themselves as Sabah and Sarawak first. That's about all he said. I mean, earlier I talked about how the GPS ruler Abang Jo had also sidestepped questions. He's already called it a night. The Sabah Chief Minister he has also given his speech saying that he and Abang Jo have both decided to work together to choose a coalition which has not been revealed, and he's also wished us good night. Basically, that means to say that we'll have to wait and see the official results from Peninsular Malaysia. But the key point here is this: Sabah and Sarawak, the winning coalitions are now GRS and GPS, and both coalitions have agreed to work together as a Borneo bloc. What this means for the Borneo states of Sabah and Sarawak is that these lawmakers in the Borneo states will fight for more rights at the federal level for Sabah and Sarawak.
All right, Wai Kit, thank you very much for that. Leong Wai Kit there in Kota Kinabalu. Let's get back to Serena and Francis here in the studios. Your reaction to what Wai Kit was just mentioning there about the issue of, horse trading.
So I think the decline of BN is one very important milestone we're seeing. I think this is another one. So what we're seeing is, I would say, very important strategic thinking on the part of the leaders of Sabah and Sarawak. And what they're doing is they are increasing their relative strength relative to coalitions on the peninsula. And they're waiting. They're seeing what is the relative strength of the peninsula-based coalitions, and then they're holding out for the best package. And so here we're talking about potentially DPM position. We're also talking about share of revenue, particularly oil wealth. We're also talking about key cabinet positions and very interesting ones for Sabah and Sarawak, things like public works, rural development, and agriculture. So these are the types of things that will be going on in the background to determine. So they're being very smart by you're not going to approach PN now. You don't know how strong they are. You're going to wait out to the last possible moment and then get the best deal you can.
And Serena, is this a long overdue for Sabah and Sarawak? For so long, they seem to have sort of been the neglected part of Malaysia. They have so much of the revenue, oil and gas reserves we know in Sabah and Sarawak, but they haven't necessarily had the level of development and investment into infrastructure and things like that. Is this now sort of their moment to try and sort of level up the playing field, if you like, as being a more powerful bloc?
Yes, I guess it is, but they've always been a bit of a kingmaker, right? So it's just that even as they did that, the ruling party just didn't send on the benefits that they should have gotten out of it. And this has always been a very strong election,
for them as well.
pull. But I think we also need to realize that Hajiji is bersatu. So perhaps this is also very strategic thinking on his part in that sense. And is he therefore leaning towards PN? We need to hear from Abang Jo to see what he says. So because, I mean, we're listening to politicians. We need to hear all sides before we come to any conclusions. But it's good that, they're going to sleep now. And then we'll just have to wait until tomorrow to see what else happens. Because anything can happen in a few hours in Malaysia.
Yes, and it is now approaching 2 o'clock in the morning. Thank you for staying with us. If you've been with us since we started our results show at 8 o'clock yesterday evening. We're all losing a bit of track of time. Just a few moments ago, though, before we crossed over to Waikit, we did bring up a graphic to show sort of the breakdown of the parties, individual parties, to show you how many seats they have won and what position of strength they were in. And sitting at the top of the list, quite interestingly, was PAS with 38 seats. They're part of the Perikatan Nasional coalition, as we know, but they are sort of the dominant member of that coalition, if you like.
Star has it at 41. And that's interesting, to put it lightly. As James Chin said just now, the concern for the voters really is how much of their sort of Sharia law are they going to impose on Malaysia, given that they have these kinds of numbers and therefore can be an influence. Does this mean that the country as a whole is actually sliding towards more conservative views when it comes to religion? And how does that then affect everybody else, including Muslims who are not as conservative? So I think moving forward after this is, if this is their position, does Hadi Awang therefore become DPM? These are the questions that we need to ask, and what is the impact then on Malaysia?
Yeah, and one of those past candidates who added to that number, the number of seats we're seeing there in Pali, we spoke about him earlier, Muhammad Fawaz, 39 years old. He has prevailed in that race in Perikatan Pao. Nurul Izzah Anwar, she's lost her seat. As an example, I mean, this individual, he is a preacher. Penang and Perikatan Pao Division Youth Chief as well, a man who has been working the ground, but not so well known up until today. And again, the Anwar family losing that legacy seat.
Yeah. So I think this is the question, right? How come they are able to do this? Francis brought up just now that in Muar, the state seat went to a PAS candidate, so there's a big PAS community there. Has PAS been quietly actually gathering more support on the ground, because it looks like they are the anchor for PN? If you look at terrorism studies for Malaysia, there has been a bit of concern in non-violent extremism. Is this, is there any correlation between that and the growth of PAS? Not saying that PAS is a terrorist group, but this kind of sort of more fundamental thinking, has this become normalized in the sense that, in order to ensure that Islam is sort of governed or implemented in the right way, we should all vote for PAS? Is this how Malaysia is sliding? These are the questions.
Yes, Francis.
Yeah, one thing I'd be interested to see is, yes, we have an idea of the relative strength. We don't so much have a picture. So I'm curious, are all the past seats clustered in the north? So have we seen, they've held on to Kelantan Terengganu, they've expanded into Pahang and Kedah, right? So that is sort of consistent. What would surprise me, and I do want to know, is have they moved south? Have they won seats in, Selangor and Johor and Malacca? And if that's the case, then that's really new. The other one is a bit more incremental. The other one is paradigmatic change.
Okay, well, hopefully we'll get those results so we can break it all down for us all to understand it a little bit better. In the meantime, let's get over to Glenda because she has some more results that have come in. Glenda.
That's right, guys. So let's look at the results that's coming in from Julun Kedah now. And we're going to pull the graphic up for you. And you can see there in Julun Kedah, Ghani Ahmad has won, defeating incumbent Mukhriz Mahathir. Now, remember that this is Mukhriz Mahathir's ward in Julun, and he has held it for 2 times. The first time in 2008 under the Perikatan Nasional banner, and then again in the last election under Pakatan Harapan. And this time round, he is under the Perjuang banner, and that he has lost his seat. Othman Aziz there with a 16.6% win, and Muhammad Fazil Ali from Pakatan Harapan with 9.1%. And in the last election, that was in 2018, Mukhriz won 43% of the votes. And Mukhriz is son of Mahathir Mohamad here. So it looks like they have just lost in Perjuang under that banner there. Now we have another numbers that's coming in, another results there, if you can pull it up for you. It is in Tambuan right now. And you can see there in Tambuan, we have Anwar Ibrahim winning this seat. Now, remember, Anwar Ibrahim has left his stronghold of Port Dickson, and this is the first time that he is running in Tambuan. And the reason why he's doing this, and we know, is that he wants to punish the traitors for the Sheraton move, and it looks like he has done very well here. In 19.9% for this win against Ahmad Fazil Azumi, who held this seat here in Tambuan, and he won 16.6% here now. And then we have Abdul Rahim Tahir as well under the Perjuang banner for 0.4%, and Perikatan Nasional, Aminuddin Muhammad Hanifa with 10.1%. Well, stay with us here on Malaysia Votes 2022. We're going to have more results as they're coming in through the night, and obviously analysis.
While you watch our Malaysia election coverage on CNA TV, also keep tabs on the CNA app and the website at cna.asia. I'm David Bottomley, Deputy Chief Editor at CNA Digital, and we'll be bringing you a full picture of what's happening with our live blog, with analysis and reaction from our teams on the ground.
I'm Haziq, and I've been in Bera, Pahang, where caretaker Prime Minister Ismail Sabri Yaakob has campaigned hard to defend his seat and hopefully emerge as Malaysia's next premier. But he's had to fight off widespread claims that his own party president is aiming for the top post. I'll be at the Perikatan Nasional headquarters with the latest.
I'm Pitida from Chertu, and I've been in Perak, where issues like the cost of living and racial sentiments have been in the spotlight. On Saturday evening, I'm going to be at Pakatan Harapan's headquarters to get reaction to this hotly contested election.
I'm Amir Yusof, and I'll be in Northern Johor this Saturday evening. I'll be keeping tabs on the 26 federal seats in the bellwether state. Whatever happens in Johor could have a huge impact on the overall results of the election.
I'm Rashwinjit Singh Bedi, and I will be in Kuala Lumpur on Saturday. I will be monitoring the results of all federal parliamentary seats, particularly those of the new kids on the block, Perikatan Nasional. I will be monitoring their results live from their viewing party on Saturday night.
So make sure you follow CNA Digital's live blog for complete coverage of Malaysia's general election.
Now, as the votes are being counted, we're getting results, and Pakatan Harapan's Ramanan Ramakrishnan has won in Selangor, defeating Malaysia's Health Minister, Khairy Jamaluddin, as we've heard there earlier. Now, let's look at the numbers. This is what you're seeing are just 4 contenders. This is actually a 7-cornered fight. We're only showing you the 4 numbers here, 4 contenders here, 4 candidates. And Khairy Jamaluddin there, 30.5%. Muhammad Ghazali, Muhammad Hamin, 18.4%. Ramanan Ramakrishnan, 32.2% there. Muhammad Akmal, Muhammad Yusuf with 0.5%. Now remember that Khairy Jamaluddin has left his Rembau spot, and he has now in Sungai Buloh. He has lost this position here, and Muhammad Ghazali, Muhammad Hamin there with Perikatan Nasional, and Ramanan Ramakrishna once again Pakatan Harapan. Let's go to another results that we're having as well, and we're going to pull that up for you. Incumbent Anthony Loke, now he retains his seat in Seremban. He's beating out BN's Felicia Wong and PN's Fadil Che Mi. Now we can see here that we have Felicia Wong with 15.6%. That's Barisan Nasional. Now Fadil Che Mi with 21%, and Anthony Loke with 40.6%, and Muhammad Jani Ismail with 0.8%. This is a 5-cornered fight. Once again, we're showing you only 4 candidates here.
Barisan Nasional has conceded defeat. Releasing a statement just moments ago, the group said that it accepts the people's decision. It said that the results are a big signal from the people.
BN said it remains committed to contributing to the formation of a stable government and said they are ready to set aside previous differences. It said in future it will focus on how to restore the party's strength and better understand the needs of the new generation. So let's continue to get the thoughts of our studio guests, Serena and Francis. Just recapping that statement there that we heard from Barisan Nasional, Francis, a while ago, really is sort of a resounding defeat for them in this election, and a bit of a shift in the sands of Malaysian politics.
Yes, and I guess it's also ironic because they are the dominant coalition, and they're used to being the prime mover in any type of relationship, right? So you establish a coalition with them, they are the prime mover, the prime party. Now, all of a sudden, implicit in that statement is an invitation to be invited to form part of a coalition as a minor party. Yes. So it's a real kind of shift in relative power. So
it's a please can we join with whoever is, as opposed to who wants to join with us.
I think, going back to our earlier discussion about right at the beginning of this show, Serena, when you spoke about the pain that the people of Malaysia have been feeling and how that might be reflected in what we're seeing with those numbers. Mm-hmm. There are people behind those numbers. The COVID-19 pandemic, it's not behind us just yet. Countries have moved forward, but Malaysia is still suffering. The people of Malaysia have still been suffering from this. Was this also punishment for BN for its handling of, for the most part, of its pandemic measures and how inflation and the economy has tanked since then?
To be honest, I think voters have very short memories. So the most recent, decision that was really that made people really unhappy was the decision to have the elections during the monsoon. So that could have been one of the things, given that during the COVID period it was like 3 different governments and Ismail Sabri was right at the end of it. The most recent insult was to have these elections to begin with. And so that sort of really pushed people off the edge. Like, why do you need this now? It can wait until next year post the monsoon period.
So like politics before people.
Yes, and that has been the sentiment, as I said, over the COVID period, right? And that really has made people angry. And that's how perhaps BN took the fall from that. But, on top of that, you are seeing many individuals who are either associated with the Sheraton move or, have been seen as villains in one sense or another. They have paid the price. And you can see this in how the voters have voted. And that's really interesting as well.
Yeah, Azmin Ali would be an example of that, Francis?
Certainly. So, he's in many ways taken to be one of the architects of the Sheraton move that, of course, led to the downfall of Pakatan Harapan. And then also when you look at the constituency where he is, that is very much a constituency that is favorable to the type of politics that Pakatan Harapan espouses. So it's not that surprising at the end that he is made to pay a price, because it was, if you like, a bill that had to be paid at some point.
So if the repercussions of what we're seeing as the results, the fallout perhaps of pushing for this election on BN's side, and sort of comeuppance, if you like, of what has happened in the Sheraton move with Azmin Ali and perhaps other individuals like that, where does that leave Muhyiddin Yassin then? He seems to have come out of this relatively well, is that fair to say?
Yes and no. So the first thing is, if we go to opinion surveys, very much he comes across as one of the most popular senior Malay figures. And I think that some people have quite a good opinion of him in the early days of handling COVID. So he personally, I think his brand is good. The problem I think he's going to face is, when we look at the numbers within the coalition, you know, he very much would have liked if Bersatu was the prime party within his coalition, Perikatan Nasional. Now this is not the case. And so it could be that he is the junior partner. And then, you know, what does that say about his ambitions to be PM?
But, you know, if you look at this election as a whole, it's really been an election about who will be the next prime minister, right? There have been calls in the lead up to this, at least during the hustings, why is Anwar Ibrahim still there at the helm? Shouldn't he too have kind of moved on, made space for the younger generation like Rafizi Ramli and so on? He's power hungry. I mean, he's not been willing to step aside?
I think, you know, that is sometimes the assumption, and that's why people did see him initially as a liability. But somewhere along the campaign period, this seems to have changed. So initially, where Anwar's popularity seemed to be at an all-time low, and therefore Pakatan was suffering, about 2-3 days ago, it seems to have flipped. And so what has happened is, as you said, they were talking about the PM candidate. So between the three, so we're talking about more of the non-Malay voters. So you have the option of Anwar, Muhyiddin, and supposedly Ismail Sabri, but then many people believe that actually Zahid would take his place, right? So then people were looking at that and thinking, between these three, who do I want? And the best bet is Anwar, right? As the most appealing option over what we have. And that then flipped. So then you started to see the numbers of non-Malay voters going up. And then you started to hear people are thinking, okay, I'll go to vote because suddenly it looks like PH has a chance and maybe we can do it again this time, you know, that kind of sentiment. Muhyiddin, yes, he's popular, as Francis said, but on the Malay base, you know, there are those who are tired of corruption. There are those who don't want Zahid. And then Muhyiddin seems appealing because he does that religious, fatherly figure very well. And this appeals to the Malay base. He's got to be an older male who can speak the religious verses, use the right phrases. You know, he was generous to the people who needed it, the middle class, the rural poor. And so he was head of the NCR, the COVID Recovery Committee. So these all boded well for him. And he's safe because we're not sure about Anwar. We don't really like Zahid. So for the broader Malay base, this is where we want to go. So now we have the final tussle, right, between the two. So I think it'll depend on who has the most seats to see who has the negotiating power and where Sabah and Sarawak, whether they work together or not, where they decide to go.
Okay, we'll continue this discussion on who could potentially emerge as the frontrunner to be the next Prime Minister in just a bit. But first, let's cross over to our colleague Saiful Ismail. He joins us live from Shah Alam in Selangor. Saiful, great to chat to you. It's about just gone 2 o'clock in the morning. And tell us about this impressive showing for Perikatan Nasional with, as we understand it, 49 seats now. How's the mood on the ground?
Well, you know, Steve, the Barisan Nasional Alliance has lost Perlis for the first time in Malaysia's general election. BN had earlier axed Shahidan Qasim, who was an influential UMNO warlord from its candidate list, and he opted to contest for rival opposition coalition Perikatan Nasional. Shahidan was a former Perlis chief minister and four-term Barisan Nasional lawmaker, was dropped from the BN candidate list by UMNO President Ahmad Zahid Hamidi. Shahidan was later expelled from the party for contesting for the opposition. Shahidan managed to defend his Arau parliamentary seat against his former party colleague and corporate executive Roshabil Abdul Rahman. Now, the Shahidan is a popular figure in Arau since he first became its MP in 1986, and his presence has wielded considerable influence on the outcome in the other seats. Shahidan said he had yet to decide on a new party, but did not rule out the possibility of joining the religious Islamic party PAS, which is part of PN together with the Bersatu party. Depending on which party leader becomes Menteri Besar after PN's victory in the state election, Perlis could become the fourth state to become under PAS leadership after Kelantan, Terengganu and Kedah.
All right, thanks for that. As Saiful mentioned just now, there are concurrent polls in 3 states in Malaysia for their legislative assemblies, and that is all the 3, Perak, Perlis and Pahang. And Barisan Nasional, let's look at Perlis. Barisan Nasional has lost Perlis, losing all of their races there so far. Perikatan Nasional sweeping 13 of the 15 seats available. And now another result coming in Pematang Pau. Muhammad Fawaz Mat Jan has won 35.1%. Now he's defeated incumbent Nurul Izzah Anwar of Pakatan Harapan. She got only 30.2%. And this is a four-cornered fight here. We also have the other contenders, Muhammad Zahid from Barisan Nasional with 15.8%. Muhammad Fawaz, 35.1%, Nurul Izzah Anwar with 30.2%, and Nasir Osman Pejuang with 0.4%. Is this a surprise? Because you mentioned earlier, you know, you were talking earlier in the evening about Nurul Izzah and saying that, you know, how high up she is in the Pakatan Harapan rankings. For her to lose this Pematang Pau seat, I mean, this is a seat that her family has held for as long as we can remember, from Anwar to his wife, Wan Aziza, and then now to her. What does it say about her, or what's next for Nurul Izzah, the Reformasi princess?
Yeah, that's the question. So this, for me, was one of the biggest surprises, because we didn't see this coming, really. But as Francis said, you know, Pematang Pau is really close to Kedah. So it's really more Kedah than Penang, to be honest. And you know, these borders are artificial inventions, right? The people are all essentially all sitting together, and they might have the same views. So perhaps it is that. Perhaps they wanted to give someone else a chance, and they wanted to see if that would change anything. It could be fallout from unhappiness with the father, you never know. You know, so sometimes, like we saw, Mukris is also very popular in Kedah, but he's also gone just as his father is. Anwar, of course, survived. He's an even bigger name. But you really don't know. You really have to go to the ground and see, was she present? Did she have time to speak to the people and be there for them? Was, you know, was it PAS candidate, you know, was he there more than her? Because at the end of the day, people want to see that the person that represents them is with them more than anything else. So maybe she had less time to do that.
Yeah, Francis, you mentioned earlier about seeing how far the inroads that PAS had made in other states beyond the stronghold states. Would this perhaps, is this the sign that you're perhaps talking about?
So this is still, I would see this as growing sort of geographically out from Kelantan and Terengganu into Kedah and then down into the mainland portion of Penang, which historically actually used to be part of Kedah. So I see it more in that sense. This is not, to me, as telling as if they started, you know, winning pockets of seats in somewhere like Selangor or the KL Federal Territory. For me, that would be very different.
Okay. Now, we were talking before about potential prime ministerial candidates. We know we can rule out a couple from Barisan Nasional for sure. The caretaker Prime Minister Ismail Sabri Yaakob, Ahmad Zahid Hamidi, we knew that he had ambitions. Those will no longer come to pass, it would seem, as things stand at the moment. Muhyiddin Yassin, maybe in the box seat for Perikatan Nasional, you would think, but as we were talking, PAS has, more seats. He's the minority partner in that. But what we haven't, and we spoke about Anwar Ibrahim as well with Pakatan Harapan, what we haven't spoken about is who would be the PAS candidate for Prime Minister. Is that not something that we should be talking about?
Wouldn't that be Hadi, automatically? Yeah. I would assume. Yeah.
How do they make decisions, though? I mean, I know we're not quite yet done with this election. How, once these coalitions start to begin to talk about merging or not merging, forming together, how do you make a decision about who should be Prime Minister?
I think also relatedly, there's someone, or I wouldn't say someone, but an interest group that we haven't considered, and that is Sabah and Sarawak. So what if, let's say, PH were to say, okay, you come on board and we give you PM. We get all these other positions, but this, right? That could change the dynamic.
All right.
Plenty more at play as we wait to see the final numbers come in and all the things that are going to be happening behind the scenes, which we'll have to be waiting to keep an eye out for all the signs for that as well. Do stay with us right here on Malaysia Votes 2022. More to come.
While you watch our Malaysia election coverage on CNA TV, also keep tabs on the CNA app and the website at cna.asia. I'm David Bottomley, Deputy Chief Editor at CNA Digital, and we'll be bringing you a full picture of what's happening with our live blog, with analysis and reaction from our teams on the ground.
I'm Haziq, and I've been in Bera, Pahang, where caretaker Prime Minister Ismail Sabri Yaakob has campaigned hard to defend his seat and hopefully emerge as Malaysia's next Premier. But he's had to fight off widespread claims that his own party president is aiming for the top post. I'll be at the Barisan National headquarters for the latest.
I'm Pitida Promchetu, and I've been in Perak, where issues like the cost of living and racial sentiments have been in the spotlight. On Saturday evening, I'm going to be at Pakatan Harapan's headquarters to get reaction to this hotly contested election.
I'm Amir Yusof, and I'll be in northern Johor this Saturday evening. I'll be keeping tabs on the 26 federal seats in the bellwether state. Whatever happens in Johor could have a huge impact on the overall results of the election.
I'm Rashwinjit Singh Bedi, and I will be in Kuala Lumpur on Saturday. I will be monitoring the results of all federal parliamentary seats, particularly those of the new kids on the block, Perikatan Nasional. I will be monitoring their results live from their viewing party on Saturday night.
So make sure you follow CNA Digital's live blog for complete coverage of Malaysia's general election.
You're watching Malaysia Votes 2022, and we have more results for you coming in right now. And let's look at Shafie Apdal. He is a former Chief Minister of Sabah. He has won in Sempurna Sabah, and this is his seat. This is a straight four-corner fight here, and against Arasram Pandorok with 2.6%. That is Pakatan Harapan, and Rajik Abdul Hamid, Pejuang Party 0.6%, and Nixon Abdul Habi, and that is an independent with 10.9% of the vote. Now let's go to another result that's coming in. It's Sungai Siput there. We're going to pull that up for you. And you can see there incumbent Kawasan Subrabanyam, Pakatan Harapan with 29.9%, and Kesavan Subrabanyam there. We also have SA Vinaswaran from Barisan Nasional with 27.3% of the vote there. Now this is a 7-cornered fight. We're showing you 4 candidates here. The next results we are going to have is in a win for Barisan Nasional in Tapa Perak. As you can see there, M. Saravanan, 29.7% against Sarawasti Kandasamy with 21.5% as Pakatan Harapan. And for this is a 6-cornered fight. We're showing you 4 candidates here.
Thanks, Glenda. It certainly has been a night marked by resounding wins and some shocking upsets as well. Among the prominent figures who fell in this election, Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, who came in 4th in a 5-cornered fight in Langkawi, and he will forfeit his deposit. Other big names include Tunku Zafrul Aziz, former Minister of Finance, and Azmin Ali, former Trade and Industry Minister.
As for the winners, former Prime Minister Muhyiddin Yassin, who was ousted in a vote of no confidence, comfortably winning his seat in Pago, Johor. Leader of the opposition, Anwar Ibrahim, securing his seat in Tambun Perak with 19.9% of votes. While caretaker Prime Minister Ismail Sabri Yaakob, he came in first in Bera, Pahang with nearly 44% of votes cast. Sabah's Chief Minister says he has spoken with the leading GPS coalition in neighbouring Sarawak State, and they've decided to form a Borneo bloc to give them more leverage at the federal government level.
Saya telah berbincang dengan Premier Sarawak, Tan Sri Abang Jo, dan kita sepakat untuk menyokong kerajaan yang akan dibentuk di peringkat persekutuan yang boleh membawa kestabilan politik bukan saja kepada negara kita tetapi juga di negeri Sabah.
Joining us next is Mel Goh at UMNO headquarters in Kuala Lumpur. Mel, we know that Malaysia's caretaker Prime Minister Ismail Sabri Yaakob has held on to his seat in Bera, but for Barisan Nasional overall, it's not been a great night.
Indeed, I mean, caretaker Prime Minister Ismail Sabri actually beat his own forecast. He was hoping to at least double his winning majority in the last general election of just over 2,000 votes. Now, he won by more than 16,000 votes. It's more than quadruple his winning majority in the last election. But then again, at the federal level, Barisan Nasional suffered a huge defeat. The party and the coalition, even the oldest in this country, has conceded defeat and promised that they will work with others for the sake of stability in the country, as well as their brothers and allies and friends in the East Malaysian state of Sabah and Sarawak. The party UMNO will be having a political bureau meeting at noon, followed by the Supreme Council meeting at 3 p.m. and Barisan Nasional with the component parties from MCA and MIC later on in the evening at 8 p.m. Now, I spoke with the spokeswoman from MCA, the Malaysia Chinese Association, Chan Quinner. She spoke about how they need to do a postmortem, and it's multi-pronged, the problem, how Barisan Nasional suffered a huge defeat. She runs the election campaign, and then she said that the problem's multi-pronged. Right now, they accepted the people's decision. People have spoken loud and clear. In the last general election in 2018, voters overwhelmingly voted against Barisan Nasional, ousted the 60-year rule with the intention of teaching them a lesson so that they can seek reform, but instead through means of political maneuvering and other, treachery and defection and a series of a lot of political maneuvering, Barisan Nasional found its way back to power and now seeking a fresh mandate, including Prime Minister Ismail Sabri with a shorter stint of 14 months. He's trying to seek a 5-year mandate, hopefully, with his track record of putting some form of stability in between, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic period. But it's to no avail. As far as the party is concerned, they don't have the majority to form a government, and now with the smallest bloc. It's looking at neck and neck now between Perikatan Nasional and Pakatan Harapan. Perikatan Nasional, led by former Prime Minister Muhyiddin Yassin, is looking very bullish. His partner, Islamic Party past President Abdul Hadi Awang, has just had a news conference this evening claiming victory as well. It's on its way to form new government with likely Muhyiddin as the next Prime Minister, the Prime Minister number 10 of the country.
Mel, Barisan Nasional has officially conceded defeat, as we know. Can't help but notice, an image speaks 1,000 words, as they say, and just looking behind you, it looks like they've packed up for the night. Is that the case?
Yes, I mean, for the first time I'm seeing police officers with a 360, basically surveillance of the whole place. I don't normally see them here. Now it's no longer the ruling party, Barisan Nasional. It is the oldest and largest political establishment in the country, more than 70 years old. And today it's licking its wounds with the smallest bloc. The party leaders, there's a lot of soul searching. And party president Ahmad Zahid Hamidi hasn't spoken a word at all. Barely a minute ago, the media officer came down to call it a night, asking the media to go home and take a rest and come back in a few hours when they're ready to deal with the internal matters through the Supreme Council meeting, which is the highest decision-making body when they decide who to partner with in order to have some form of stability in the government. And as we wait, Malaysia is unlikely to see a government in the next couple of days or so. We will just have to wait and see. There's still a few more processes to go before we see a formation of a new government. It includes going to the palace to see the king. Once they have the majority, they cobble up a majority, a coalition, with their choice prime minister candidate. Then they will propose a name to the king, and the king will ultimately have to decide. So there's still a lot of, a few steps to go before Malaysia can actually see who's going to form the next government and what form it's going to take. Steve?
Mel, thank you very much for that. One of those results from Barisan Nasional that isn't in, of course, is that of Ahmad Zahid Hamidi himself. He's ahead by just a few hundred votes at this point of the night, but we will have to wait to see what his fortunes are as these results sort of firm up. Mel, thank you very much for that. Let's go over to Afifa Arifin now. Afifa, you are there with Pakatan Harapan. Anwar Ibrahim has prevailed in his race. It was always going to be tough for him, and he knew that going into this with Zumu. Tell us what's been happening where you are at this stage.
Well, Dawn, in 2018, at the 14th general election, by this time, it was very clear that Pakatan Harapan had won that, simple majority that formed government. They had announced that at that time, Prime Minister Mahathir Mohamad, as well as, the other cabinet positions that some of the other senior leaders got. But today, 2 a.m., we're still waiting. It's uncharted territories as the Pakatan Harapan currently has 68 seats, just slightly edging out Perikatan Nasional's 65 seats, according to the Election Commission. But we don't know what's going to happen yet, because at this point in time, we know that the Pakatan Harapan's Presidential Council is meeting inside the room on my right. Some of the coalition leaders and and the candidates are also inside that hall having a discussion. Earlier, Pakatan's Info Chief Fahmi Fadzil came out and talked to the media. He thanked us for staying till so late, and he said that discussions are still ongoing and he will come out later to inform us whether there will be a press conference and whether the leaders will be speaking to us or not. We also, as you said earlier, that Anwar Ibrahim, they're unofficially leading in his seat by about a 3,000 majority, up against winning over incumbent from Perikatan Nasional's Ahmad Faisal Azumu. It was a very tough race throughout the whole 2 weeks. We saw Anwar Ibrahim campaigning as hard as he could, despite being the coalition's chief and having to go from state to state. He still spent a lot of time in his seat, and he emerged victorious. Looking at the state of Perak as well, we haven't received the official counts yet. We do know at this point, according to the Election Commission, Perikatan has 18 seats, Pakatan Harapan has 15 seats, and Barisan Nasional has 6 state seats. Nobody forming the 29 simple majority that it needs to govern the state of Perak. Of course, Perak, as we know, is a very important state for Pakatan Harapan because they want to form that Harapan corridor. But what other reports that I'm hearing from Perak is also that there's a possibility of a hung parliament in that state. And as we know, Perak has seen a wave of defections over the last 10 years that saw the state governments changing from one side to another. So we're still here. We're still going to be here. I don't know how long we will be here. We'll just have to wait for the Pakatan leaders to wrap up the discussions and give us some updates at least.
Yeah, FIFA, we know it's getting late in the night, 2:30 approximately. Your light's also getting a bit tired, it would seem. We were just speaking to Mel Go at BN headquarters. It looked like everything was being packed up over there before they sort of head off home and perhaps lick their wounds and get their thoughts together before they sort of speak more to the public and the media tomorrow. Looks like behind you, though, still a bit of action. Are you expecting them to come out and speak to you and say something, or does it depend on how the results go? What are you thinking?
Well, I mean, earlier, like I said, Fahmi Fadzil, the info chief from Pakatan Harapan, came out and spoke to the media, and he said that, well, discussions are still ongoing, and that's as far as he can tell us. We don't know what sort of discussions are going on. I mean, we've heard from Mel earlier about the possibility of Perikatan Nasional working with Barisan Nasional as well as the East Malaysian parties. We don't know if that there's some sort of a possibility for a combination with Pakatan Harapan working with Perikatan Nasional, with Barisan Nasional, or with GPS and the other East Malaysian parties. It's still up in the air, you know. What's going on in those halls are something that's just between the 5-member Presidential Council of Pakatan Harapan. But like you said, people were all still here. I mean, the media is still here. The Pakatan Harapan, their own media team is still having their own version of a live show there that's going on and still streaming. So we don't know, but I will be here until a resolution comes.
Yeah, no doubts. We'll be crossing back to you at some point as the morning continues.
Yeah, let's get back to our correspondent Tan Seo Hui. She's standing by in Subang Jaya, Selangor right now. So Hui, you're watching the opposition camp. What's happening there?
Some major disappointment here at Pakatan Harapan HQ because Nurul Izzah, who is the daughter of Dr. Anwar, she lost the family seat Permatang Pau in Penang, and she lost to PN candidate by 5,000 votes. And this was a seat that has been won by Dr. Anwar's family, including his wife, Wan Aziza, since 1982. So you can sense the disappointment by the supporters here, knowing that they've lost the seat. And this means that Penang, 11 out of 13 seats, Pakatan Harapan isn't able to retain 11 out of the 13 seats. And it seems that there are also Penang seats that were lost at Tasik Galugor and Kepala Batas. And the Chief Minister of Penang, Chow Kon Yeow, he said and expressed his disappointment of Nurul Izzah losing that seat. He said he's disappointed that we lost one seat and a leader, because Nurul Izzah is the vice president of PKR, and she was instrumental in strategizing a lot of the plans for PKR. So having to lose that leader, it was like losing a right arm with especially since she's the daughter of Dr. Anwar. And so we have seen a lot of disappointments here at the PHHQ, but we've seen a win in Seremban, Negeri Sembilan, by Anthony Loke. He's the Secretary General of the DAP, and he won at 40%, with PN trailing behind with 20%. But these are also quite surprising results, especially since the other candidates are all first-timers. And so he should be winning a majority, a bigger win, because in the last election, he won 60% of the votes in a three-cornered fight, and this time it's a five-cornered fight. He only won 40%. And so that's a 20 percentage point increase, or rather a difference in the percentage point. So it seems that many of the PH seats that were won were hard won, and PN would be trailing in the second place. And so there is a sense of disappointment. There's a bit of a somber mood, especially because people are also tired. But we also saw some fireworks outside. So I think Malaysians are still very upbeat, even though it's not a clear answer or clear winner yet.
All right, thanks very much, Tan Soo Hui, there in Selangor. We're getting more results now coming in, so let's bring this up. And it is Perikatan Nasional's Hamzah Zainuddin who has held on to his seat in Larut, Perak. He is the former Minister of Home Affairs. Perikatan Hamzah Zainuddin there with 43.1%. This is a four-cornered fight. The next one up is Syafiq Fadli Mahmud, and he is Barisan Nasional with 25.5%, and Zulkarnain Abidin 9.4%, Pakatan Harapan, and Zuaid Fazlan Shahidi with Pejuang with 0.9%. Once again, this is the seat of Larut, and Hamzah Zainuddin has retained this seat. And in the last election, he had won 46% of the votes. Now let's get more world news, and it's over to you, Liz.
Thanks, Glenda. Well, residents of multiple major cities in China have been urged to stay home as COVID-19 cases rise. This comes just a week after the country relaxed several of its zero-COVID measures. It is currently battling its strongest wave of the pandemic in 6 months, recording over 24,000 cases yesterday. More than a third of the total cases came from the southern manufacturing hub of Guangzhou. Large areas of the city also remain under lockdown. Guangzhou saw over 8,000 cases yesterday. Many districts are carrying out mass tests to prevent further transmission. Meanwhile, Beijing logged 515 cases, most of them coming from the Chaoyang district. Chaoyang residents have been urged not to leave unnecessarily to curb the spread of the virus and protect public safety and health. Those who want to leave between Friday and Sunday must have negative test results. Some areas in the district have also banned dine-in services, shut down public venues, and suspended gatherings. Taiwan's representative to APEC, Morris Chang, says he had a brief but happy chat with Chinese President Xi Jinping at the Bangkok summit.
我跟习主席是的确有互动我们在昨天就是他昨天上午他到这个休息室来的时候我们这个互相问好我恭喜了他20大的成功。
However, tensions across the Taiwan Strait were not discussed. Relations between Beijing and Taiwan have declined since U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi visited in August. The APEC summit has traditionally been one of the few forums where China and Taiwan talk. Well, Mr. Chang, who is also founder of Taiwanese chip giant TSMC, held talks with U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris as well. They discussed the company's new $12 billion plant in Arizona. While the production will not start immediately, Taiwan has already invited the U.S. Commerce Secretary to a tool-in ceremony for the plant next month. Singapore Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong says updated and transparent rules on trade are needed as countries increasingly look after their own interests. On the last day of the two-day APEC economic leaders meeting, he notes it's possible for Asia-Pacific economies to work together towards free trade ideals, even if free trade within the whole zone remains a long way off. Mei Wong reports from Bangkok.
The APEC Forum was formed 33 years ago with the focus on deepening economic cooperation amid lower international trade barriers and increased globalization. But with the current geopolitical tensions, Prime Minister Lee has expressed concerns over how all the achievements over 3 decades may come undone.
Internationally, we have to work together with other countries. Despite the tensions, despite the disagreements, and make common cause. Even when we can't agree on everything, can we agree on some things and work together?
The Ukraine war poses a major threat to world order. US-China tensions have also caused a ripple effect to the rest of the world. But the meeting between US President Joe Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping on the sidelines of the G20 summit in Bali was certainly welcomed.
I don't think the temperatures have cooled. I think that the meeting between Xi and Biden is a positive development. It's a long journey to go beyond that to work on the problems and to turn things around. But at least both countries have acknowledged that they want to try and stabilize a relationship and they do not want to collide with one another. That is positive.
Aside from geopolitical tensions, other troubling trends like technological dominance and less focus on fair competition have hindered APEC from advancing. That's why Mr. Lee emphasized it's important to push ahead with trade and investment liberalization and facilitation. The 21 APEC economies, including the US, China and Japan, he suggested should collaborate to find new forms of trade for a win-win cooperation. These include cultivating new sectors like green economy and digital economy. While doing so, Mr. Lee also reminded APEC leaders that a strong rules-based trading system will provide a form of order in a much more complicated world where free trade today is under stress.
It doesn't mean we don't need rules, because in this situation, if I do what I want, and people talk about unfair, non-market distortions and subsidies, what is a fair market non-distortion subsidy? And if I don't have some basis for that, what I do is fair, what you do is unfair. And if we pursue that, it's not just between opponents where you're going to have a problem. Even between friendly countries, we have to have quite hard discussions. We need new rules. We need to update the existing rules. But until we agree on the updates and the new rules, we have to abide by the existing rules. Otherwise, it's the law of the jungle.
That, Prime Minister Lee warned, would then further diminish trust, undermine security, and impoverish all the economies. Mr. Lee believes there should be no let-up in expanding free and open trade and investment as the way forward. That will help to enhance prosperity and security in a troubled world. And economies, he said, should make use of APEC as one of the key platforms where leaders can hold discussions and maintain engagement while working to sort out problems. Mei Wong, CNA, Bangkok.
Britain has reaffirmed continued support for Ukraine to the tune of $59 million. It's an air defense package, including 125 anti-aircraft guns and technology to counter Iranian-supplied drones. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak announced the support package as he met Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in Kyiv. This comes after the UK announced more than 1,000 new anti-air missiles earlier this month. Ukraine has been requesting assistance from Western nations recently amid intense Russian attacks. Both the British and Ukrainian leaders also discussed crucial issues for their countries and for global security. This is Prime Minister Sunak's first visit to Kyiv since taking office last month. Meantime, a train has pulled in Kherson Railway in southern Ukraine from the capital, Kyiv. The first train to make that journey in 9 months. Well, it had left Kyiv to applause and greeted in Kherson by a platform of people, all filming its arrival. The state rail network says 200 passengers traveled on the train. The train service between the two cities could restart following Russians' withdrawal from Kherson. The pullout is considered a triumphant milestone in Ukraine's pushback against Moscow's invasion. The train carriages were painted in eclectic designs by Ukrainian artists. The tickets on the so-called Train to Victory were sold as part of a charity project. And that's your update on key events around the world. Back to you, Glenda.
All right, thanks, Liz, for that. Some breaking news now. Let's look at this. Wan Aziza Wan Ismail, the wife of opposition leader Anwar Ibrahim, she has won in Bandar Tun Razak with 36.5%. This is a three-cornered fight against Kamaruddin Jafar of Perikatan Nasional of 28.2% and against Chu Yikin of 13.3%. Now, this seat is interesting because Wan Aziza Wan Ismail left her seat of Pandan to contest in Bandar Tun Razak. And it is actually Kamaruddin Jafar of Perikatan Nasional who was the incumbent back in 2018. He won with 58.6% of the votes. Now, he has lost this seat, but remember that he joined PAS in 1999, won this seat. Then he quit the party, he joined PKR in 2018, and then due to the Sheraton movement, he left and joined Bersatu. And I guess voters, they're just not happy and voting Wan Aziza Wan Ismail in. Well, stay with us as we will have more results and analysis on Malaysia Votes 2022.
While you watch our Malaysia election coverage on CNA TV, also keep tabs on the CNA app and the website at cna.asia. I'm David Bottomley, Deputy Chief Editor at CNA Digital, and we'll be bringing you a full picture of what's happening with our live blog, with analysis and reaction from our teams on the ground.
I'm Haziq, and I've been in Bera, Pahang, where caretaker Prime Minister Ismail Sabri Yaakob has campaigned hard to defend his seat and hopefully emerge as Malaysia's next premier. But he's had to fight off widespread claims that his own party president is aiming for the top post. I'll be at the Perikatan Nasional headquarters with the latest.
I'm Pitida Promchertu, and I've been in Perak, where issues like the cost of living and racial sentiments have been in the spotlight. On Saturday evening, I'm going to be at Pakatan Harapan's headquarters to get reaction to this hotly contested election.
I'm Amir Yusof, and I'll be in northern Johor this Saturday evening. I'll be keeping tabs on the 26 federal seats in the bellwether state. Whatever happens in Johor could have a huge impact on the overall results of the election.
I'm Rashwinjit Singh Bedi, and I will be in Kuala Lumpur on Saturday. I will be monitoring the results of all federal parliamentary seats, particularly those of the new kids on the block, Perikatan Nasional. I will be monitoring their results live from their viewing party on Saturday night.
So make sure you follow CNA Digital's live blog for complete coverage of Malaysia's general election.
Malaysia votes 2022, and this is what it looks like in the overall state of play so far. Now, plenty of big results through the night. The biggest so far being former Prime Minister Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, who lost his seat in Langkawi. He didn't even secure enough votes to keep his deposit. The seat has gone to Perikatan Nasional's Muhammad Suhaimi Abdullah. Another former Prime Minister, though, kept his. Muhyiddin Yassin, also Perikatan Nasional's chief, was victorious in Pagoh, Johor. While caretaker Prime Minister Ismail Sabri Yaakob has successfully defended his seat in Beira, a convincing victory in a three-cornered fight. Barisan Nasional doing well in Johor. Hishamuddin Hussein successfully defending his seat in Sembrong in a three-cornered fight. While Malaysian Chinese Association chief Wee Ka Siong retained his seat in Ayah Hitam, Johor, in another three-cornered fight as well. But former MCA chief Ong Tee Kiat, running with the Warisan Party, he lost badly in Pandan, Selangor. Pakatan Harapan's deputy chief Rafizi Ramli fending off all comers in a five-cornered fight. And the leader for Pakatan Harapan, Anwar Ibrahim, also winning his race in Tambun, Perak, defeating incumbent Ahmad Faizul Azumu in a four-cornered battle. Now in Kuala Selangor, the country's former finance minister, Zafrul Aziz, has lost to incumbent Zulkifli Ahmad of Pakatan Harapan, the former health minister narrowly beating Mr. Zufrul in a four-cornered fight. And in Bagan, Penang, Lim Guan Eng of Pakatan Harapan also retained his seat, the former finance minister winning by a big margin in another four-cornered fight.
So as we saw earlier, it's been a night that's been marked by resounding wins and some shocking upsets. Among the prominent figures who fell in this election is Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, who came in fourth in a five-cornered fight in Langkawi and will forfeit his deposit. Other big names include Tengku Zafrul Aziz, former Minister of Finance, and Azmin Ali, former Trade and Industry Minister.
As for the winners, former Prime Minister Muhyiddin Yassin, who was ousted in a vote of no confidence, comfortably won in Pagoh, Johor. Leader of the opposition, Anwar Ibrahim, secured his seat in Tambun, Perak, with 19.9% of the votes, while caretaker Prime Minister Ismail Sabri Yaakob came in first in Beira, Pahang, with nearly 44% of votes.
Wait, Wesu, it's over to you in Kuala Lumpur.
Thanks for that, Don. As you mentioned, one of the biggest defeats of the night belongs to former Prime Minister Mahathir Mohamad. He lost his Langkawi seat to a PN candidate. The 97-year-old political stalwart finished fourth in a five-cornered fight. This is Dr. Mahathir's first electoral defeat in more than 50 years. Earlier, I spoke with James Chin. He's Professor of Asian Studies from the University of Tasmania. He called it the end of an era in Malaysia's politics.
He is a highly divisive figure in Malaysia. On the one hand, he is widely respected for what he did in his first term as Prime Minister. But I think a lot of people are in agreement that he made a huge mistake in coming back a second term. Because what will happen now is because of the nature of his loss, including losing his deposit, I think the history or his legacy will be very different now. But in terms of the really interesting things is that I would argue that the people who will be really glad to see him go will probably be the Chinese community. Because there are many people in the Chinese community who equate Mahathir with a period where they think they suffer most discrimination. A lot of the discrimination policies against the non-Malays were instituted during his time. So I think a lot of the Chinese will say that yes, in some ways it's the end of an era, but in some ways, we're glad to see him out. But I think in general, Malaysians in general knew that his time was coming, but I don't think anybody expected to lose his deposit. So badly.
Perikatan Nasional made up primarily of Bersatu and PAS, also making headlines, taking on many parliamentary wins for the night. My guest earlier told me that PAS could just be a major power broker in the formation of the next government.
PAS carried the day in most cases, yeah.
It's not a major power broker. Yeah. Because previously PAS was never seen as a major power broker at the federal level.
Yes.
They want to impose more public policies to be consistent with their brand of Islam. Yeah. And I don't think that anybody can run away from that now.
That's it from the Kuala Lumpur studio. Back to you in Singapore.
Now let's look at some news results that are coming in. Pakatan Harapan's Muhammad Sabu, now he's held on to his seat in Kota Raja, and that's in Selangor. Let's look at the numbers here. And he has won 100,023. He has won actually 50.4% of that, Pakatan Harapan there. This is actually a 8-cornered fight here. And we are showing you 4 of the candidates. Muhammad Dia Bahrain, Perikatan Nasional with 20.1% of the vote, D. Kajendran, Barisan Nasional 9.1%, and Perjuang Fahmi Bazlan with 0.8%. Now, what's happening is that these are parliamentary seats you're looking at, so they are federal seats, but there are also concurrent polls in 3 states in Malaysia for their legislative assemblies. And Barisan Nasional have lost the state of Perlis, losing all of their races there. Perikatan Nasional pulling off a stunning win, taking 14 of the seats on offer. And then Barisan Nasional also looking set to lose the state of Perak as well. Instead, it's the Perikatan Nasional and Pakatan Harapan who are taking the lion's share of the seats there in Perak. And it's also a tighter race in Pahang, but still a likely surprise in store with Barisan Nasional behind the Perikatan Nasional there as well, and Pahang with 42 seats there. Now, we're looking at Perlis. Perlis has gone. So how should we be reading this situation right now?
I think that this is a loss for Barisan Nasional that will lie squarely at the feet of UMNO Party President Zahid Hamidi. So when we go back to the candidate selection just a few weeks ago or a few days ago, it was very clear that people that were associated with Ismail Sabri were not being fielded. These were people that had occupied positions in cabinet. And so Shahidan Qasim was a minister of federal territories, and he's actually not just anybody. So he's very important in Perlis. He's been there a long time, and he was also Menteri Besar of Perlis. So what you saw was after he was not fielded, he basically took all his support base, went across to Perikatan Nasional, and delivered the bulk of the state seats, 14 out of 15 state seats. So, you can very, very clearly see the impact of the strategic decisions that was taken at the highest level within UMNO, and the elite split and the consequences that this had electorally.
Now, we just want to say, sorry, Glenda, that we are expecting a press conference from Pakatan Harapan. We understand Afif Arifin is standing by outside a hall waiting to be let in, so we will bring that to you watching as soon as that does happen. But let's continue the chat about state seats. We do know, Francis, that only Barisan Nasional... let's cut in. Okay, Muhyiddin Yassin, we're expecting him to speak. Let's listen in. He's with Perikatan Nasional.
Tenang. Tan Sri Pengerusi akan buat press conference.
Please be calm. We will be holding a press conference. Please give him some space.
Kekal tenang.
Please remain calm.
All right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Saya ingin membacakan
I would like to read out a statement
kami rangkum
that we have drawn up to announce our
pilihan raya umum
the results of the elections, the general elections today, in that relates to the Perikatan Nasional. This we have discussed this at the special meeting of the Executive Committee of the Perikatan Nasional. First of all, we are grateful to God for the success of the Perikatan Nasional.
Memenangi 70
having won 73 parliamentary seats
setakat ini,
so far,
termasuk
including 22
calon PN yang menggunakan logo PAS
PN candidates on the PAS logo, on the PAS ticket in Terengganu. There are 6 more seats which we are still going through vote counting by the Elections Commission. I would like especially to thank all voters throughout the country for their strong support to the Perikatan Nasional.
Gelombang sokongan rakyat,
the wave of support by the people, from the people for Perikatan Nasional, particularly from young voters, has enabled the Perikatan Nasional to achieve success beyond expectations.
Saya mengucapkan tahniah
I would like to congratulate all Perikatan Nasional candidates who won their seats, and I would like also to take this opportunity to express my highest thanks and appreciation to all the party machinery for their hard work, their commitment, and their strong fighting spirit that has enabled the party to achieve this success beyond expectations. For the purposes of the forming the federal government, I will be talking to the leadership of parties in Sabah and Sarawak as soon as possible.
Demi menjamin
in order to ensure stability, the Perikatan Nasional would also welcome the involvement of any party prepared to accept the Perikatan Nasional's mission to form a government that is concerned, clean and stable. The Perikatan Nasional also has sufficient number of seats to form the state government of Perlis.
Andai kata Perikatan Nasional berjaya
should the Perikatan Nasional succeed in forming the government with parties, like-minded parties, our focus will be meeting all the offers that we offered to the people during the campaigning. Thank you.
Yeah. Saya dah buat kenyataan tadi bahawa
I have made this statement that we are ready to work with any party. I did not speak in particular about UMNO. Only those who are ready with party in Sabah and Sarawak.
Tak apalah,
It's okay. I've already made this statement that we are ready, but we don't need to say more. So I will leave it to the wisdom of the high leadership in Perikatan Nasional, taking into account the situation and also the perspectives that have been voiced by the leadership. So we will take into account everything. What's important is that we hope with Perikatan Nasional heading the government, we can create a political climate that's very stable. This means that we must take into account certain parties if they are aligned with us and willing to accept the policies moved forward by Perikatan Nasional, we will consider it. As of today, we have found that the encouragement from Sabah and Sarawak is quite good. We have also received a letter from the palace. The content I will not mention, but it has conveyed to us what we need to fulfill according to what the Sultan has said. So we would not reveal it. This requires us to take steps as soon as we can, which means that part of the discussion that we will make tomorrow and can be finalized before tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah? No, there's no such thing as the audience. We will have to comply with what has been directed by Istana Negara. Yeah? Tidak. Not with PH. Okay, cukup. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.
Okay, enough. Thank you. Good night.
A short and sharp speech there from Muhyiddin Yassin and Perikatan Nasional. Quite a bit to unpack. Just to give you a bit of a recap of what we just heard, he confirmed that they have 73 parliament seats so far. They are waiting on 6 more seats to come as the results continue to be counted and tabulated. He thanked supporters and especially young voters. He thanked them as well.
Yeah, he congratulated candidates who've won their seats, the party machinery as well, all their efforts for this election. He said that he will be talking to the leadership of Sabah and Sarawak as soon as possible, and I mean, with the hopes, perhaps, his inference of forming the next government in order to assure stability for Malaysia. He concluded his remarks by saying that he would be prepared, the party, Perikatan Nasional, would not be prepared to work with PH, Pakatan Harapan.
Yeah, that was a question shouted to him from the crowd. He was very quick to answer that one in a very short statement. Just not with PH was the only statement. We heard another chanting from the crowd of Tolak Zahid. We'll get the thoughts of our guests on that in a moment. We're just continuing to look at pictures now of Perikatan Nasional. Yeah, in buoyant mood, Dawn, we can see there from that the news conference from Perikatan Nasional. Let's get some reaction from our guests here in studio. It's just gone 3:10 in the morning. That's as close to a victory speech as I suppose we're going to get this morning. We were expecting a speech from Pakatan Harapan, but it seemed Perikatan Nasional beat them to the punch with that one. So what's your immediate thought? What's the biggest takeaway, I suppose? We'll start with that. Serena, come to you. Your thoughts on what we heard there?
Yeah, it does sound like, you know, he's declared it for themselves. And I think the kicker was really to say they got a letter from the palace, right? So for the Malay base, that means they've got it. And they have to do something. So clearly that means they have to find enough numbers. I think one of the other questions asked is, can you get an audience with the Agong? And he said, no, we have to follow the procedures. So that's interesting. I think, you know, this is all political maneuvering and to demonstrate that they have won it. But if you actually look at the figures, if we can go by any of the figures that are coming out, it's actually they haven't completely won it yet.
Yeah.
And if you look at the party breakdown, then PAS has the highest numbers, followed by DAP, followed by PKR, followed by UMNO, followed by Bersatu. So if Muhyiddin is speaking as Bersatu, he's not actually that high up in the rankings, but that's the ultimate breakdown. And, you know, these things sometimes don't matter. So I guess everything then depends on tomorrow.
Yeah. And Francis, no love lost for Pakatan Harapan in his final, you know, remarks there.
Yes, indeed. But also from the audience, you know, there was also a rejection of key leadership within UMNO. But then when you look at the numbers, I'm not sure how this is going to work if they're going to be saying no UMNO and no PH, because when you look at the numbers, without one of these two, they don't have a majority.
Yeah, there's still some outstanding races to call. But he did give a timeline in terms of the palace and a visit to the palace before tomorrow afternoon, he said.
I think he's looking at being able to tie down perhaps a coalition by tomorrow afternoon.
So discussions already in hand.
They are already in hand.
He did leave the door open. I mean, he was saying he'd welcome other parties that shared their vision, you know, of a clean and stable government, and the like. And we heard the crowd shouting "Tolak Zahid," which in the translation is a pushback or rejection of him. Now that we have this sort of no-party hopping law, it's a bit harder to sort of get individuals across to you to make up numbers. A whole party is an all or nothing, if you like, when it comes to parties. Do you think that sort of complicates things a little bit, looking at how the numbers are sort of as they stand at the moment?
I think we have to remember that party hopping law was created when Zahid was in power, essentially. Right? And that was approved. And while everybody got excited about it, there were a number of analysts who were giving warnings about it. And this is it. This is it being shown that the loophole is that the whole party can move. And this is the one that they're going to use now. So we'll have to see. You know, he could say today that he's not working with Zahid, but he could work with BN if Zahid does not win, because we still don't have the results, you know, for Zahid's seat. So in the end, he could still go back to BN, right? And, you know, today and tomorrow, or, well, it's already tomorrow.
Today is tomorrow.
Yes.
Yes, it's 3:14 in the morning, and we're trying to piece together, you know, what this could mean. And, you know, keep a lot of parties, Muhyiddin Yassin keeping some things close to his chest with regards to this.
One of those things, and data that we don't know just yet, the youth vote. We're not quite sure how it played, but he made specific reference to it, thanking young voters for this win, which exceeded their expectations. Francis?
Sure. Yeah, but coming back to, if I may, the party hopping, I think, though, in this context, and I think they had this in mind when they were debating this, because imagine if you can't move parties, then how would it work? Now, you would have these unwieldy coalitions that maybe you can't bring together. So I do think that there is a silver lining in the sense that you can't have individuals going, which means that in the event you actually cobble together a coalition, it is more stable than in the former context. So at some level, I do think that this is a notable advance.
Okay, we'll continue this discussion in just a bit. Let's get across to Glenda. Glenda, you've got some results for us.
I do, guys. Now, let's look at this. Perikatan Nasional's Arthur Joseph Kurup taking a win in Pensiangan, Sabah. The incumbent secured 19,623 votes. He defeated Pakatan Harapan's Sangka bin Rasam. This is a five-cornered fight. Once again, we are only showing you four candidates here. And Arthur Joseph Kurup won this seat in the last election with 48% of the votes. Back to you, Don and Steve.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Glenn. A few seats, so we're still waiting to see how it sort of pans out, so we get the exact numbers. And it's at that point that we can start sort of really doing the fine-tuning with the maths to see who can make up the numbers to get to that all-important 112 out of the 222 to give them a simple majority. We've been talking quite a bit about Pakatan Harapan making sort of great strides, doing very well. But, you know, if they don't have enough friends to pull together coalition, then they're going to be, you know, coming up a little bit short. I can see you both nodding your heads on that one, Serena.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting to see is that, okay, the voice of Pakatan Harapan is Anwar PKR. The voice of Perikatan Nasional is Muhyiddin Bersatu. But the parties that are holding the bulk of the seats are not them. So what are we doing here?
So who's doing the talking and who holds the real power? We've got a graphic, maybe the guys in a gallery can bring it up just to illustrate the point that Serena's mentioning, sort of breaking down the individual parties and how many seats they actually hold, just to give us a better understanding. A better understanding of that. Yeah, but Serena, so just to carry on then on what you were saying, that it's the voices, if you like, the faces of the parties are not sort of the numbers that are behind the parties.
Yeah, exactly. So the people who are voting majority for PAS and DAP, who are not the face because they're too polarizing. And so you have the sort of middle ground being the voice. So if these people work together or decide to work with anyone else, does that mean they are then betraying the voters who put them there as a coalition? So this is really curious.
And if you have those two sort of opposing numbers, here we have it up on screen right now. So Pakatan Harapan 72, Perikatan Nasional, 76, Perikatan Nasional 72. This is not the one that sort of breaks down which component party holds the number of seats that we're talking about, though. Maybe we can get that one up. This is the one I'm talking about. So PAS there, 48, DAP 37. Actually, their numbers are quite far away from PKR and UMNO, and even Bersatu has less than UMNO and PKR. And yet we've, you know, as we've just heard there, Bersatu head Muhyiddin Yassin claiming victory and looking to form the next government, despite being the minority partner in the coalition.
And possibly seeing himself as Prime Minister. So, yeah, what are we doing?
Francis, your thoughts?
And there's something else, I think, you know, if you look at who's winning, actually, it's PH. So they have 76. But nonetheless, we have someone with a few less that is actually portraying themselves as the winner. I mean, and there is an argument, actually, that given that PH actually won the most, they should be in the first position to make the coalition.
Right. Well, Muhyiddin has said that Perikatan Nasional has received that letter from the palace. Presumably, Pakatan Harapan has also received a letter.
Possible, but we don't know. I think this is all just strategic, right? So it's always these politicians, what they do is they make it seem like they're winning or they've won, then it gets people behind them. We still have votes in Sarawak that's not called. We still have votes in Perak, is it, that's not called. So if this gets the people behind them, then those in the smaller parties might think, oh, I want to be with them because then I have a chance to be in power, right? So politics is all about psychology.
Yeah, we have seen this in the past as well, when sort of the battle to declare that you have the numbers almost becomes, you know, the ace in your hand to get you across the line. Is this what we're seeing again today?
Yeah, I mean, you said it yourself, right? so Pakatan Harapan Anwar, I guess, was beaten to it, and Muhyiddin just grabbed the opportunity. The reality behind the ground, you know, in the background, we don't know. I always say never believe anything until you see it on paper somewhere.
I mean, and I think also this speaks to the fact that there was, you know, while all of these results were coming in, but well before that, lots and lots of discussions. So I think, you know, certainly Muhyiddin had a sort of number that he wanted to get, and when he got that, he knew that already he would be able to cobble or invite the other parties to join the coalition.
Okay, now we did say earlier that we were expecting to cross over to a Pakatan Harapan media conference before we ended up going to see Muhyiddin Yassin. So let's get across to Afifah Arifin, who was standing outside a hall, as we understand it, waiting to go in, expecting to hear something. But Afifa, if you're there, can you get us up to speed with what's been happening at the Pakatan Harapan headquarters?
Well, you know, we've been told to stand by, that there might be a presser. So, you know, all the media is just waiting right outside the hall on my right. All the cameramen and the reporters are just camping there, waiting for any sort of reaction that we can get from any of the Pakatan Harapan leaders, who we have not seen the entire night. We know that some of them are in that hall where the media is currently in front of, and some of them are in a separate room, especially the Pakatan Harapan Presidential Council. The top 5 leaders, they're all inside there discussing the future of the coalition, because right now, according to the Election Commission, we're seeing that Pakatan Harapan has about 74 seats, and trailing just behind it is Perikatan Nasional with 72 seats. But, you know, we just heard from Perikatan Nasional's chairman, Muhyiddin Yassin, saying that they are open to, you know, he will be in touch with the East Malaysia parties for them to have some sort of an agreement to form a government that is stable. We're actually seeing the door open now, and all the cameras are going inside. We will have a camera bringing to you the live stream of whatever press conference or whatever speeches or announcements that will be made. When we get it. But as for now,
Yeah, maybe perhaps you get inside and find out what's going on, and we'll cross to you in just
inside,
a bit.
but
Yeah, thanks very much, Afifa.
We'll speak in a bit, Steve.
Yes, thanks very much. Very fluid situation there at the Pakatan Harapan headquarters. Afifa, looks like the doors have been opened. Hopefully, once we get the cameras inside and everything set up, we'll find out exactly where they stand on things. We've heard from Pakatan Nasional claiming victory just a moment ago, and we'll have to wait and see what Pakatan Harapan decide to do.
Certainly. I mean, we were talking about the fates of individuals, and we'll come back to our studio guests here about that. For Pakatan Harapan, big wins, one of the biggest ones for them has got to have been Pandan for Rafizi Ramli. You know, you've got a situation there where we've been looking at margins of wins. His is one of the most remarkable ones, and especially considering as he came to that seat, a seat given up by Wan Aziza Wan Ismail. She kept hers. I mean, one of the Anwar Ibrahim's family who did okay this evening, better than the situation of her daughter. What are your thoughts about that, the margin of that win for him and for his political future? Because now you've got Anwar winning, but this is a young man, very well liked, with future leadership potential as well.
Yeah, so I guess that's a mandate, I guess, for him. I think in general, voters are hoping to see a younger generation take over. So maybe this is that, right? So just to show that, you know, we're here for you. Anwar still won it because people see that he would be the potential PM candidate if PH wins, so they're not going to let that chance go. But we also know that there has been some tension between Rafizi and Anwar. So then if we're talking about the margins, that would be something to look at, to see who then has more weight, right? Even though one might be PM and one might not. So it is interesting. It is a signal that maybe from the next general elections, we will have all young faces and things will get better.
Yeah, we're just seeing on screen the updated numbers that we have at the moment. Pakatan Harapan, they're in the red, have the most number of seats with 76, Perikatan Nasional 72, Perikatan Nasional 29, and GPS with 22, and GTA with none at all. Others, the number of that is 12. Pakatan Harapan in the lead, but perhaps not with the most avenues to get to 112. And that seems to be the state of play with things at the moment. We were speaking to Afifa Arifin just a moment ago, our correspondent who's at the Pakatan Harapan headquarters, and she's just sort of making her way into the room. Hopefully we'll be able to cross back to her or cross back to the hall where we're expecting a media conference to take place. We're not quite sure what to expect from that, are we, guys? Francis, do you think there's a possibility that they might also have a statement similar to Perikatan Nasional, where they say, you know, we've got the most seats, we are in the box seat, we should be the ones that are in the position to form a coalition, and that is what we will be doing in order to form a new government?
Correct. I think if I was in their position, that is exactly what I would be doing. I mean, numerically, they are ahead. Now, friends can be made and friends can be unmade. And when it comes to, you know, a realpolitik and coming together with a coalition, it's about the package. So I would certainly be doing that. I would be talking about reaching out to Sabah and Sarawak, number one. I would also leave the door open. And this is where, in a context where now you have the bigger competition, 1, 2, even 3 seats are important. And we do also have 12 other seats from other parties that could also be brought on board. So yes, I would expect something along those lines.
But these two coalitions are so polarized, Francis, Pakatan Harapan and Perikatan Nasional. Before this election, Anwar had spoken about reform of government. He'd spoken about the fact that the political landscape needed to be accepting of all races. That's his language. It's not the language of PAS. It hasn't been the language of Perikatan Nasional. How deep is this polarization in Malaysia? Is it just permeating the political class? Are what we're seeing from the results of this election that it permeates more in Malaysian society as well?
I mean, I think, you know, I see where you're going, but even Bersatu actually does make some overtures to non-Malays. It actually has an associate member wing. In Johor, they fielded no less than 4 candidates. So, and then you also have Gerakan that is a member. So I wouldn't paint it so starkly. I actually think more than ideology, what it comes down to is who gets what. And what makes it difficult is that they're actually so evenly matched. Now, if you think about it, if you put them together, you've already got more than 2/3 majority. You would have a super, you know, a very, very strong coalition and a strong majority. So,
But there's a clash of ideology there.
Is it ideology or is it personalities?
Things can change now. I just did the math on my phone because I can't do math at 3:30 in the morning. But if you add PH, GPS, and the others, it's only 110, and we need 112. So BN's got to go somewhere, you know. So those numbers can move, and as Francis has said, you know, if you offer something attractive enough, then ideology can sometimes take a back seat for practicality and what is actually happening on the ground, and who then has the ability to do that, you know.
Well, we heard the statement from Ahmad Zahid Hamidi from BN saying they're willing to reach out. They still want to be part of this game with any party that might perhaps have them. But we also know that Sabah and Sarawak are playing a very strong role here as kingmaker, and they were very cagey about who they were going to be working with. They knew that Sabah and Sarawak were going to work together and form a coalition of the Borneo states. But were they going to then, who were they going to then partner up with? That's something they were very reluctant to say too much. Let's cross now live, though, to Pakatan Harapan, and we can see at the stage their Syed Siddiq there sitting patiently waiting to speak. And in the center, we have Anwar Ibrahim. Let's listen in.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience. We accept the results of the results and respect the people's mandate. As you know, the Pakatan Harapan forms the largest component to win seats in the 15th general election, and we understand that no party has obtained the majority in Parliament, and this requires some processes, discussions, etc. And I have come to understand that we have reached an understanding or agreement to form the government when consented by the King, His Majesty the King, as the party with the largest bloc, and after forming the sufficient number to form the government.
In English. Now we, of course, accept the decision of the electorate in the GE15 elections. We, Pakatan Harapan, has formed the biggest bloc in the parliamentary composition with Muda, and we have also recognized the fact that no party has obtained a simple majority in parliament. We therefore have conducted a series of meetings and negotiations, and as a result, I wish to inform you that as a majority bloc, we have managed to get the support of MPs to form the government with a simple majority, subject to, of course, the normal process, to be submitted to Yang Don Ago, who has the discretion to make the final decision. I'm merely announcing the fact that we have obtained the majority. Majority means more than 111. Pardon? All right? The question? Yes. Pardon? Now, whether it's a national party, regional parties, I don't think it is proper. Now, we have all the documents ready, but then we have to respect the due process, the decorum, to first submit to the Yang Don Ago at the earliest possibility.
Pakatan Harapan has won the most, but still not reached the simple majority.
Yes.
Yeah. So, is it possible that at last it will meet the same situation just as before the election?
No, why you talking about before the elections? I just told you that we are the biggest bloc, and we have entered into an understanding to form a majority to be able to form the government.
But UMNO will also...
Doesn't matter. What I'm saying is we have now the majority to form a government. Yes. It cannot be. It's impossible for him to claim to do so because we have it in writing. And we'll notify the palace accordingly.
Sir, as a background, can you tell us how much each win in the...
Can you?
How much?
Number.
How many seats?
Yeah, we have it. No, the total. Now we have what is important to understand that we have crossed the 112 number. That's important. All right? Thank you.
Can you give us an indication of which parties that you've entered the understanding with?
I am only able to speak on behalf of PH, but subsequent issues related to other parties have got to be done after we submit to the young Toronto.
Dato' Sri, mungkin bila submit kepada WDP Agong, sebab mungkin itu dalam tempoh?
Ya, kalau surat awal,
the preliminary letter, I plan to send it now.
Okay, any other questions? No?
When can we know whether it actually accepts your letter or sends Muhyiddin's letter?
well, I wouldn't say this. I'm not absolutely certain that we have the numbers. Muhyiddin may claim to do so, but it cannot be because we have now 2-1. Because pending a by-election in, or the elections in Padang Serai. We will only be able to inform you when we secure an audience with the young Pakatan Harapan.
Dato' Sri, there are some rumors saying that Perikatan Nasional has approached Perikatan Nasional to form a coalition.
I'm not entertaining rumors. I'm discussing based on facts. What I've submitted to you are facts, not rumors. Rumors you can ask Tansi Muhyiddin.
Okay. Last note.
Yeah.
Mr. Muhyiddin just said that the end will support a stable government, but not with Harapan. What is your comment on that?
Yeah, quite a number, I understand quite a number of MPs have that phobia against Pakatan because of our strong view against corruption and our commitment to good governance. I'm not surprised at all. But we went to the elections on this principle to ensure that this country do not condone corruption and strengthen the issue of good governance and focus on the economy.
How is CH going to form a stable government if Pakatan Nasional does not support it? Even though it's...
No, I think what I'm saying is we will form a government only when we have the majority. And it will certainly be stable. Alright? Terima kasih.
Seeing that Pakatan Harapan in Sarawak is dominated by GPS, I mean that Pakatan Harapan is lower votes. Is there any talk of GPS forming a coalition with Pakatan Harapan on this government?
Of course, we welcome the participation of all parties so that it becomes more inclusive. But I'm not quite at liberty to say more.
How to guarantee the government to be stable, not be put down just like before?
How to guarantee?
The government...
There is anti-hopping law, as you understand. Anti-hopping law is already enforced. Right? Thanks. Terima kasih.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Terima kasih. Kena sabar menunggu.
Yeah, so you've just been listening there to leader of Pakatan Harapan, Anwar Ibrahim, and winner of the Tambun seat in Perak, making his remarks to the media. We have managed to get the support of MPs to form the government subject to the normal processes. Those were his words. Mr. Anwar saying that Pakatan Harapan has obtained the majority of more than 111 or 112 seats that would form a simple majority to form the government.
Yeah, and for that he said that he had reached agreement to form government with other concerned parties. Didn't give away who they were, but did say he seemed to have a written agreement with that. Next step for him, he says, is that they have to present it to the king in order to get sort of a blessing on that side of things. He didn't say who it was, though, did he? Even though he did acknowledge that Pakatan Harapan is the largest bloc outright, and I suppose in the box seat to form a government. But as we discussed, it's not quite as simple as that. But we did sort of say just before we went to that press conference that this could be what happens, right? That yes. He could come out and say that he also has the numbers.
Yeah, if you do the math, then it's barely there, and you don't know who's going to move where over the next few hours. He also said he has. Did he just say he had a letter from the Agong as well? Or
no,
he has
he
a
didn't say
letter
that.
to give.
He inferred
Right.
that
So
he
he's
would
got
be
everything on
delivered.
paper already, but I feel like it's a bit deja vu, and we've heard this before, and maybe this is a counter psychological effort to Perikatan Nasional's early statement. Who knows?
Yeah, but he'll be feeling vindicated tonight, Francis.
I think it really depends on the end result. So, I mean, imagine, we've been at this point before, where he's almost gotten it. And so he doesn't have it in the bag, and it's possible that it is not in the bag. So I would hold off on the feeling vindicated for the moment. And I think right now, there's going to be lots of phone calls, lots of negotiation across the two parts of Malaysia to come to some sort of agreement.
Yeah, he did mention when he was asked about Sabah and Sarawak, and he did say he was very open to working with other parties. That is his path, isn't it? He needs, if he can't get them, then there's no chance.
Correct.
Yeah.
Both sides need all the rest. If it was just PN and BN, that's not enough too, right? So they would still need GPS or somebody warisan. Whereas PH can take all the others and not take BN and still have this just a majority. So I guess we'll just have to wait the next 6 hours.
Yeah, if the phone rings tonight, make sure they pick it up, right?
Well, yeah.
All right, we're just waiting to see where we're going to go next. Though we do know we are going to coming to the end of this evening. In fact, are we? No, we are not coming to the end of this evening. Oh, okay. We do have, just before we go, though, CNA's marathon coverage of Malaysia's general election, as you've been joining us, if from 8 a.m. The country is on track for a hung parliament after all this time, 8 hours with you on air. No side winning a simple majority so far.
Yeah, well, we just heard from Pakatan Harapan Chairman Anwar Ibrahim. Now, he says that the PH coalition will be able to get a simple majority and form the next government.
Before that, though, we heard from former Malaysian Prime Minister Muhyiddin Yassin saying his Perikatan Nasional coalition's election results are beyond their expectations. He says PN is set to form the next government, but insisted his party will not be joining forces with Pakatan Harapan.
There's no such thing as the audience. We will have to comply with what has been directed by Istana Negara. Ya? Tidak. Not with PH.
Opposition leader Anwar Ibrahim has just spoken to the media. He claims after discussions with other parties, his Pakatan Harapan has enough support to form a simple majority to form the government.
We have also recognized the fact that no party has obtained a simple majority in Parliament. We therefore have conducted a series of meetings and negotiations, and as a result, I wish to inform you that as a majority bloc, we have managed to get the support of MPs to form the government with a simple majority.
Let's cross over to Afifa Arifin at the headquarters of Pakatan Harapan. Afifa, when we last spoke to you, you were scrambling to get into that room to hear what Anwar Ibrahim was going to say. Now that you've heard what he has to say, it almost feels like we have more questions than answers.
That's very true, Steve. I would say it was a very interesting press conference. There's still so much uncertainty all around. When we went in, of course, the presidents of the various parties within the Pakatan Harapan coalition came out, led by the chief, Anwar Ibrahim, who declared that, at the start he said that they have enough numbers to surpass that 111 simple majority that it requires. It said that he's also said that, they've accepted the people's mandate and that Pakatan Harapan forms the largest coalition in terms of the number of seats won in this election. But it was just quite strange because he didn't want to reveal the other people that he's working with. The members of the media tried to press him and tried to ask him who these parties were. Is it Perikatan Nasional? Is it the East Malaysia parties? But he didn't want to say anything. All that he said was that we have to follow the right protocols and procedures, and this would mean that he would submit the names to the king, and that's up to the king's consent. So not much clarity there from the Pakatan Harapan leaders. I mean, them declaring that they have they have won enough seats and have clinched that simple majority, but their faces weren't quite, I wouldn't describe it as being happy. I don't know if it's because it's been a long day and they're all tired. But like I said, just so much uncertainty surrounding it. Who exactly are these extra, people and partners that they're going to work with in order for them to get the 111 seats and to submit those names to the king?
Afifah, thank you very much for that. Afifah Arifin there in Petaling Jaya. So, when you're playing poker, and I don't play poker, I think you keep your cards close to your chest. Serena?
Yeah. Or you bluff, right? So I guess in the next couple of hours, we'll see who's got the best cards. And we'll see what happens to Malaysia.
Yeah, you got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them.
Yeah,
perhaps.
so we'll just hold our breath because we've done this before.
Yeah, and final thoughts from you, Francis.
So I think that this is really a monumental election with monumental results that are different. So I think we're actually moving into a new phase. We can see now the importance or how it changes having three coalitions fighting on the peninsula and what happens when you've got narrow majorities or you can't even get a majority. We've got new, more consensual type of coalition politics. So we're used to very stable majorities in Malaysia. Now Malaysia is becoming like other countries with a parliamentary system and lots of coalitions. We're seeing the rise of Sabah and Sarawak. We're seeing the consolidation of a new coalition that is taking the place of Perikatan Nasional. And we're also saying goodbye to some people that have been a real sort of, pillars of the Malaysian political establishment, that they're now heading off into the sunset.
Yeah, thank you so much, both of you, for spending this whole evening and morning with us, talking us through all these results. Dr. Francis Hutchinson, Senior Fellow and Coordinator, Malaysia Studies Program at IC's Yusof Ishak Institute, and Serena Abdul Rahman, Lecturer, Department of Southeast Asian Studies at the National University of Singapore. Thank you so much, both of you.
Thank you. Well, let's get to Glenda.
And so as we come to the end of the night, it appears no single coalition has been able to reach the simple majority to take parliament. It concludes a night that has seen plenty of shocks, plenty of big results through the night as well. The biggest so far being former Prime Minister Dr. Mahathir Mohamad losing his seat in Langkawi. He didn't even secure enough votes to keep his deposit. The seat has gone to Perikatan Nasional's Muhammad Suhaimi Abdullah. Another former Prime Minister, though, kept his. Muhyiddin Yassin, also Perikatan Nasional's chief, was victorious in Pagar, Johor. While caretaker Prime Minister Ismail Sabri Yaakob has successfully defended his seat in Beira, a convincing victory in a three-cornered fight. The leader of the Barisan Nasional Coalition, Ahmad Zahid Hamidi, also retaining his seat in Bagan Datuk, Perak, winning by a sliver, with Pakatan Harapan's Shamsul Iskandar calling for a recount there. Barisan Nasional, though, still going strong in Johor. Hishamuddin Hussein successfully defending his seat in Sembrong, while Malaysian Chinese Association Chief Wee Ka Siong retained his seat in Ayah Hitam, Johor. But former MCA Chief Ong Tee Kiat, running with the Warisan Party, lost badly in Pandan, Selangor. Pakatan Harapan's Deputy Chief Rafizi Ramli fending off all comers in a five-cornered fight. The leader for the Pakatan Harapan, Anwar Ibrahim, also winning his race in Tambun, Perak, defeating incumbent Ahmad Faizul Azumu in a four-cornered battle. And his partner in the Pakatan Harapan, Lim Guan Eng, also easily defending his seat in Bagan, Penang, the former finance minister winning by a big margin in another four-cornered fight. But the country's caretaker finance minister, Zafrul Aziz, has lost in Kuala Selangor to incumbent Zulkifli Ahmad of Pakatan Harapan, the former health minister narrowly beating Mr. Zafrul in a four-cornered fight. So a thrilling night, not short on drama, with giants in Malaysia's political arena dealt major blows in this general election. The biggest losers, undoubtedly, the country's grand coalition, the Perikatan Nasional, and we know it lost ground even in traditional strongholds.
But Malaysia appears to be heading towards a hung parliament, with the Pakatan Harapan and Perikatan Nasional unable to hit the 112 seats for a simple majority in the Dewan Rakyat.
Perikatan Nasional had pitched the GE as a return of the mandate to the people. Well, a record number of voters have spoken. And while they appear to have rejected Perikatan Nasional, they remain torn between the alternatives, which means that the country can expect more uncertainty in its political sphere for some time to come.
Thanks for joining CNA's marathon coverage of Malaysia's general election. The country on track for a hung parliament, as we said, with no coalition winning a simple majority.
We leave you now with a montage of the highlights from today.